जी जी
Raj?
Yes.
Mr. Prem Shankar is from where?
Mr. Prem Shankar is Abul Khair VP.
Oh, he's from Abul Khair. Okay. So he has joined already.
Yeah.
Mr. Prem Shankar, can you hear me? I think his audio is muted. Mr. Prem Shankar, can you hear me? I think Namrata has also joined. Mr. Hartrish, can you hear me?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Mukherjee.
Good morning.
Good
Very, very good
afternoon.
morning. Yeah.
Yes,
very,
good
very
afternoon. Good afternoon for you. Good morning for me.
Yes. Very, very good morning to you, and good afternoon from India. How are things? How is everything going? And it is for the first time you are addressing our webinar. So a
Yes.
warm welcome, a
Thank-
very, very warm welcome to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation, and I'm very glad to be in here. Well, here in Italy, things are getting better for
Yeah, a
the
little
COVID
better,
virus.
yes.
Yes. Fortunately, we are already going out with any problems, with any issues. All bars, all restaurants are already open again. So slowly, but are coming back to the normal.
Yeah. And you live in Butrio, or you live outside Butrio?
No, I'm living in Butrio now. I
Okay,
live
you're
in
living in
Butrio.
Butrio. Yeah.
Yes.
You know, I have been in that area, quite a few areas. I've been to Trichesmo. Whenever I'm Butrio, is my second home.
Ah, okay, great. So the next
Butrio
time
is
you have to come.
I love Butrio, and especially the entire Friuli region. The people are so friendly and so nice. It's always good to be there in Butrio.
Will be a pleasure. You have to come to visit us the next time you come
Sure,
here.
sure.
So
Normally, I would have been there for the DIM this year, but the DIM did not happen. So
yes, unfortunately, but we are planning to do it the next year. For the
year,
next
that's what I
year, you
heard.
will
Yeah,
be very welcome to the DIM.
Sure. For the DIM, we will meet and we'll spend some time together. For
Yeah,
sure, with the best of Friuli wines.
Yeah. I will offer you a very good wine.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And did you get the program? Are you aware of?
Yes, I'm aware of the problem, the program.
So you are.
So I will listen, but I will still continue working. So when will be my turn?
Yeah. You can do that. You can mute and continue working because it is a long program. So I don't want you to get disturbed in between. So you can just keep it muted and you can continue the work. And whenever your turn comes, you can join.
Okay,
And,
great, perfect.
So
Thank you
that
very
way
much.
you'll save some time also.
Thanks.
Anyone?
Thank you.
Yeah. Anyone else who has joined, Ankit? You're muted. You have to unmute yourself.
Yeah, sorry. You can hear me now?
Yeah.
So Mr. Prem Shankar has joined, Ms. Namrata Lohia and Dr. Sailesh Makadia.
Dr. Sailesh has joined.
Yeah.
Sailesh, can you hear me? Connecting to audio. Namrata, can you hear me? Namrata, you are muted. You have to unmute yourself.
Yes, I can hear you.
You can hear me. Okay. So, Prem Shankar ji, can you unmute so that I can hear you? Prem Shankar ji, you'll see a button on your screen on the left with a red icon. Just click on that to unmute yourself.
Miss Karna.
You have to click on the mic to unmute.
And now can you hear?
हाँ, Prem Shankar ji, I can hear you very clearly. A very warm welcome to
Yes,
you.
yes.
In fact,
Thank you very much.
you know, it was only a few minutes back that Mr. V.R. Sharma gave me a call, and he told me that you are one person who is very close to him, and you are there with Abul Khair, though you are in India. You
Yeah.
Abul Khair. तो आपसे एक और रिक्वेस्ट था शंकर जी, हमारा जो दूसरा बांग्लादेश इंडो बांग्लादेश वाला समिट है वो 18 तारीख को है. It's on 18 there also. You have to join us. So it's a special विनती करके मैं ये आपसे दरख्वास्त करूंगा, आप 18 तारीख दोबारा हमसे जुड़े. So you can't say no to me this time.
ठीक है.
Thank you so much प्रेम शंकर जी. Thank you so much.
ठीक है.
शैलेश जी, मेरा आवाज आ रही है आपके पास? शैलेश जी, can you hear me? भटनागर जी नमस्कार.
नमस्कार. How are you?
Good sir. आप आए तो मतलब आप आने से 4 चांद लग जाता है. आप सोचिए, मतलब आप मतलब इतने जिंदा दिल हैं, आप आने से जैसे छाए जाते हैं आप.
क्या बात है.
And I have seen you in our conferences earlier. फिर राउंड टेबल में जहां अपना मंत्री जी रहा करते थे, आप मतलब इतने अच्छे मतलब कैरी करते थे the pellet manufacturers issues and demands. It deserves a special mention, Bhatnagar ji, and thank you so much. आप हमारे साथ आज जुड़े.
मैं जरा ये मेरी आवाज आ रही है, सबको बहुत बहुत प्रणाम. और आपके शब्द इतने मीठे हैं, उसका मैं जवाब नहीं दे पा रहा हूँ, और माफी चाहता हूँ. मैं उत्तर टेक्निकली,
ये आपका बड़प्पन है. आप हमारे बुजुर्ग हैं. यू आर our guardian of the industry. आप हमें मार्गदर्शन दें. आप हमें कहाँ सही जा रहे हैं, कहाँ गलत कर रहे हैं, आप हमें जरूर गाइड करते रहें. एंड
ये बहुत बढ़िया. आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई. बस हम रेडी होके आते हैं. आप लोग सब बड़े बड़े लोग आए हुए हैं, तो जरा तैयार होके आता हूँ.
ठीक है, आराम से आइए. शैलेश जी, आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है? शैलेश जी, Raj, can you answer to the question which is put up?
Yeah.
Someone from Belgium has joined.
Morning. Hello, Nirmal.
Subho Chachita, wish you a very, very good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ankit. Actually, good afternoon in India.
Yeah, but for you, it's early morning. I mean, I always feel bad when you have to get up so early for all of us. But I know Dada of the family, I can always demand from. Dada is someone with whom you can ask for anything and get away with it.
Not a problem, not a problem. It's a pleasure and honor.
Thank you so much, Dada. Thank you so much. So, Mr. Soman Sinha. Mr. Soman Sinha, can you hear me? He's muted, I think.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sinha. You are the only representative from the refractory sector, I believe.
Yeah.
So you will be
Thanks.
covering. And Sopo Sachida, if you have any question with regard to the refractory industry, Mr. Sinha will be there to answer our refractory questions.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. Mr. Sinha is the Director, QA and QC and NPD at Calderes, India.
Okay, yes.
So that is what. Prem Shankar ji, can you hear us?
How is
Prem Shankar-
how is Mr. Garg doing?
I'm able to hear you.
Yeah, Mr. Prem Shankar ji will be covering primarily, the Bangladeshi angle, what Bangladesh, how Bangladesh looks at, because Bangladesh is also a huge consumer of the DRI. Prem Shankar ji, any idea which are the countries from where Bangladesh mainly imports? I mean, both DRI and scrap, both.
See, basically, we are importing scrap from US and UK. And DRI or HBI, etc., we are importing from China and India, basically.
Yes. Hello. Anil Kumar ji, boliye.
Hello. मैंने कहा कि scrap we are importing from basically USA and UK.
अच्छा.
And HBI or and Pigara, etc., we are importing from India and from a little bit China also sometimes, because the requirement is very less. Can you hear me?
Yeah, and how are you storing, Mr. Shankar? This is Sabyasachi here from US. How are you storing DRI?
No, we are not buying DRI, we are buying HBI.
Okay, you are buying HBI. Okay.
Yeah, DRI is very difficult.
Right. So you are buying HBI from India or China?
India, mainly these two countries.
Okay. And what's the carbon level that you are getting in those HBI?
HBI, it is nearly around 4%.
Well, I'm sorry, there was an urgent call from the minister's office that the minister's flight, instead of landing at Delhi, it has landed at Chandigarh. So minister will may have to join us from Chandigarh only. So the private secretary to the minister just called me right now. So instead of landing in Delhi, the flight has landed at Chandigarh. Ravi, very, very good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to you, Nirmalada.
Thank you, Ravi, for joining us once again.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure to have you. And you are one more person who carries the flag forward for us. So, Prem Shankar ji, can you hear me? You have to unmute your mic.
Yes, I'm able to hear you.
Okay. So, Prem Shankar ji, हम लोग जिस बारे में बात कर रहे थे, so Bangladesh virtually you said imports most of its DRI and HBI from India and China. So, in terms of Abul Khair's imports, how much does Abul Khair roughly import? Any idea with both DRI and scrap?
Hello.
Yeah, can you hear me? Prem Shankar ji, can you hear me?
Yes.
तो ये मैं पूछ रहा था, how much does I mean Abul Khair import in terms of scrap and DRI HBI combined? Can you hear me, Prem Shankar ji? Mathur sir, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mathur sir.
Dr. Onring Bhattacharya has just joined us.
Okay. Kamal ji also has joined.
Yeah.
Kamal ji, namaskar.
And
Kamal
Mr.
ji,
Mathur as well.
Dr. Sailesh Makadia says he cannot put his audio on. Can you guide him a little bit? Anrit, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Good afternoon to all.
Good afternoon, Anrit. Good afternoon. भटनागर साहब आपका माइक अनम्यूट कर लीजिए. भटनागर साहब आपका माइक ठीक है अभी ठीक.
नहीं, I would like to Mr. Sabyasachi बता रहे थे from which part of United States are you from? आपका अनम्यूट करना पड़ेगा.
I am so I'm from Arkansas.
Oh, Arkansas. अच्छा, मैं गया हूँ.
अच्छा, so
Arkansas में University of Arkansas में I had given a lecture. वहाँ एक डॉक्टर अशोक सक्सेना है, बहुत बढ़िया. He was the dean of faculty of engineering.
So in University of Arkansas, did you go to Jonesboro or Little Rock?
No, what is the other name you said?
Little Rock.
Little Rock. Yeah. Little Rock.
Right. We are about 2 hours northeast of Little Rock.
Oh, wonderful! Good to meet you, sir. Good to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Same
nice
here.
To
my
you
daughters are in Denver and Detroit, so every year
okay.
I spend about 2 months with them.
Okay. That's good. That's good.
Thank
and
you.
Where are you based in India?
I am the Secretary General of Pellet Manufacturers Association of India. So I'm based in New Delhi. New Delhi.
Great to know you, sir.
Good. And I was baptized in steel about 50 years ago in Bhilai Steel Plant. So for the other people who are much younger, I can see them. So when they were in their school, I was joining the Bhilai Steel Plant.
Mr. Bandyopadhyay is also from SAIL. He is also from SAIL, and he started from Durgapur.
Kaun, Mr.
I started my career in Steel Authority as well.
Arre wow, yeah. Good.
In 1990.
Okay, so I am 72 batch management trainee, Bhilai Steel Plant. After doing my IIT Roorkee metallurgy. Now Wonderful. It is so sad nobody studies metallurgy now. That's the tragedy.
Ravi should add. Ravi, please add something to it. Why is that nobody? Bhatnagar ji, मेरे बेटे जिसको आप देख रहे हैं on the right hand side, I tried my best to convince him to study metallurgy, लेकिन वो IT पे आ रहा. He said I will do IT only. So he is right now in Germany doing his masters in data and knowledge engineering.
Hello,
Mr. Afraid of the high temperature and molten metals, maybe.
Yeah. Nobody wants to dirty his hands these days.
No, it's not a question of dirtying your hands. The concept that I've been pushing everywhere for now quite some time is the problem with the steel industry is that there is no creative destruction happening in this industry. Therefore, there is very little of new thing that you can bring in. 80% of it is only old. A young guy wants to go in and and he wants to make his moolah without having a capital of his own. He should be in the computer industry. So that's you can have the valuations and the Microsoft valuations. The days of Carlisle and the Pittsburgh is gone. It is now the days of
that's strategy.
रवि जी जो है भटनागर जी, मैं रवि जी से आपका परिचय करवा देता हूँ. रवि जी जो है ये
मैं देख रहा हूँ.
उसमें he is the CEO of Sulb from Bahrain. They have 1.7 million ton total capacity from 3 plants.
Oh, wow.
And he was मेरा तो उनसे बहुत लंबा रिश्ता रहा है. He started with Tata Ryerson and then he was in SR for quite some time. And also in SAIL, he started also in SAIL.
Sabyasachi was in Durgapur, we would have been breathing the same air probably.
Acha. No, it's wonderful to see a lot of steelmen from SAIL. They have occupied very, very senior positions. So, I feel glad that at least they are keeping the tradition of steelmen alive.
Yeah, Mr. Hartrish, would you like to add something with regard to, let's say, in general about the DRI industry globally? And, India, we take pride in calling ourselves the largest DRI producer in the world. What is your perception of Iran? Iran as a DRI producer?
Sorry. Yes. My position is that we are living like in a period of like transition from, let's say, the old technology that could be the blast furnace and the BOF, let's say, to the most recent technology that is the direct reduction plant and the electric arc furnace. So from what I'm noticing is this, that we are living in a period where making steel is changing a little bit more different from the past, and this is happening almost in any part of the world. For sure, we should have the right boundary conditions for this technology could be applied, but generally I can say this.
Okay, I think Mr. Subbarao is also joining. Kamalji is also joining. Mathur Saab, can you hear us? Mr. NC Mathur, please.
I can hear you. I don't know if you can hear me. I don't know.
Yeah, you're loud and clear, Mathur Saab, loud and clear. So Mathur Saab, let me need no introduction, but let me just add a few words about you. Again, with Mathur Saab, my relationship goes back almost 25 years when he was the chief executive of Jindal Stainless. I used to meet him quite often. Then, for a long period of time, he headed the Indian Stainless Steel Development Association. So, Mr. Mathur, if few words from you as opening remarks, both on DRI and in general the trend of the industry as of today.
Well, good afternoon to you, and first compliments for arranging so many webinars on so many subjects. Today it is more related to the raw material required for secondary steel making, as we call it, whether it's EAF route or induction furnace route. So India, of course, as you mentioned just now, is the largest producer of DRI. There's no doubt about that. At that level, at close to 37 million ton out of 100 million ton is a big achievement. And also the raw material which we are talking today is required by the steel producer, and the average drops down because China has only 11% through electric furnace route, whereas India we have more than half. In Japan it's 25%, US 69%, Russia also 34%, South Korea 32%. So the global average is fairly good. It's only comes down because China, which is a large producer, has only 11% production coming from EAF route, and 89% is oxygen. So we will talk as we go along, and I'll be focusing more on stainless steel, which is my forte, where the DRI is not being used. Of course, we use scrap. So we'll talk as my turn. Thank you.
Mathur Saab, thank you so much. Taking a cue from Mathur Saab, may I request Namrata to just make a few openings. Namrata is a budding entrepreneur and a trader of scrap based in Dubai. So Namrata, a few words about the scrap market as you see today. And a very, very good afternoon to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. And I would like to thank you for giving me this platform. And when it comes in regards to scrap, we have seen that there are the changes in the price because of the demand and supply changes. But yes, we are very optimistic. And when it comes to the ban in Dubai, but I believe that now there's a time for Indian economy to be the self-sufficient in terms of scrap as well. So I will definitely present my presentation and I will explain in terms of the scrap market.
Thank you so much, Namrata, for your opening remarks. Oh, Subbarao Saab. Namaskar.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. Namaskar.
Namaskar, Subbarao Saab. Mr. Subbarao is the chairman and managing director of Kudremukh Iron Ore Company Limited, KIOCL. And again, we had various occasions to interact. He was there for quite a few of my conferences, including Subrotoda might recollect the last conference in Calcutta, where the governor was our chief guest. Mr. Subbarao was there as well. So Subrata, opening remarks from you, please. So Mr. Subrata Mitra, ex-joint managing director of MN Dastur, and a person who is very close to me. I have requested him and he has kindly agreed to join our editorial board. Mr. Subrata Mitra, a few words from your end before we go to Mr. Subbarao.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Nirmallu and others, all the Mr. Mathur and others. It's a nice evening. Once again, Nirmallu and Ankit's endeavor to bring all the steel fraternity together. The topic is very relevant today, DRI, pellet, and basically it is a secondary metallurgy, and we all will discuss quite a few points to be discussed, and we hope to have a good meeting today. Thank you, Nirmallu, please.
Thank you, Subrata. With that, I'll come to Subbarao sir. Mr. Subbarao, if you could highlight a little bit on the challenges the pelletization industry is going through and how effectively we can take care of those challenges, and especially KIOCL with the legal hurdles and all that. If you could, without touching something which is very sensitive, if you could just overall highlight the way forward.
Okay, good afternoon to everybody. I thank you very much for giving this opportunity. If you see pellet industry, since beginning started as an export-oriented industry. You know, first plant in India, Kudurmak, followed by this one more plant in Goa. Both that depend on export market only. Based on that, lot of industry came, most of the capacity after 2010 only. Before that capacity of 120 million tons. Because those days in India consumed mostly entire or lumpur only. After 2010 only, local companies started using more pellets. Agree that lot of challenges faced by the industry because of capacity is, I can say, over capacity in India. As of today, in India, using pellets maximum 20% on average basis. European countries using almost more than 80%. So because of our industry divided into primary and secondary, primary almost 50%, primary sector except private like a SAIL and RNL, they don't have any pellet plants, they depend only on center. So pellet industry, I can say that that is victimized by the circumstances because there is no demand. It is almost dependent on several factors. First of all, main market is export market only. In export market, which is next market, only China. Because China consumes 50% of the iron ore or pellet produced in the world. So a lot of challenges are there. At the same time, India producing only low-grade pellet, or only acid pellets. If you say Brazil, Vale, and LKAB, they are producing high-grade pellets. The moment Indian pellet industry switch over to high-grade pellets or flux pellets, definitely Indian pellet industry will get a very good days in the coming years. Of course, national policy, steel policy 2017 also will help us to consume more pellets in the DRI industry or the steel industry. So in my next, my paper will go in depth. I will cover in my paper about scrap and sponge iron and also in the pelletization.
Thank you, Subbarao sir.
I just want to add thanks to Mr. Subbarao. He is the first member of Pellet Manufacturers Association, and his KIOCL was the founder member. Number two, in India, all the pellet plants, जो chief engineer है ना, he has started his career with KIOCL. So KIOCL has given birth to a large number of pellet technologists. So I'm very glad that Mr. Subbarao is here. So once he gives his talk, I would have very little to say exactly. Thank you, Mr. Subbarao, for coming.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Subbarao ji. May I now request our good friend, Mr. Ranjan Bandyopadhyay, who will be giving the welcome address today. He is the head and executive secretary of Joint Plant Committee. As you know, Joint Plant Committee was primarily, after the decontrol, the role of Joint Plant Committee changed completely to become a facilitator for the steel industry. And they are responsible for the very important work of collecting and disseminating data for the steel industry, both primary and secondary steel. Earlier it was only the secondary producers, but now both primary and secondary for both JPC is responsible for collecting the data from the producers and disseminating the data, besides promoting various activities of the industry. And I would request Mr. Ranjan Bandyopadhyay to say a few words before we move to Kamalji for his remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee, for giving this opportunity in this webinar, because this topic is so vital chosen that today's scenario, this is the most vital. And when we'll discuss in the welcome address, we can show that the national steel policy, what we have projected from the Ministry of Steel, and there is a huge challenge, growth, prospects, everything is there, but at the same time, a lot of challenges are also there. From JPC aspect, I can assure you that after I take over JPC 1.5 years before, JPC has now totally online-based systems. Every plant, more than 3,000 units, we have given the user ID password to every units. We are collecting the data online basis. Almost 95% we are receiving online. Only 4 to 5% we have to receive through either mail or say over telephone, because as you know, the COVID situation is like that. We cannot visit the fields. But as you know, everybody, that JPC is always with the industry, because no policy decision can be taken without statistics. And another achievement is that JPC, after a long period, with the help of the Rashika ma'am's additional secretary from Ministry of Steel, JPC is the now only associated member with the WSA, so that is World Steel Association. Because as you know, that World Steel Association only took the member who are the producer, steel producing unit. But JPC is not steel producing unit. Still JPC is the member, as we are also providing the data, and based on our data, the ranking and other things decided. And I am happy to say that last year, that is 2019 calendar year, we are the second largest consumer also. Earlier, we are the second largest producer and third largest consumer. But in the 2019, we have achieved the second largest consumer as per WSA. And the projection is like that, because SRO short range outlook we are giving to WSA. The projection is like that up to 21, it will persist at least. Whatever may be because we have downgraded the production consumption figure around the 83 million this year and 95 million 2021 calendar year. So based on this figure also, JPC India will be in the second position as a largest steel consumer. Rest will be discussed on the welcome address. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bandyopadhyay. With that, I'm with Mr. Sailesh Makadia. Can you hear me now? Mr.
Yes.
Yeah, Sailesh, I had a special plan of inviting you. You know, I was desperately looking for someone to talk about gasification, because
Right.
after our Honorable Finance Minister's declaration giving a special status to the
Coal
coal
gasification.
gasification sector and giving them special incentives, we wanted desperately to have Atmanirbhar Bharat scheme for gasifiers.
Right.
Not to depend on the Lurgis and the players.
No.
So to have an indigenous provider of technology for the gasifiers. So
Right.
Sailesh, as our Prime Minister has mentioned, we need to become Atmanirbhar in terms of technology as well. So with that, a few words on the coal gasifiers that we can do indigenously today. Sailesh.
Right. Actually, our indigenous technology is a very good. We are in this field coal gasification since last 25 years. In rolling mill, we have supplied more than 300 gasification plant. In ceramic industries, we have supplied more than 500 plant. And DRI since last 6 to 7 years, we have supplied around 10 to 15 plant. And fortunately, we are getting very good result in our Indian coal. We have experience with low fixed carbon, 30 to 32% fixed carbon. Our Indian coal, we have experience with 40 to 42% fixed carbon with good coal, and some RB1, RB2, RB3 South African coal. But we are getting the best result in our low fixed carbon Indian coal. We got the result around, we are saving around 450 kg coal per metric ton of DRI production.
And another benefit we have achieved that the scaling of the kiln, the time some kiln they have to clean in 1 month, some have to 2 months, 3 months. At least with this gasification, we are able to reduce the cleaning time, because from the discharge end, 0 to 5 mm powder we are going to totally stop, and with special pipe and special burner like assembly we are able to introduce coal gas with air. Is a completely low cost and proven gasification technology. We have supplied the many corporate like good client like HR Johnson, even Tata Chemical, Haldia, some Vedanta Group. So in India, we are dealing with very good gasification technology, and recently we have developed since last 1.5 years closed loop dry filtration technology. So there is a completely get rid from tar and wastewater. We have developed the recently dry filtration technology. So there is no need of cleaning or condensing of the wastewater. Dry filtration technology system can be stabilized for 6 months, for 8 months continuously without choking the pipeline, without choking the burner. And even due to the hot gas filtration technology, we are achieving 20 to 30% more coal saving also compared to conventional technology. So we are honoring and respecting, and we are really appreciating vision of our Honorable Prime Minister to focus on coal gasification technology, which can be self-sufficient in energy demand. In ceramic, unfortunately, some NGT or some vested interest people have raised some issue and temporary stopped. But in Morbi, we have supplied more than 300 gasification plant, and every day we are replacing more than 30 to 40 lakhs liter, NM3 imported LNG. Same way in most of the Indian rolling mill, they are replacing the furnace oil. So this is our complete indigenous coal gasification technology is fully efficient and sufficient and technologically competent with all aspects to replace the liquid fuel and to synchronize with any type of process.
Thank you, Saleshi. With that, I'll obviously have, let me welcome Dr. Mukesh Kumar and Dr. Ravichandran, both of them. I will go one by one. First to Dr. Mukesh Kumar, who loves talking about coal gasification technology and indigenous. I mean, if you know Dr. Mukesh Kumar's Steel Research and Technology Mission of India was actually a dream child of our last steel minister. And the primary idea was to indigenize the technologies for steel making in India. And Dr. Mukesh Kumar is the director of Steel Research and Technology Mission of India, which is under the aegis of Government of India as well as the major steel producers. So I would request Dr. Mukesh Kumar to first put in his opinion on indigenizing coal gasification in India, and then we'll move to Dr. Ravichandran, who is Ravichandran is the director of Monet Ispat and Energy, and he has spent his major portion of his life with JSW. And as you know, JSW is now a joint venture owner of Monet Ispat and Energy. So first, Dr. Mukesh Kumar, and then Mr. Ravichandran. Mr. Ravichandran, a special welcome to you.
Thank you very much. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee. And regarding this coal gasification, because coal gasification is going to be a future, I think, for iron and steel industry. Because although on one hand, government is thinking that we should increase our gas-based economy from 6% to 15%, but still gas is not available in India. So whatever is there, coal gasification is coming out with a solution. What Saleshi has told, I fully agree that we have some indigenous technologies available with us, but the problem again comes when we are talking about coal with ash content of around 35% or more than 40%. So where the problem is coming. Second thing, if we are, because like today's theme is there about DRI and other things. In DRI and this thing, we are looking for a carbon monoxide and hydrogen ratio. Okay, that hydrogen to carbon ratio should be around 2 to 1. So if we talk from that angle also, so we have to see from those aspects also, can we meet those things requirement or not? So that's why whatever we have seen till now, whatever imported technologies and whether it is a Lurgi technology or anybody else cell technology, most of the technology are finding it difficult to handle coal up to around 50% of ash. There is some technology, people have made some effort where they have made a two-stage gasification technologies, and in two-stage gasification technology, they could handle up to 50-55%. But if indigenized technologies are coming, I think it will be be in a position to fulfill the dream what our honorable Prime Minister has told about Atmanirbhar Bharat. So if still some R&D effort need to be taken in these areas, whatever stage we have reached, maybe little bit more effort may be required to go with that level. And I think we should promote and we should encourage indigenous technology on the coal gasification. Thank you, Mukherjee sir.
Thank you, Dr. Mukesh Kumar. Now, before I move to Mr. Ravichandran, let me welcome Mr. Matthias Moritz, Uncle Moritz, as my son lovingly calls him. Mr. Moritz is also one person I know for almost 15 years now, since 2006-7 at least. So yeah, close to 15 years. As you can see, Uncle Moritz, my son is there on this panel, and he is the one who is controlling everything. Ankit, if you just say hello to Uncle Moritz.
Good afternoon, Uncle Moritz. How are you?
Hello, Miss. Hey, hello, Ankit. Nice meeting you, and I'm really proud that I got the chance and the invitation to join this honorable webinar for today.
Thank you. It's a
Thank you
pleasure
very much.
for us to have you here. So
Come on, Ankit. Ankit, it should be in German, not in English. It should be in German. Freut mich.
Deutsch ist leider nicht so gut.
You speak an excellent German. I would be very lucky if I could speak Indian English or French like you speak German. Thank you.
Thank you, Uncle Moritz. So you're now in North Rhine-Westphalia, right?
Sorry? Yes, I'm in Rheinberg, close to Düsseldorf. Half an hour north of Düsseldorf Airport.
How's the COVID-19 situation there right now? Is it
under control? Yeah, it's under control, of course. We can be proud that we have COVID-19 under control stably. We could have even isolated hotspots. So yeah, we are pretty safe. And I start my business trips next Monday onwards again. So yes, we are back in the loop. Yes.
Yeah, here as well, here in Magdeburg as well, things are under control and they have opened up all the shops and everything.
That's good.
Okay, Uncle Moritz, thank you so much for joining us.
You're welcome.
Yeah, so Mr. Moritz will primarily, for the hot DRI transportation system, Aumann is very well known globally. And let us hear from him today about how effectively we would be saving our energy cost by using the hot DRI transportation system from Aumann. Before I come to Uncle Moritz, may I request Mr. Ravichandran, who is the director and heads the Monet Ispat and Energy Plant, to make his opening remarks in general about the DRI industry, what is happening, and effectively how JSW and Monet looks at the plan ahead in terms of expansion and growth.
Yeah, good evening to all of you. Anyway, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak on this occasion. And I wish you all safe days in this Corona ambience. Anyway, nice to see all the faces. Some of them are more closely known to me earlier also. Anyway, this gives an opportunity for learning of various areas, because already in the past 7-10 minutes, I could get so much of good information. Thanks all for that. So as you are already telling, I had a good opportunity in a JSW expansion to participate in the expansion from 1.6 million to 10 million in 4 phases. And then later on, I had the opportunity to be in JSW Salem, converting the unit from commodity to special steel products. Now it's the largest long product special steel plant, which has also won the Deming Award for the quality. So now I am in this Monet unit, which has a 2 million ton pellet plant, which is on the expansion to 2.5. Soon as we will be reaching that capacity. And then we have a 500,000 ton DRI with 2 arc furnaces designed for 1.6 million ton capacity. We just started the first 0.8 million. That is what is presently. So when I was just looking at the overall scenario over here, we find that induction furnaces routes have taken up very well. And this thing, the last decade, they were moved from 2010, they were induction furnace and arc furnaces moved from 55% in 2010 to 57% in 2014 to in 2019, they crossed 60%. So even though Indian growth was also phenomenal in this period, but the growth rate achieved by IF plus EAF is quite good, I could see. I was just seeing some of the articles where the plans are when we reach a 300 million ton, it should be 200 million ton, which is a 67%. Let us hope that will provide a good opportunity, because this is an area where it can not only increase the production, it can develop a lot of entrepreneurs. When you talk about over 1,000 induction furnaces and 1,200 rolling mills and so many arc furnaces, and several are independent, then pellet plants and DRI plants. So it has possibly created a good number of entrepreneurs and a good number of employments, wherein in the larger units possibly they could not have done so much. Anyway, the larger units are restricting to 34-35% of the total steel capacity. So let me complete my one introduction with this. So as the time comes, I would like to talk about the potential for backward forward integrations to see that as we move on in our growth plans, how every of these entrepreneurs who has already invested in this can move top and back. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ravichandran. Now we have our special guest with us. May I accord a very warm welcome to Navinji. Navinji, namaskar, and a very warm welcome to you. You have really made us proud because you are the icon of DRI industry in India. You know, when we say Sri Navin Jindal is our flag bearer of the nation, he is definitely carrying the DRI flag high for all of us. We are still the #1 DRI producer in the world, and it is for Sri Navin Jindal who has made this possible. Navin ji, aapke taraf se a few words from you, Navin ji. If you could just address us with a few of your words as your opening remarks.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. I hope you can all see me and hear me, because I don't have a very good network. So I'm really here. I mean, there are so many experts on this in this webinar. So I'm really keenly looking forward to hearing all of you. And then wherever, if I have something worthwhile to say, I will say that. So I don't want to take up any time. India's first coal gasification, and right now we are operating it. We are operating it around 70% capacity. So we are, now we are ramping it up. So because this DRI plant also needs very special quality of pellets. So very high CCS. So that is a bit of a challenge with the Indian ore, but we are trying to get that and ramp up the production here. So, and also because the demand of coal has come down drastically due to the lockdown impact and due to this COVID-19 pandemic. So the availability of coal has improved. So that has enabled us to restart the coal gasification plant, and also we are trying to use maximum coke oven gas in making of DRI. So with a combination of coke oven gas and syngas, we hope to run this and run this profitably. So we are on it. So I'm looking forward to hearing from all of you, and then if there's something worthwhile to add, we will add that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Navinji. I just have one message to convey before I move on. I just got a message from the PS2 Honorable Minister that the flight which I told you was diverted to Chandigarh has taken off from Chandigarh, and it is almost landing in Delhi. So the minister may be a little delayed because the flight is now finally landing in Delhi. So it may take a little while for the minister to reach and catch up with us. But he will join for sure. That's the message I've got just now. Okay. So
Okay,
with that, I'll just request Mr. Subbarao if you could add anything on pelletization for as a message or in continuation to what Mr. Naveen Jindal said.
Yeah, as I told already in the opening that meeting regarding pellet industry in India started as a export-oriented industry and surviving on export market till now. Government of India has given more concessions to pellet industry for import of machinery and also made provisions in NSP 2017 to encourage the industry as it is highly capital intensive. The present production capacity is about 85 to 90 million tons. But the production in last year was almost around 69 million tons approximately. So capacity utilization around 75%. During last 5 years, export of pellets increased almost from 1 million ton to as of today 12.5 million tons. And imports were between almost 0.16 to 0.5 million tons. There is no change in the imports because exports, because of market, only export market, that export continuously is going up. That is the reason our capacity utilization has increased from 35% to 75% in last 7 to 8 years. And pellet being a substitute for iron ore, the demand always depends upon the so many factors like steel prices, global economy, import-export policies, etc. So the pellet demand is a derived demand. It is not like a demand like a sponge iron or a steel. And there is no projected demand for this unless government supports through policy framework. If you say like other countries like European steel mills, steel plants, European mills, they use almost 80% of pellet. In the case of steel in India, hardly 20%. India, we say only economics. We will not see the productivity first of all, unless the steel price is very high. And however, I suggest Indian pellet industry, which is having surplus capacity, should consider more on innovative ideas. That is to shift to flux pellet from the current product to satisfy the demand for the blast furnace unit, and also acid pellets to meet the demand from the coal-based sponge industry, and also DR grade pellets with the low abrasion and high CCS with the low gain to meet the demand of gas-based industries like a Jindal and ArcelorMittal steels. Then only we can reduce the over dependency on the export market. As on today, without export market, pellet industry cannot survive because the demand in India maximum 40 to 50 million tons. Almost, if you say overall, out of 100%, 50% is capital consumption, 25% is a local consumption, that is domestic consumption. 20% has to go up to export market. Otherwise, there is no future for this pellet industry. Number two, unless pellet industry can get full capacity utilization, then only we can reduce the cost of production of pellet. So, as per steel policy 2017, of course, it is a far away, further 10 years time is there. I expect that pellet industry has a very good demand and future in the coming days. So that is a comment from my side.
Thank you, Mr. Subbarao. I'll now move on to someone who has worked with Navinji as a part of his team, Mr. Sabyasachi Bandyopadhyay. Your comments on how Angul shaped up. You were there at the very nascent stage in Angul, and you were always in high appreciation of our Navinji. And I am an ardent fan of Sri Naveen Jindal. And I always keep saying Navinji is not only a motivator, but he is a fast mover. So with that, may I request Mr. Bandyopadhyay to share his experience in Angul, how things shaped up. And, today it's again a pride of the nation.
Nirmala, thanks for the opportunity. Namaskar, Navinji. After a long while, at least we are able to meet virtually. Nirmala, we have spent long hours. I mean, Navinji himself is a great motivator, as you said correctly, but he's also hands-on. I mean, he's there right where the action is needed. So I have seen him from very close quarters. I mean, it's needless to say, I'm absolutely impressed by his not only detail to attention, but his knowledge on technology, not only just, DRI or pelletization, but all around. I mean, we have discussed at length on various technology solutions that he has looked at. I cannot say that I know that much that he is aware of, because he travels a lot. He interacts with a lot of people. We are on a daily basis. We are probably locked up in daily chores. But Navinji, he reveals himself, completely. He realizes that he has to go out and look at things. He's obviously an entrepreneur, and it's very enterprising entrepreneur. He encourages young people. That's one of the biggest things about his organization overall. I mean, there are a lot of young people who are really doing well. When I came in 2015, we slowly built a young team there. We worked on DRI, we worked on pelletization, we worked on overall steel melting, plate manufacturing. In fact, we went up to the record production, the first time ever to cross 70,000 tons the month that I left JSPL. But that's unfortunate that I had to come back to US for personal reasons. But it has been an extreme pleasure. There were challenges using the coal, domestic coal in our CGP, using the local pellets from our Barbil plant into our DRI plant. But we kept on going. We kept on innovating. And even with challenges, the productions were maximized. We had challenges of getting coal as such, coal auctions and how coal is given. I think there are challenges in Indian scenario, but I think things are coming much better now. Auctions and availability of mines are much better. So I think things are looking up, and I'm glad to hear that CGP and DRI process is back online in Angul. It's a great process. It should be, and the government of India are taking steps to promote gasification. So I'm glad to see Navinji here. It's been an honor there to be with him when the challenges were on, and I'm very glad to hear JSPL's progress. I wish him all the best and all the people within JSPL.
Thank you so much, Sabyasachi ji. Thank you so much for all your kind words. Really appreciate that. So just you'll be happy to know that from a level of 70,000, last month in June we produced 340,000. Target for July is to this. We produced steel 320,000, then 20,000 tons of grand shot. That's granulated pig iron, and the blast furnace is operating at. We are producing around 10,600 tons per day. But our team is confident that next week they want to, start running it at 11,000 tons per day, the blast furnace. And the DRI plant right now we're running at 180, 200 tons per hour. So around we produce that up also. So you need to visit us again soon to see all this work. Thank you.
Absolutely, it would be my pleasure, sir.
Thank you, Sabyasachi. Thank you, Navinji. When an ex-team member talks so highly of you, it is a point to be noted that he speaks from his heart. So
yeah, it's been a pleasure, Nirmalya, and I always cherish it to very lovingly.
Yeah, and that is what I've always heard about Navinji. People who I've been close with have always said that Navinji is a person with a golden heart. He's a person who can touch your heart. The less, the more that I speak about him, the less it is. Because Navinji, I have seen him for the last 25 years. I've been writing about him, and I could, believe me, I could never do anything which could be termed as a negative story on Navinji, because it is not possible to do a negative story on Navinji or JSPL.
Okay. Nirmalaji, thank you so much for your kind words. There are lots of shortcomings in me also. So let's let's get back to the subject of our DRI pelletization and steel making. Now, what is the latest in DRI?
So before Mr. Sharma speaks on that, may I request Mr. Subrata Mitra, ex-JMD of Memendas, to touch upon the DRI subject before we move forward. Mr. Subrata Mitra, please.
Thank you, Nirmal. Actually, what to say in front of Navinji? So he's man. Now, DRI, there is a question. Coal-based DRI, we have no way to go other than coal-based DRI. Gas is not there. Whatever has been done, or Navinji is trying with coal gasification, is really something for the future. Definitely, it has to come up, and the coal is available. With good quality coal is a problem, as we discussed. But DRI has to stay for enhancing the steel production. Biggest steel plants will be there. Blast furnace route has to be there because India has iron ore. But adding the blast furnace capacity is a far-reaching thing nowadays. To enhance the steel production, DRI EAF route has to, now Navinji has, this is one steel mill shop, I don't know whether everybody knows, the maximum capacity electric furnace he has installed 250 ton. In the same way, is a nicely planned, another 250 ton converter is there. So both converter and arc furnace, they're working with the arc furnace is flexible. It can take up DRI, which is produced in the DR plant, Midrex coal-based DR plant, coal gasification based. And LD, of course, hot metal from the blast furnace. This is a nice combination with a capacity for expansion by further add-on. So the plant he has installed in Angul is really something, and we know very well it has reached its capacity of 36, 37 heats per day within few months. That's really fantastic. The LD and the blast furnace also is working at its full capacity. The power plant is supplying the power. So all the best to Navinji's plant, and that's the future, what I hope, because India has to go along with coal-based DRI, and there has to be research how to make it good metallization, and so that the yield is good. That's all, Nirmal.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mitra. Thank you for your kind words.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Mitra.
you. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Mukesh Kumar, would you like to add on this? Dr. Mukesh Kumar is the Director of Steel Research Technology Mission of India. I request Dr. Mukesh Kumar to say a few words, then I'll move to Ravi. Ravi, if you want to add anything and how Middle East you look at DRI as a subject. Now, of course, you are there shuffling between three plants. So three plants has three different equations. But I would request you, Ravi, to touch upon that as well. Before that, Dr. Mukesh Kumar.
No, DRI, as I told in the beginning also, DRI is the game changer now, because there is a lot of pressure is coming on your greenhouse gas emissions. CO2 has to be minimized. If we continue with blast furnace technology and BOF technology, the CO2 emission is going between 2.5 to 2.8. Although if we continue with the rotary kiln technology and then go with induction furnace and other things, there also CO2 is more. But like new technologies are coming out in the gasification field also, where CO2 is recycled back and the CO2 impact is not there. So the more and more environmental rules are becoming stringent, more and more we have to see towards the DRI side only. So in my opinion, the way the government has decided that 41 blocks has to be auctioned, and they are giving a special concession for coal gasification. So coal gasification is going to be a game changer, and with the type of gas also, because government is planning this thing, Pradhan Mantri Ganga Urja line, which will also feed to the eastern side, where our most of the iron ore are there. So whether it is iron ore, whether it is a natural gas, or whether it is a coal gasification gas, or whether it is a hydrogen, I think that will be a future, and we may have to look based on this type of technology only, DRI, and DRI is going to fill up the gap between today of 142 million ton to 300 million ton in 2030. The maximum gap, I think, will be filled up by this type of route only. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mukesh Kumar, Director, Steel Research and Technology Mission of India. With that, I'll move to Ravi before moving to Mr. V.R. Sharma. Ravi, you are the CEO of 3 units in Middle East. So please share your experience on DRI.
We
And,
don't have. Sorry.
Yeah, but a lot of DRI is consumed by the GCC countries. So I want your perception on the consumption of DRI in GCC.
Yes, GCC is mostly DRI and scrap based. All the large plants are DRI based. All the small plants are scrap based, and mostly again induction furnace, not so much of EAF on the smaller plants. So after India, I think we have the largest number of induction furnaces in this part of the world. We do not use coal-based DRI. We are all gas-based DRI. So for obvious reasons, gas is available in this part of the world. Not that it is very cheap. The governments have been needing more and more revenue, so the utility costs have been going up quite dramatically over the last 5-6 years. We do supply DRI as well as pellets to the Jindal facility in Oman. So to that extent, Jindal Shadid is one of our regular customers for DRI as well as pellets. The future of, as has already been said, I think everyone understands, we are seeing the end of the blast furnace route. It's just a question of the carbonization issues catching up with steel making. And we will see more and more. If it is ore-based, it has to be DRI-based. And if it otherwise, we will see more and more scrap getting used for steel making. So that is going to be the way to go. Whether we use electricity in the conventional way or we use solar-based power, that's another angle of the technology. Whether we use DRI with carbon monoxide and hydrogen, or we go more and more towards hydrogen and take the hit in the electric arc furnaces for not having enough carbon in the DRI. That's another area of research which is going on. But in general, DRI and scrap is going to be the way to go.
Thank you, Ravi. Thank you so much for a word of, I would say, encouragement for the DRI industry. It's the way to go for sure, because we are not going to have many more blast furnaces in the days to come. With that, may I request Mr. V.R. Sharma, who can extensively touch on all these issues together. He has also, he's just with very next to Prem Shankarji on my screen. So Mr. V.R. Sharma has worked in the same company, Abul Khair, for some time. Though in JSPL, he has really brought up Angul right from the beginning. As Navinji should always be proud of, he has a wonderful team to work on. Navinji always has the best of team. That is why he has been so successful in every venture. So with that, I'll move to Mr. V.R. Sharma, with whom we are in touch on a day-to-day basis. He is there in our WhatsApp, always leading us from the front. Mr. V.R. Sharma, please.
Good afternoon, Nivela, and good afternoon, Navinji, and my other friends. So, I was listening, Mr. Sabyasachi was speaking about Navinji. You see that truly he leads from the front. Today he is in Angul and I am in Raigad. So all of us are working from plants, and we are seeing that things should move in a better way. The country has been facing a very big challenge in last 3.5 months time. And it is only because of leadership of Navinji that in last 100 days of COVID lockdown, that is from 22nd of March to 30th of June, we could export 1 million ton steel during COVID from JSPL to rest of the world. So this is I would say, a very great achievement for the nation and also for our company. Thanks to Ministry of Steel, thanks to Ministry of Railway, thanks to ports, those who have facilitated us to supply so much of quantities for exports. The plants are doing well. We have done a growth of about 8% on Q1 to Q1 previous year. And this is a record that JSPL has grown up its productions and productivity base. So as far as the DRI is concerned, all of you know, and Navinji and myself have invited the entire steel fraternity. Please come and see our DRI plant coupled with the CGP coal gasification and see how wonderful technology it is. Yes, it needs a lot of discipline in terms of coal availability, coal quality, consistency, and the overall coal management. But once it is streamlined, then it's very easy and very smooth operation. We already reached to about 180 tons per hour. Hopefully, slowly, gradually, we will reach to 250 tons per hour. That is a full capacity. I'm also glad to inform you that the government has declared as to how incentivize the DRI plants coupled with the gasification. Basically, the incentive is for the coal gasification, and gasification as syngas that can be used to produce DRI. This is first time in the world. The JSPL has taken this big risk, but of course a calculated technological risk, and it's quite successful now. It is a technology demonstration for the rest of the world, and syngas to be used to produce methanol. It can also be used to produce liquids like coal to liquid, diesel, petrol, whatever. So this is a advantage of coal gasification. And the plant itself, when you come to plant, when you visit, you'll find it is not less than any refinery. And though it is a very capital intensive plant, but finally, if the government support is there, like they are going to incentivize the coal gasification, then the overall cost to produce DRI will be well under control and can be at par or a little more competitive than the rest of the world. I mean, wherever the gas is available, natural gas, we can compete with those countries if Government of India, they support in terms of providing right amount of coal, right quantity of coal, either through direct mining blocks or through the supplies. Of late, the supplies from Coal India has increased because the power sector was not doing well and the coal consumption as a whole was less. And most of the DRI kilns were also operating on imported coal. So it is blessings in disguise. So we started getting coal regularly. They in a position to run our plant smoothly and totally uninterrupted in terms of coal supplies. So thanks to coal ministries, thanks to Ministry of Mines, thanks to Ministry of Steel, who have been always speaking to dedicate coal for the coal gasifications. And this is what we requested all the time, and now the time has come. So over and above, the other area where the Indian industry has to look into it is that we have a lot of iron ore available in the country. There's more than 20 billion ton reserves of iron ore we have. We have more than 350 billion tons of coal. I think this can be a very good combination to produce power, to provide coal, and to produce pellets, and then finally DRI. You see, this is a true self-reliant technology. Navinji used to say always, Swadeshi coal means Indian coal. Swadeshi coal, high-ash coal. So that dream, what he took, that is getting true now, though it is a little late because since 2012, we have been waiting for the coal. Unfortunately, the coal mines were cancelled. And, we need a consistent quality of coal to maintain a right composition of the syngas. And finally, we are now getting coal. Hopefully one day in times to come, the coal will be more smoother commodity because coal in the whole world will not be used after 2050. So we have only 30 years of time to use this coal, and the extraction of coal is very less. So I think even if it is 2, 3, 4, 5 billion per year, 5 billion ton per year coal is taken out, it will be still cannot be consumed. So another factor is which I used to speak everywhere, that if we have coal and coal is available literally at the cost of coal mining, then the power can be produced at a rupees 150 or maybe 1 rupee 60 paisa per unit. And finally, to the end user, the power electricity should be available at rupees 3 maximum per kWh. And if it is at 3 rupees per kilowatt hour from Kashmir to Kanyakumari and also from Gujarat to Guwahati, and the many electric arc furnaces will come in the country, and then the steel mills will not be dependent only on 3 or 4 states. Then the steel mills based on electric arc furnaces or induction furnaces can be installed anywhere in the country. And at some places in India, the power at 4 rupees per unit, and some places in India, the power is 14 to 15 rupees per unit. So one Bharat, one tariff, one nation, one tariff. That time, I think, has to come. And I'm sure Honorable Prime Minister, one day, he may declare one nation, one power tariff. And for that, when we do the backward calculation, then the coal will be available literally at a cost. Means whatever is the mining cost plus a small amount of royalty, and that should be the coal price. Because so much of coal reserves of 350 billion ton, for the nature has bestowed us, and for the last million of years, these coal reserves are lying under the bed. So how to give the benefit of these coal reserves to a common man in India from Kashmir to Kanyakumari is basically through electricity and not by giving the coal. So coal, there is no need to transport the coal. All of the pit had coal gasification plants and power plants should be installed, and throughout the country under one tariff, the electricity should be given so that we have more and more electric arc furnaces and also induction furnaces. And then country can definitely move forward towards the very ambitious but possible plan of 300 million ton steel for the nation. So for that, we have to have at least 15 to 20 million ton steel additional capacities are to become on month basis. So by 2030, government wanted to reach to 300 million ton. So today we are at about 120 million ton. The delta is 180 million ton. So this 180 million ton, if we want to cover in the next 10 years time, then at least 18-20 million ton of new capacities must come. And this 18 to 20 million ton of new capacities, if they are concentrated only in few states, then there'll be a huge burden on environment and there'll be logistics issues. So the best is to produce power literally at a low cost, 1 rupee 50 or 1 rupee 60 paisa, and then deliver it to the industry at 3 rupees, and then electric arc furnaces in each and every state, they can come. And with the advent of the new policy for scrap as well as new DRI plants, then the steel can be made available everywhere in the country at an affordable price. Our aim is, Navinji always speaks that our aim is to provide steel to the last mile customer at a very affordable price, so that people come out from the normal brick and mortar buildings to the steel buildings, and so that the steel, even multi-story steel buildings, lightweight steel buildings, framing steel buildings, so that the complete country is protected in terms of earthquake proof, in terms of natural disasters like what has happened in Bengal last month. So this steel is a solution to many mankind's problem. And if we grow, then definitely the country will grow. So finally, the aim is, there are 3 mantras today. One is the coal should be available at a just cost price from government side, whether government runs the mines or private sector runs the mines. Number 2, all coal mines should be equipped and coupled with a coal washery. no unwashed coal should be sold in the country. It should be pit-head coal washeries, and coal washeries should supply the coal to the rest of the country so that we don't transport ash to the final destination. Number three, the coal should be made available at such a low price that the electricity from Kashmir to Kanyakumari or rest of the country should be at 3 rupees maximum per kilowatt hour. Then there is a great amount of potential to export power from India to the neighboring countries, especially to Bangladesh and to Myanmar. So once we have a power at 3 rupees, then we can transport power to Bangladesh, we can transport power to Myanmar, and that will generate a lot of revenues. Then the next takeaway is the iron ore. You see, the iron ore will not be used as per the statistics available in the world. After 2060, no iron ore will be used in the world because all of this iron ore being used through blast furnaces, and this will go away because the recycling will start. And today the whole world is consuming about 1,500 million ton of steel. By 2045, so at least 70% of the steel used till 2010 will come for recycling. So that will suffice the demand of the world, because today we are seeing that China is consuming 1 billion ton of steel. India will consume 300 million ton steel. So by 2060, all these consumptions and all these infrastructure projects will be over. And after that, the world will be self-sufficient and self-reliant in the recycling industry. And once recycling comes, means that is electric arc furnaces or induction furnaces. And they need power. The power is a raw material for them. And unless the power cost is reduced, we cannot come out from our dependence on the coking coal, which is primarily imported from Australia or from New Zealand or from Western world like Russia and America, and sometimes from Colombia and Venezuela. So the solution is the cheaper electricity can change the lives of the people. And this is what we should do. And for that, God has given us enough, 350 billion ton coal God has given to us. Now it is a matter of utilization, how to utilize this and how to provide electricity at 3 rupees to the whole country. And this is what the solution is. So iron ore will not be required after 2060. Coal will not be required after 2050. It will be an all recycling business. It will be a recycling economy. And this is what we should do for the next generation. If we want to do something very good, this is the best gift we can bestow to them. And I tell you that we are interested in putting a second DRI in Angul based on the same technology on gasification. So if the coal is available at a affordable price, then we'll add the another gasification plus DRI plant. And we are very serious. We have all the facilities available for the 2 plants, and that can be a moral booster for the FDI. A lot many FDIs should come in the country. The people should come forward. They should put the coal gasification units, and they should install the DRI plants. It is not only JSPL who is interested in getting all these incentives from the government of India for coal gasification. We wish that more and more coal gasification units, they should come, and we should produce oil, we should produce olefins, we should produce methanol, we should produce DRI from the coal gasification plants. And one more suggestion I had to government of India, that all of the refineries, they should be asked at least 15% of their oil products should come from coal gasification. If they do it, then the country will become self-reliant. So the Atmanirbhar Bharat, or the self-reliant Bharat, Naveen-ji took this particular dream in 2004 or 2005 with his father, late Shri O.P. Jindal-ji, our founder chairman, and finally he made it happening. Yes, it is done in 2012, but unfortunately we could not run it because of the dearth of coal and non-availability of the right quality of coal at the right price. But now things are moving the right direction. It is never late, and we are a pathfinder. We have given the way forward to the whole world. We need support from everybody so that this kind of technology, the dissemination of knowledge takes place, and these kind of technologies are spreaded all around the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sharmaji. Thank you so much. I think it deserves a special applaud. And as you have rightly mentioned, Navinji could think ahead of time. You know, Navinji perhaps thought about something which the other DRI producers hadn't even thought of. So just to add maybe 30 seconds, may I request Mr. Makadia, Dr. Shailesh Makadia, to add to the spirit of the coal gasification. ये आत्मनिर्भर भारत का जो हमारा मकसद है, to reach that आत्मनिर्भर भारत status, how can coal gasification play a role? In 30 seconds, because my son Ankit, as you can see, is constantly sending messages to me that we are running late. Ankit, can we take 30 seconds?
Yeah, sure, of course.
Okay. So, Shailesh, just 30 seconds.
Yes, it is absolutely possible with indigenous coal gasification technology. Fully able to run any type of coal with highest coal, with lowest coal. Even we have developed the gasification can run up to the 45 to 50% S also. So good filtration technology also. Recently we have developed the closed loop dry filtration technology. So everything is available in India. Even single gasification with 10 million kilocalorie per hour with single gasification or multiple 5 to 10 gasification. We have a lot of experience with a lot of process like big ceramic kiln, some calcination kiln, some rotary kilns. So we have a very good indigenous technology which can operate with the different type of coal, different type of feedstock. So it's a great potential with the indigenous technology.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Shailesh ji. So with that, I have just got the news. The minister has already landed in Delhi and he's already on his way. So let us hope that the minister reaches on time. But we are already 1 hour behind schedule. So I would suggest that we have the formal national anthem and we get started formally with the welcome address. Ankit, please take over.
Yeah, so I would request Mr. Amit, our technical associate, could you please start the national anthem, please?
Thank you, Ankit. I would just request all the panelists and attendees to be the attention position. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thank you. So with that, I would like to start our webinar today. So our topic for today's webinar is DRI pelletization for EAF, IF steelmaking. Before I begin, I would like to take a moment to thank our sponsors, Recycron and Almond, and our co-sponsors ATS for making this event possible. And a special thanks to Honorable Minister Shri Fagan Singh Kulaste, who will be joining us very soon, and Mr. Navin Jindal, who is our special guest for today's event. This event is jointly organized by Steel and Metallurgy, Sponge Iron Manufacturers Association and Joint Plant Committee, and supported by Pellet Manufacturers Association of India. I would now like to introduce our panelists. So is my screen visible to everyone?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So first we have the Honorable Minister, Minister of State for Steel, Mr. Fagan Singh Kulaste. Mr. Ranjan Mondopadhyay, Executive Secretary, Joint Plant Committee. Mr. Naveen Jindal, Chairman, Jindal Steel and Power Limited. Mr. V.R. Sharma, Managing Director and CEO, Jindal Steel and Power Limited. Mr. M.V. Subba Rao, Chairman cum Managing Director, KIOCL, Kudremukh Iron Ore Company Limited. Dr. Anrin Bhattacharya, CEO, Recycron, Austria. Mr. Ravi Singh, CEO, Sulb, Bahrain. Mr. D. Ravichander, Whole-Time Director, Monet Ispat and Energy Limited. Mr. Matthias Moritz, who I also call Uncle Moritz, Sales Director, Metallurgy, Almond Forder Technique GmbH. Mr. Shabboshachi Bandyopadhyay, CTO, Big River Steel, USA. Mr. Reinhard Redl, Head of Sales, Agglomeration Technologies of Primetals Technologies. Mr. Dipender Kashiva, Executive Director, Sponge Iron Manufacturers Association. Mr. Kamal Agarwal, Honorary Secretary General, All India Induction Furnace Association. Mr. Deepak Bhatnagar, Secretary General, Pellet Manufacturers Association of India. Mr. N.C. Mathur, Independent Director of Jindal Stainless, former President of ISSDA and former Chairman, Steel Furnace Association of India. Mr. Vivek Adukia, Chairman, Steel Rolling Mills Association of India, Vice President, WBSIMA. Dr. Mukesh Kumar, Director, SRTMI. Mr. A.S. Prasad, Deputy Executive Director, Odisha Asset ArcelorMittal, Nippon Steel India. Mr. Bhavesh Babaria, Head Technical Applications, ATS Techno Private Limited. Mr. Ashton Hedrick, Sales Engineer, Danelli Centro Metallics. Dr. Shaumin Sinha, Director of QA, QC and NPD, Calderys India Refractories Limited. Mr. Shubhrata Mitra, ex-Joint Managing Director, MN Dastur and Co. Limited. Dr. Sailesh Makadia, CMD and Founder, Radhe Group of Energy. Ms. Namrata Lodhia, Managing Director, 10X General Trading, Dubai. And once again, thanks to all the sponsors. And just we have had a last minute addition to our list of panelists today, Mr. Prem Shankar, VP of Abul Khair. So thank you all for joining us today. And our moderator for today's discussion will be Mr. Nirmalya Mukherjee, my father, editor, Steel and Metallurgy. Now, since we have a lot of speakers today, I would request you all to try to keep your address within the 8 to 10 minutes time frame so that we get to hear from all the speakers in our panel. And I would now request Mr. Nirmalya Mukherjee to take it over from here.
Thank you so much. Am I audible?
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Okay. So we will begin today's session with the welcome address by our co-organizer, Joint Plant Committee. As you know, Joint Plant Committee is a body constituted by Government of India, primarily right now to look after the promotion of steel and activities related to the industry. So I would like to request Mr. Ranjan Bandyopadhyay, the CEO and Executive Secretary of Joint Plant Committee, to take over and address with his welcome address.
Good evening, Sri Naveen Jindal ji, Sri V.R. Sharma ji, Sri Subba Rao Sahab, then Sri Kashiva Sahab, Kamal Agarwal Sahab. Just I have a call from Rashika ma'am. Can I take it? Just.
Please take it, yeah.
Yes, of course.
Ma'am. Ma'am.
Okay, in the meantime, may I request Mr. Moritz to just mention about how hot DRI transportation could save our DRI costs?
Of course, I can do this. I have prepared a small presentation, a PowerPoint presentation, but I can make it also short and crispy. So the majority of the audience may already have heard about the Almond Group and our involvement in handling hot and chemical reactive biomaterials such as DRI. So we have supplied in the last 15 years almost in all greenfield plant a so-called hot charging system to link an iron making unit with the steel making melt shop. As you know, the steel production is still on a growth, even with this economic crisis and the COVID-19 situation. And in the last or past 5 years, we saw an increase in supply and use of pig iron, DRI, HBI in the EAF. So this is just to confirm also the statements of my pre-speakers. So DRI is not only a scrap substitute, but rather also a source of clean iron units. The DRI, everybody knows, is high of ferrous iron, low residue metallics, and is able to supply very high-end iron steel products. The good thing is also DRI is shipped in usually as cold DRI, but in integrated DRI and EAF routes, such, of course, is already, like for instance, given in India at GSBL in Angul, Mr. Sharma, Mr. Navin Chindal, they use already our system. Also in GSW, Toranagalu, you can also charge the DRI directly to the electric arc furnace. We as Almond Group understand us more as the link, the supply of a link between various metallurgical processes. As you may also know as professionals, the biggest problems or downtime sources are not coming from the metallurgical core processes. They usually work like a dinosaur, but it's mostly the nitty-gritties are lying in the material handling equipment you use. So they can create a big headache. And we are proud that we have developed in the recent years and decades reliable equipment to link these metallurgical processes to be able to run without any redundancy 24/7 operations. So our more or less state-of-the-art equipment is the supply of a hot charging conveyor, which is linking a Mitrex shaft furnace with the adjacent electric arc furnace melt shop, where we feed hot DRI continuously with a temperature of 600 degrees under heat insulation conditions and inert shrouded ambience in a way into the electric arc furnace that we can save a lot of energy. So we keep the hot DRI still hot, and we try to avoid with our inert shrouded system to avoid any exotherm reactions. Thus, the results are, of course, given later in the operational benefits. Of course, we can have this also when a DR furnace, shaft furnace, is distance more than 200 meters. We are also possible to carry this by trucks and then put it on an Almond hot DRI stand and feed then from movable bins, charge bins, directly the EAF into the electric arc furnace. And even to make, maybe to increase the picture, we have also increased our market share, meanwhile, in the last couple of years in supplying HBI smooth cooling systems in Russia at the Lebedynsky GOG, in the new HBI plants have been built in the United States at First Alpine, Texas, or in this Cleveland Cliffs plant in Lake Erie. So we became state-of-the-art in handling the HBI very smooth and contribute to the product stability. Coming just to my last input, some results. which are really facts, not just an invention. With hot charging, the DRI in the electric arc furnace, you definitely increase your productivity up to 20%. You also have a high saving potential. You can raise in electrode savings up to 0.5 to 0.6 kilogram per ton of liquid steel. Also the power savings, which have also definitely an effect of decarbonization and green ecological benefits. So the power saving can be up to 120 to 140 kilowatt hours per ton of liquid steel if you charge hot. And thus there is savings up to $10 per ton of tapping weight. So we have been informed also by Mitrex, I use their source, that easily 50 to 60 million US dollars per ton can be saved in comparison to cold charging. We have started our first system to supply at Hadid Steel in Saudi Arabia. But then, of course, we are also proud, and this is really an honor to say this, that as well as to Angul, GSPL, as well as to GSW, we could supply through our cooperation partners, Mitrex and Prime Metals, our systems, which run under really tough conditions, but they are already available in India. And finally, of course, we also supply equipment for handling hot pellets and pelletizing plants, extraction machines, vertical elevations. So we are all over in these pelletizing plants to add value. We have supplied, I think, also to in Visakhapatnam, we have supplied an extended cooling line. When the annular cooler is running out of capacity, we can solve problems. We can help the clients to extend the cooling zone, very smart, where we suck air through the, let me say, holes of the conveyor, through the layers of the pellets, and add value to the operational results of our clients. So this is my short input, and hopefully we can have contact sooner or later in your great country.
Thank you so much, Uncle Moritz. So with that, I'll just come over to Reinhard. Are you there? Reinhard, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes, I can hear you. Hello.
Yeah, Reinhard, if you could add a little bit on circular pelletizing technology and the benefits of the pelletizing technology that we could avail of.
Yeah, the good news is that the circular pelletizing technology is now under hot commissioning, or hot commissioning is to be started very soon. Unfortunately, the COVID-19 pandemic has had the consequence that our people had to go back to Austria, and we are waiting now to get back to India. But the plant has now been ready for hot commissioning, and we are really looking forward that this will take place quite soon. In principle, the circular pelletizing technology is a huge chance for India, in particular for small sector clients who can invest in pelletizing plant and to have the advantage of low-cost Western technology based on the process stream of the straight grade technology. But Prime Metals, coming also to the point which the co-speakers already mentioned, is not only in pelletizing but also in DR, as Matthias Moritz said, and in EAF, steelmaking, and all other technologies, very present not only in the market but also in the global market. And we see in particular in the DR business that a lot of movement is there, a lot of developments are there, a lot of research is there in order to improve the fuel, in order to improve the consumption figures, and in order to improve the greenhouse or reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. So Prime Metals is a very good partner for all these technologies, and we are also looking forward to have more contacts in India. Unfortunately, the contact to the Indian customers has been reduced in the recent past a little bit, but our office in Kolkata is very active in order to get new contacts, new project developments together with Indian customers, and we are also very interested and looking forward to get more back again to India. This is so in principle all I wanted to address in this place.
Thank you so much, Reinhard. Is Ashton there? Okay, Ashton is working for it. Okay, with that, let us come back to the welcome address of Mr. Ranjan Bandyopadhyay. Mr. Bandyopadhyay, if you go
Sorry, first of all, because there is a call from the chairman and there is a requirement of data. So just I have to bear with me. Now, what I am telling that, first of all, JPC is honored to have the privilege to welcome you heartily at this webinar. And I am thankful to Mr. Mukherjee because for giving me a chance to this webinar as a welcome address. And the topic which is chosen rightly at the time where there is the industry situation is very bad shape. As you know, that there is a COVID pandemic and we have a huge potential or say forecast for the next 10 years. As all of you know that in the National Steel Policy, we have a projected production for this sponge iron 80 million ton. Now, at present, we have a 37 million with the world largest producers. Presently, we have the capacity of 48 million and around 78% utilization we are doing at present. So if we want to produce 80 million ton by 2030-31, and with the same utilization like 78 or 80%, so another 52 to 53 million capacity addition will be there in the sponge iron segment. Similarly, in the crude steel also, we have a projection of 300 million ton capacity by 2030-31. But as you know, presently that situation of this electric route versus BOF route is around 55-45%. And this percentage has not, last 5 years, not grown so much. It is around, say, 69 to 71%. There is a growth of this utilization. And for BOF route, from 81 to 85% utilization increase. But last 5 years, we have added the crude steel production around 20 million ton. Interesting things is that out of 20 million, we have added 10 million in BOF route and 10 million in electric furnace. So almost 50-50. But in sponge iron, very interesting thing is that, one thing, that 5 million ton capacity addition is there in the last 5 years. But we have a utilization increase is from 52% to 78%. It means 26% utilization has increased during the last 5 years. So this is very interesting in the sponge iron sector as we are growing, and second, as you all of you, we are discussing that the secondary sector will be the best sector for the coming years as it is a less steel intensive capital investment. So the topic what we have chosen or what we will discuss, all esteemed panelists is there, they will discuss in details. As far as from the data point of view, we can say that with the pellet is also the same with the 84% utilization. So if this, all the secondaries, this in routes, that is electric route or whatever maybe the others area, we can say that there is a huge growth opportunity is there. But at the same time, we have a lot of challenges at the same time. As far as demand is concerned, as far as technology and other things are issues. So we'll discuss in details. So again, I welcome to all of you, all the participants for sparing their valuable time for me. And I take this opportunity to thank you all and honorable ministers also who will join, say 6:30, what I understood. And I wish a very fruitful and productive webinar. And That's from my JPC. Over to Mr. Mukherjee.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bandyopadhyay. Thank you so much. Really, I appreciate how JPC is coming forward to help us for all our events and webinars that we are doing. And special thanks to Mr. Bandyopadhyay for his special initiative in carrying this forward. Since the minister has still not reached, I mean, what I understand, he may have just landed in Delhi because the flight was diverted to Chandigarh, and from Chandigarh he may have just landed. So, but the phone of private secretaries and APS is still not reachable. So, understandably, he may have just landed. So, with that, we'll have to wait for the minister for him to join us. But we have our Naveenji, who is the icon of the industry, the person who speaks for the industry itself. When Naveenji talks, the DRI industry talks. So, having said that, may I now request our special and respected guest, Sri Naveen Jindal, to address us this afternoon. Naveenji, please.
Okay. Yeah. Good evening, everyone. So it's really like I was enjoying, listening to everyone, and because they're very knowledgeable people on the panel, and who have joined this webinar. So I can only share our experiences of running the DRI plant, the coal gasification plant. So obviously it has been very challenging, and but now, like as our MD, Mr. VR Sharma said, that now we see light at the end of the tunnel, and we are confident that we are going to be, along with the coke oven gas and with the syngas, because the availability of coal has improved. So we are, now we are operating the coal gasification and the DRI plant. So obviously it was a dream that Angul plant would only be based on Swadeshi raw materials, on Indian raw materials. But that dream got shattered in 2014 when Supreme Court cancelled all the coal blocks. That's when we started to set up India's largest blast furnace, sinter plant, coke oven, the traditional way. So the proven path. So a lot is said. A lot of you said that that we are the we are the pioneers. So being a pioneer sometimes costs you very, very heavily. Okay, so for us, our experience was very, very challenging, because after having invested more than $4 billion US, more than say around 28,000 crores in this steel plant facilities, because of coal gasification, the DRI plant, a very large oxygen plant, very large power plant. So there is huge capital investment. It's much more than if we had just gone in for blast furnace. And obviously any new technology does take its time to stabilize and everything. So I would not, so people have to wait for us to be successful. So I would not encourage others to venture into this. So they must see first, once we're able to do it and run it successfully, then yes, then I think this would be a great way to produce steel, because I definitely feel that India, having the 4th largest reserves of coal in the world, there is no reason why we should be importing any non-coking coal. Secondly, coal gasification, like our Prime Minister says, we must encourage that. Why encourage coal gasification? Because presently, more than 70% of coal is going in just for power generation. Whereas power or electricity, we can generate through renewable means. We are seeing every day that solar power is becoming cheaper every day. Solar power is becoming cheaper. Then wind energy, hydro energy, nuclear. So all these, are going to become cheaper. So there is no need to burn coal, because obviously when we do burn coal, we also produce a lot of carbon dioxide. So when we are using non-coking coal to make syngas, we are making steel with it. We are using the chemical energy of the coal or the syngas, which is H2CO. So we are not just burning the coal, we are using the chemical energy, hydrogen and carbon monoxide, reacting it with iron ore, Fe2O3 in our case, and then making DRI. Making DRI, charging it hot through almond conveyor, which Mr. Moritz was talking about. And then using electricity to melt it in the electric arc furnace. So that was our plan. So it is functional now. I hope in the next few months we are able to ramp it up to 100% capacity, because Midrex plants, they are, most of them are famous for exceeding their capacity. At Oman, it was a 1.5 million ton plant, but now we are targeting to produce 1.8 millions in it. So similarly, this was originally a 1.8 million ton DRI module, but we are confident that we are going to exceed 2 million tons in this. So DRI and pellets also, earlier they used to be, now switching to pellet manufacture. So India has so much of iron ore, and most of the iron ore happens to be in fines configuration. So earlier we were only using lumps. So now it's very heartening to see that so many pellet plants have come up all over the country. So many sinter plants have come up. And now all the large steel companies, they are going to set up slurry pipelines, transport slurry, which is a very environment-friendly way to transport of iron ore, and then make pellets, because pellet making is also more environment-friendly than sinter making. And then we could use pellets either in blast furnace or DRI plants. So DRI plants, one also has to see that integrated steel plants, which have coke oven batteries, which have coke oven gas, how to utilize the coke oven gas to produce DRI. So one could say run 100% on coke oven gas. You could convert coke oven gas to syngas and then use it in this vertical shaft furnaces, whether it's Midrex or it is HYL. So there are many of them who make this. So with these thoughts, I would be very happy if anyone has any questions. I'll be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Navinji. Thank you so much. And, your speech is always inspiring for the industry. At the same time, you had a word of caution for people who are not prepared to take it over, but that's well taken, sir. With that, may I request if anyone who has a question? First of all, I'll start with Bhattacharji. Bhattacharji, do you have a question? Chaliye Bhattacharji, aap puchiye. Please go ahead.
My simple question to Mr. Naveen Jindal, he has very rightly said that pellets should be encouraged over sinter for many reasons. I don't want to go into it. There is a very famous chart made by the World Steel Dynamics that the sulfur dioxide, NOx, SPM and all is much lower in pelletization as compared to sintering. Now my question is, I don't know, because he's been interacting with top people in the steel industry. Somehow there is a confusion in the government and the Ministry of Steel that pellets is part of iron ore. Now this is some kind of a fallacy which I just want to know from Mr. Naveen Jindal. Why has this been created? That everybody thinks that pellet is nothing but iron ore. So when we talk to Madam Steel Ministry officers, railway officers, they say, "Bhai, aap kuch bhi boliye, iron ore or pellet ek hi cheez hai." My humble thing is that how do we kind of convince the steel ministry iron ore should be treated as a mineral, pellet should be treated as a value added manufacturing process. So this is a little bit of quandary, which as a retired metallurgist from SAIL and all, I keep asking myself, since Naveen Saab has raised such a brilliant point on pelletization, I thought he can share with me or all of us, how do we solve this problem? Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Bhatnagar, you have raised a very valid point. Obviously, I completely agree with you that in pellet making, we are using fines a lot of time. People are also beneficiating the low grade fines and making a higher grade or a concentrate and then making pellets. So government has been encouraging pellet production and and also discouraging export of iron ore fines. That's why iron ore fines export attracts customs duty, whereas export duty, whereas export of pellets does not have any duty. So at the same time, so I am for the one that railways must give preference for export of pellets rather than export of iron ore fines. So there has to be a preference given to pellets. But yes, it is unfortunate that when we speak in the railways or the ministry, they do equate iron ore fines and pellets. So whereas it is obviously it's a separate, it's a value added product. There's so much of investment that goes into making of pellets. So many more people get employed. So we have to, we have to do a better job at explaining ourselves. So I'm sure if we explain our point of view and people are shown pellets and iron ore, that what is the difference, and how much investment has gone into these kind of pellet plants. So I think it's very important that we have to make more efforts in educating people. And I'm sure, in India, everything, it takes a long time to do each and everything in India. So I'm sure with time and effort, with all-round effort and support of everyone, I'm sure they will realize this and we'll be able to convince them. Thank you.
Thank you for your encouraging words, sir. Thank you. We'll do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Naveenji. Andrin, Dr. Andrin Bhattacharya, Andrin, do you have a question for Naveenji?
It's a long time. It's good to see Mr. Jindal for a long time. And of course, we have been interacting from the last years, and I will not prefer to discuss this platform, but I will only say, Mr. Jindal, that he is doing a brilliant job for the encouragement and for the steel industry for India. Along with him, he and Mr. Sharma. And this is something we will just like to see what happens, and the discussions we would like to do offline. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrin. Thank you, Andrin. Kashivaji, you interact, Naveenji has been heading your association for quite some time. So Kashivaji, I used to interact a lot with you when you were in the ministry, and these were issues you were looking for the other side of the spectrum. Now, as a representative of the association, what are your views which you would like to share?
His cautious approach has been to see Mr. Kashwa is responsible to drag me into this mess. So I'm very happy that now the plant is going to attain the full capacity and will be a path breaker to the entire world. I just convey my best wishes to him for the success of this new technology, which will be motivated to many other DRI producers. I don't have a questions. I just wanted to congratulate him.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kashivaji. Dr. Mukesh Kumar, आप नवीन जी के लिए दो चार शब्द कुछ या कोई सवाल?
नहीं, because only I can say कि Naveen ji is the flag bearer, what you told, and he has shown कि he has taken a very, very big risk. But it is very unfortunate that 2014 something went wrong. But I think things always get corrected. And today I think that time is coming when everybody will remember his contribution in the field of this thing, DRI and iron and steel making, because this is the only first plant in the world. What I say, it is the first plant in the world which is based on the coal gasification technology. And someone was there who could take that risk and could move forward. And that will become a roadmap for India in time to come. So I must congratulate him for his bold decision and looking the future in advance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mukesh Kumarji. And Mukesh Kumarji always has lots of new ideas. He always keeps encouraging us at every forum where important people are there. He raises the issue of, for coal gasification, for DRI making, and he's a technocrat, he's a technologist who is who has an innovative bent of mind. So always whatever latest is happening in these fields, he keeps himself up to date with those. So thank you, Dr. Mukesh Kumar, for all your support always.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Mukesh Kumar. Naveenji, whenever we all speak about Naveenji, one thing goes without saying. He thinks ahead of time, and his stand always gets vindicated at the end of the day. When all these issue on coal came up, today when an ex-retired judge gives a judgment saying it was wrong, his stand, today stands vindicated that Naveenji was always in the right. And I stand by that statement. And I would say today Naveenji must be praised for whatever he has contributed towards nation. Having said that, I will just like to request you to stay put till Mr. V.R. Sharma starts speaking, because I have just a WhatsApp message which came in from Mr. Dubey, PS to the Minister. Minister is on the runway right now. So as soon as he gets into the car, he will speak to us from his car itself. So let's request Mr. V.R. Sharma to carry on with his address. If by any chance the Minister joins, we'll ask the Minister to wait for a couple of minutes before we take him in. Mr. V.R. Sharma, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Nirmala. Though I have already spoken a lot on this subject, I would rather request our colleagues and audience, those who are listening me, in case they have some question, they can ask and I will reply. But of course, the challenging time we are passing through with, and the entire industry is passing through a very challenging time. And we have to see that how more and more investments they can come to India, so that we can make India to a level of 300 million ton steel manufacturing hub. And the steel drives the economy as the oil, and so is the power. So out of the three, today in JSPL, we are all three. Like we produce coal to gas, it is again energy. We produce power, so that is again energy. We produce steel, that is again a driver to run the economy. So I think things are better, but country needs a lot of investments in terms of steel making, and unless these investments are encouraged and a very congenial atmosphere at each level is done, the 300 million targets will be difficult to achieve. So a great and paradigm shift is required in the minds of policymakers, bankers, investment banking people, and government may have to come the old era of financial institutions which used to be there, like earlier 25-30 years back. We had IFCI, we had ICICI, and we had IDBI. A similar kind of financial institution is required only for steel, so that we can reach to 300 million ton capacities. And once the steel is there, then downstream industry will also flourish. And steel at an affordable price is the demand of the day. And all of us must try to reduce our cost. And to reduce the cost, the most important factor is the minerals cost, coal cost, and of course the logistic cost. Therefore, yesterday we have been interacting with the Honorable Minister, Mr. Kulaste, that logistic cost, how to reduce the logistic cost. To produce steel, we need at least 4 times of the raw materials to produce 1 ton of steel. So like today, when we are in Angul or Odisha, wherever, so we incur about 4,000 rupees per ton to produce 1 ton of steel, and then we need another 3,000 rupees to transport it back to the customer. So total becomes 7,000 rupees. A product which is having 30 rupees a kilo or 30,000 rupees a kilo, and you incur 7,000 rupees as a freight, that is too much, just too much. So 22%, 23% is the freight cost. And we are just running the trucks and trains to meet out this particular demand. So I think the cost of freights are to be reduced. More and more slurry pipelines should be laid, and the issues related to NGT, related to some of the environmental the groups, they are to be resolved faster, and government must give subsidy that is called like CO2 reduction or elimination subsidy if somebody is interested in putting away a slurry pipeline. Because when you put a slurry pipeline, like in Angul, we need a slurry pipeline about 20 million ton of slurry. And if 20 million ton we have to transport by trains and by trucks, imagine how much of CO2 will be emitting in the atmosphere, either by way of electricity or by way of diesel burning as a fuel. So if government has to compensate all those CO2 reduction points where all such kind of pipelines projects should be incentivized, at least 50% cost of the slurry pipeline should be borne by Government of India, and this will reduce the traffic on the street. This will reduce traffic on railway lines, and this will reduce the chances of more and more accidents happening every day, and this will also reduce the cost of raw material carrying from mines or from ports to different plants. So a grid of pipelines should be encouraged by Government of India. So, you know, there are so many points we can discuss. We can carry on discussions for long, but I would request my friends, if there are some questions, they may ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharma Sahab. Any question for Sharma Sahab right now? Any question from? Yes.
Nirmala, if I may ask Sharma ji.
Please, please.
Sharma ji, namaskar. Couple of fantastic points. One of them is about the recycle economy that you talked about, and you also talked about paradigm shift. So I'm interested to hear your views about how India and the industry in India is going to handle and the shift to 300 million tons, and in perspective of scrap. In my understanding that the scrap arrangements or the scrap management in India still needs a lot of attention. So how do you view that?
Yes, you're right. I agree with you that today reaching 300 million ton is a very tough task because whenever we speak about steel plants, we always think for the blast furnace and the small DRI kilns, coal-based DRI kilns. They are so small, even 50 ton per hour of DRI kilns are working in the country. 50 ton, 100 ton, 200 ton, 300 ton, maximum 500 ton, or now few kilns have come with 550 or 600 tons capacity. So these are very small capacities, and the economy of scales do not allow them to survive. So that is one big reason. And because of the char formation, because of the Fe metallic is less than 80%, sometimes 78 or 77%. So they are unable to compete in cost of steel making. So the best is JSPL has shown and demonstrated technology to put up a plant of 250 tons per hour. I think is mini modules, not mega, like 0.6 million ton each or 0.8 million ton each, of DRI, go back with the coal gas gasification, they should come. Secondly, the DRI coupled with with scrap and a little bit of pig iron. I mean, that should be encouraged. Like in Bangladesh, many companies are doing now. They are buying pig iron, they are buying scrap, and they are buying HBI. A combination of all these three is a very unique combination where the cost of production is also controlled and the yield is also better. So I think such kind of facilities should be developed in India, and the steel should not be a product of 3 or 4 states like Odisha, Jharkhand, Bihar, Chhattisgarh, or Madhya Pradesh. The steel should be a commodity to be produced from Jammu and Kashmir to Kanyakumari, and for that, the only mantra is to bring down the cost of electricity. So if we can bring down the cost of electricity, we can achieve it. Today, India imports about 10 to 11 million ton of scrap. The domestic scrap is only 2.5 million ton. So India needs at least 25 million ton of scrap in times to come, and India needs at least 120 million ton of additional DRI to reach to this particular level of 300 million ton. And the coal, the dependence on coking coal should be eliminated, not only minimized, should be eliminated, because the worldwide, the coal producers, the coal miners, the coking coal producers, they always speak that there should be a coal cess, carbon cess, and the India is polluting the whole world, and there is a lot of CO2 India is generating. But from where is the origin? The origin is Australia. The coking coal is from Australia. The origin is New Zealand. The origin is America. The origin is Russia. The origin is Colombia. The origin is South Africa. We all are bringing their coal into India, and we are converting this coal through coke and then finally to blast furnaces. So my view is that we should stop all these things. We must enter into an era where only DRI, Swadeshi coal, Swadeshi iron ore, Indian coal, Indian iron ore, and finally a little bit of scrap which we can import. But in times to come, India will generate its own scrap. And once we have 25 to 30 million ton of scrap capacities, either imported or Indian, and 120 million ton of DRI, then things will change. The entire country will change. This is my view.
Thank you, Sharmaji.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma. Thank you, Sharmaji. Well, with that, I think we'll move forward from Sharmaji to our next speaker is Andrin, right? Ankit, next speaker is Andrin.
Next, we have Mr. M.V. Subbarao, Chairman, Commanding of KIOCR.
Yeah, Mr. Subbarao, again, someone who is very close to me, whom I have known for quite some time. He was there for our last conference in Calcutta, and I have always it's always a pleasure interacting with you, Mr. Subbarao, and it's a pleasure welcoming you once again. Mr. Subbarao is the Chairman cum Managing Director of Kudremukh Iron Ore Company Limited, KIOCL. Request Mr. Subbarao to take over, please. And Ankit, can you take it over from me right now? I'll take a break for 10 minutes.
Yes, absolutely.
Good evening to everybody. Respectedly, Naveen Jindalji, panelists and participants. It is an honor and great pleasure to participate in today's webinar on DRI, pelletization and scrap for EAF, EAF steelmaking, and to share my views with all of you. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate Steel and Metals for organizing the web conference and making it a platform to deliberate various issues related to DRI, pelletization, and scrap for EAF and industrial furnace in steel making. This conference will be a knowledge enriching session for all participants to interact and dig deep into key issues and explore areas of new opportunities. As you are aware, steel industry plays a major role in improving the economy of any nation, as it involves investment, employment generation, social and economic development, revenue earnings, etc. It's been a partner in India's development journey since 1900 and continue to shape the growth story of the country. India is in a transforming stage to become $5 trillion economy by year 2024-25. With the new challenges, opportunities for which Government of India is continuously updating policies, fostering the decision making to support the industry, which will drive long-term sustainable growth. The experts opine that there should be at least 9% growth in economy in a sustained way for the next 5 to 6 years to achieve the targets. Despite economic distress caused by COVID-19, it is believed that the government is encouraging MSMEs to play a significant role to go global and ensure a contribution of at least $2 trillion comes from MSME sector itself. India has emerged as second largest producer of crude steel and third largest consumer of steel and largest producer of sponge iron. Currently, India is producing almost 50% of steel through only secondary route. Production of steel through secondary route is getting more and more importance as it requires only very less investment, faster project implementation period, technically low skilled manpower, and can be established in proximity to markets. The construction sector consumes about 50% of steel produced in India, which could be met easily through this sector itself. As per National Steel Policy 2017, government aims to create a domestic steel production capacity of 300 million tons, crude steel of 255 million tons, and a robust finished steel per capita consumption of 158 kg by 2030-31 for inclusive growth. Government is already working on multi-modal infrastructure projects like Bharatmala, Sagarmala, dedicated freight corridor in logistics sector, which will benefit the steel industry in reducing logistic cost. Initiatives taken by the government such as Make in India, Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, National Solar Mission, PM Ujjwal Yojana, Udan, National Gas Grid, Amrut, Atmanirbhar Bharat will be demand drivers for the growth of steel industry in the coming days. Government is also focusing on the impediments such as high input costs, import dependency, availability of raw material, and financial stress that are plugging the steel sector. Impetus is also given to gas-based steel plants and technologies such as electric furnaces, EAF, to bring down the use of coking coal in blast furnace in order to cut down reliance on expensive import of coking coal. Coming to DRI industry, DRI has emerged as quality supplement in place of scrap among steel making companies. Increasing steel production capacities, heightened awareness about carbon dioxide emission, and accelerating demand for high quality steel from end users continue to drive DRI consumption in steel making. Demand for DRI is projected to increase 80 million tons with installed capacity of 114 million tons, in which 30% through gas-based route in the coming days as per the NSP 2017. Feedstock of DRI can be iron ore pellets or lumps. As per NSP 2017, emphasis is led to use more pellets which are produced by utilizing of low-grade fines through beneficiation. To achieve the above targets, at least 63% of DRI to be used in arc furnace and 80% of DRI to be used in industrial furnace. Coming to coal base, in India, if you see that Sponge India Limited, it is first sponge plant in India, started as a pellet plant to test the low-grade iron ore. The DRI industry in India started initially to convert low-grade iron ore to the non-coking coal. In that case, if you see still in the 1980s, they did a lot of tests. Up to 1985, there was no progress. In the 90s, a lot of growth taken place in the coal-based sponge industry. At the same time, gas-based also entered into the market. Gas-based like SR Steels, Vikram Ispat, and those days Ispat Industries, they started this unit because of that time gas was available at very low cost. But if you see that the DRI industry in India is going to play a major role in the coming days. Further, the main advantage of DRI is having a known chemistry with low tramp elements. At the beginning of sponge introduction in the industry, that time tramp elements. Tramp elements play a major role in making alloy steels. And the DRI using in arc furnace helps to make a foamy slag and also reduces electrode and refractory consumption. In case of industrial furnace, usage of DRI improves ingot chemistry and its ability to produce best quality TMT. We see most of the merchant DRI plants in South India has been closed down due to closure of secondary steel plants, especially in Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, and Kerala. And of course, severe competition from integrated steel plants and also high cost of iron ore and coal. However, DRI plants in places like East, West, North are doing very well due to logistical advantages, abundant availability of iron ore, limestone, coal, and most of the plants are integrated with the steel making facilities also. Shortage of scrap always drive the demand for DRI. However, merchant DRI plants must go for forward integration for long-term sustainability and use more pellets for improved productivity and reduce the emission. In the case of pellets, pellet industry in India started as an export-oriented industry and surviving on export market till now. Government of India has given more concessions to pellet industry for import of machinery and also made provisions in NSP 2017 to encourage the industry as it is highly capital intensive. The present production capacity of pellet around 90 million tons. During last financial year, production of around 69 million tons. That means around 70% of capacity utilization. During the last 5 years, the export of pellets increased from almost 1 million ton to 12.5 million tons. Of course, imports are very, very meager. And pellet being a substitute for iron ore, the demand always depends upon the steel prices, global economy, import-export policies, etc. So the pellet demand is derived demand, and there is no projected demand unless government supports through policy framework. Like European steel mills, steel plants in India should shift to 100% pellets for not only improving productivity, but also to reduce air pollution. However, I suggest Indian pellet industry, which is having surplus capacity, should concentrate more on innovative ideas, that is, to shift to flux pellets for blast furnace charge, acid pellets to coal-based sponge industries, and DR grade with low abrasive, high CCS, low gang to meet the demand of gas-based DRI. Overall, it reduces the dependency on the export market. As on today, without export market, Indian pellet industry, it is very difficult to meet 100% capacity utilization. Coming to scrap, second steel sector in India emerged to use low-cost scrap and low-cost power available in those days. If you remember, I remember 1980 to 90, so many arc furnaces all over the world. Of course, in India also, in Hyderabad, in Tamil Nadu, in Karnataka, everywhere arc furnace. Today, if you see, all plants closed down because of high cost of power. But later on, the industry shifted slowly to use more DRI and of course power also. Power and scrap both are very expensive for the steel making. However, in India, is still meeting the most of scrap required for imports only, and India became second biggest import from Turkey. Once the national scrap policy comes into effect, implementation, most of the scrap would be generated domestically, which give a big push to new steel plants, which are scrap based. The plants will be environment friendly, energy efficient, can produce high grade alloy steels. Though times are tough, the challenges before the Indian steel industry are serious and needs immediate attention. Rising prices of key raw materials like iron ore and coking coal, inflation pressure, season for fall in demand in different sectors are some of the threats. However, the initiative taken by the government of India, like facilitating capacity addition through integrated steel hubs, providing raw material security, increasing domestic steel usage, especially in rural areas, various controls on steel imports will help to make the second steel sector stronger. Finally, I thank the organizers, participants for giving this opportunity. I wish everyone to be safe and follow all preventive measures as per directions given by the government of India. Namaste.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rao. Do we have any questions from the panelists? Mr. Bhatnagar, would you like to ask something?
No, thank you.
Anyone else from the panel?
Mr. Bhatnagar is my colleague, no?
Anyone else from the panel would like to ask something? Okay, so we have a question from the attendees. Sir, could you please introduce yourself and continue with your question? Mr. Shen, can you hear me? Okay, I think he's not able to connect. So in that case, we will now move on to our next speaker. So next we have Dr. Henrin Bhattacharya, CEO of Refractory, Austria, and who has also sponsored our event. He's one of our main sponsors for today's event. So Dr. Henrin Bhattacharya, I would request you to please take it over from here.
Thanks a lot, Ankit. Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. So first of all, it is like a gathering of so many brilliant people and so many decision makers. And this is what a conference have to be. And everyone with one common goal, making the steel industry a little somewhat better in this whole world. Now, of course, when we talk about 300 million tons per annum in the next 10 years, sometimes it might seem, yes, it's a little bit far-fetched target. But the point is, yes, why not? Why not try? If we can make instead of 300, 240 million tons, that's not a bad thing. Because we have to think in this way that being in Europe, I take the risk to say that Europe will not be in the future is the best place to make steel in bulk quantity. So somebody, because you have seen in Europe, in several other parts of the world, more and more steel plants are getting idled. And that means a great chance for India to make it, to take it from them. So of course, this is something India has to bridge this vacuum in coming years. And of course, coming back to the particular topic of today's conference, which is pelletization, DRI, and scrap for electric arc furnace and induction arc furnace. I have seen so many people from the pelletization industry here. And something in my opinion, in India, we haven't exploited is the humongous deposit of magnetite in India. And of course, if you look at a company like LKAB in Sweden, produces approximately 24 million tons of magnetite fines per year to make pellet out of it. And their pellet has, not only LKAB, there are some smaller companies, and their pellet has more than 69% iron inside it. So the biggest challenge here is, of course, the extraction and purification and the beneficiation of magnetite. But magnetite has also a lot of advantages, like when you make pellet from magnetite by firing. Pelletization of magnetite is an exothermic reaction, so you don't need a lot of fuel to inside. You can save a lot of carbon inside. And of course, if you have a high iron content pellets, high iron content ore, your process will be much more effective. So in terms of optimization, since some of our colleagues, especially from Jindal, they are JSPL, people of Jindal have lobbied very effectively for the coal blocks. Maybe in the future, we can try to promote magnetite mining to make pellet out of it. The technology, we can provide it. That will be not a very big issue. We are working on it for a long time. And also, if you have titaniferous and vanadiferous magnetite there, you can extract titanium and vanadium as. So that is something is very important in one aspect and the pelletization side. So if we can get access to more and more magnetite, we can make, of course, the iron and steel making industry a better world. And the second thing which I'd like to say is the everlasting war on scrap in India in terms of heavy melting scrap. Of course, India doesn't produce enough scrap and it imports a lot of scrap from outside. But the most important thing is that if you forget about heavy melting scrap, there are several secondary type of scrap which is available from the world at a fraction of a price. Think of the incinerated scrap from Scandinavia. They are ready to offer to India at a price of 180 million tons CFR. Think of beach iron, think of plate iron, think of pig iron lenses, think of tundish scraps. You can get at a price at least 30 to 40% less than normal scrap. And there are no place of using it in Europe, so you can available it much cheaper. So these are the things could be possible for India as an alternative to the HMS high heavy melting scrap industry. And of course, there is, regarding to the DRI side, our coal-based DRI has the very big advantage of low carbon content, because if you're thinking about the DRI or the HBI from the gas-based processes, Midrex, HYL, they have more than 2%, 2.5% carbon, whereas after magnetic separation, the rotary kiln DRI has only 0.1, 0.2% carbon inside them. So that makes it a very lucrative product for certain types of steel melting. And this is a product we need to diversify in some cases, because if we can market it very well beyond our domestic usage, and let's say beyond our neighboring countries, this will have a very good taker from inside it. And based on that, I'd like to say that waste generation and waste recycling in India has always been a problem. And from there, we are dealing in the waste recycling technology for a long time, and we have found out several ways to make DRI out of mill scale, DRI out of blast furnace sludge, DRI out of even, I don't know, tailings. So these are the things would, in my opinion, would be very important if we really want to see a self-sufficient India, not wasting anything, taking the best usage of all of its resources. Thinking of resources, we talk about coal gasification, but we forget about coal bed methane. So coal bed methane is something which is almost wasted. So coal bed, if you can extract the coal bed methane, it is only a mining problem. The technological problem is very similar, like shaft furnace reduction. You can get some gas for almost cheap, almost free gas. So this is more of a joint venture between the mining and steel making companies to get coal bed methane out of the ground. And finally, what I always say, I always follow Mr. V.R. Sharma very keenly on several internet platforms and other things. So this might be a very interesting thing for JSPL not to consider coal gasification only, but also coal bed methane. And finally, regarding upscaling of all these processes, I am a big fan of always making new greenfield projects using brownfield equipment, because there are very well equipment standing in Europe, standing in Russia, almost new. They're just crying, take me, to revive them and to bring it back them India at a fraction of a capex, maybe 20%, 25% capex, which will make the steel industry a lot more competitive. So these are the few thoughts from my side in the case of DRI pelletization and EAF, because if you look at India, no other country in the world makes bulk quality of steel using induction furnace. And for these induction furnaces, apart from the normal heavy melting scrap, you need alternative material, you need secondary scraps, which are available at a fraction of a price. So all at the same time, it comes down to optimization and saving 1 cent in Indian constant 1 paisa where it is possible to make the steel industry more and more competitive. So I won't say much more because there are so many panelists here. And as I always say, I always prefer to listen and answer questions. So that's all from my side. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Bhattacharya. And you kept it very short and concise. And I would now request the panelists to ask some questions if they have any questions for Dr. Bhattacharya. Anyone from the panel?
Yes, I would like to ask a question.
Yes, please.
Mr. Arvind, you have talked about the coal bed methane gas to utilize for making the DRI. We have 3-4 producers of the CVD. Do you think the gas volume and the CVC of the gas is suitable for producing or for operating a mega Midrex or HYL model?
Exactly. If the coal bed methane can be extracted, then the rest is almost the same. It is catalytic cracking and then a gas shaft furnace.
It is a lean gas? Is it suitable for making the DRI?
Yeah. You have to enrich it, and there are some ways. These are technical details. Exactly, you are absolutely right. But if you can think about this way, coal bed methane is, if you can sell it to the market, it is like what voestalpine, the model voestalpine took in Corpus Christi. So their plant only works because they're getting the gas almost at no cost. Now, if you think about the voestalpine model in Corpus Christi, they have their plant in Corpus Christi, they get their pellet from Carayas in Vale, they get almost cheap of gas, and then the whole DRI, whole HBI they make, they ship it back again to Rotterdam, that comes to barges by Linz and Donawitz, and there they charge it in their blast furnace, and they save 400 kilos of coke per ton of HBI they charge, and still the process remains profitable. So this is what intelligent sourcing and intelligent logistics can make. So this is
a new technology. Have you explored the possibility of using the CDM in the rotary kiln, in the existing rotary kiln, because this is available?
You cannot use.
Which has got so many small rotary kilns.
This is of course a possibility, because thinking of using gas in rotary kiln is of course a possibility. The thing it doesn't happen so far, yes, is India doesn't have gas. And if you're using gas, it is always better to make a Midrex or a HYL module instead of a rotary kiln, which has less productivity. But the point is, making DRI using gas in rotary kilns is not so far yet an established project, but it can be turned as a pilot project, and then it could be further away. which is very interesting because we are in contact with a Russian company in Chelyabinsk, and they are thinking to make such a pilot plant, 100 kilo per day, operating gas-based rotary kiln. So I am also working with them. So let's see what happens there also.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Do we have any more questions from the panel?
Can I add one point just? Not a question. Just I wanted to inform you that in India, we have already started coal bed methane and 4 fields. One is from Raniganj South, another is from Raniganj.
Yes.
Those are run by GEEC, Great Eastern Energy Corporation. One is run by SROL. One is run by ONGC, that is there in Jharia. Then one is there from RIL, the Reliance Industrial, so that is in Madhya Pradesh. And more fields are going to be. One of the gas, CBM gas from one field, like from Great Eastern Energy, is being supplied to Steel Authority of India Limited plant, that is at Indian Iron and Steel for this thing. And it is being used in multiple locations. They entered into a long-term agreement also. So slowly and slowly these things are picking up and more fields are going to be auctioned very soon.
Perfect.
Yes, Dr. Mukesh Kumar, yes, I agree with you. Durgapur steel plant is using the CBM gas from Raniganj for reheating furnaces.
Okay. Now, Dr. Kumar, it is very enlightening to know, and maybe the day is not very long that when we can get a industrial scale production of DRI using coal bed methane. As I always, I really like the word that Mr. Ravi Singh said in the beginning, that there is a less creative distraction in the area of iron and steel sector. That's why you cannot attract young people. But also point is that the steel sector has to accommodate these creative distractions, because what we know that steel sector being a capex intensive sector is not open to creative destruction. But if a creative destruction happens, then the profit will be through the roof. So this is all a question of calculated risk and a little bit of guts instead of holding to what we have done for years and years and years. So that's something I really like, this word from Mr. Ravi Singh, the word creative distraction in steel sector. This is my thing.
Thank you. So we can take one more question, and I think we have a question from Mr. Manish Agarwal. Mr. Agarwal, do you have a question for any of the panelists?
Mr. Agarwal, please identify yourself and ask the question. Mr. Manish Agarwal, please. Okay, I don't think he is being able to connect. Okay, may I ask Mr. Headfish to add just a little bit on this? As far as, let's say the modern DRI modules are concerned, have you got an offer from anyone as far as CBM is concerned?
Yes. So first of all, sorry for the delay. I was involved in some kind of meeting, so sorry for this. For today, for you, I have make a small and brief presentation. If you want, I can start sharing it with you. Do you see my screen? Okay, can you confirm me that you see the screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great, perfect. So today I want just to make just a brief presentation regarding energy and technology and what are the benefits that we can have with our technology, special regards for the high carbon DRI and the advantages that the high carbon DRI can give inside the electrical arc furnace. So just for start, I just want to make just a brief introduction of the energy and technology. Then I will start just to make a introduction about the evolution of the steel making during this period and the advantages of the DRI directly inside the inside the electrical furnace. So first of all, I will start saying that the Energiarion technology is a strategic alliance between Danieli and Tenova HYL. This strategic alliance was born in 2006, and gives plant managers the maximum flexibility to in optimizing the procurement strategy related to the raw material inputs. So this is just a brief, just to show you our configuration. Basically, the Nigerian plan is the basic scheme is always the same. The iron ore is converted into metallic iron by means of hot reducing gases that flows countercurrent to the solid material inside the moving bed reactor. This operates at a pressure of approximately 6 bar G. And the characteristic of the Nigerian process allow unmatched performance in terms of product quality, metallization, and metallic yield and productivity. And process scheme is very simple and suitable for processing different energy sources without major changes in the gas circuit. As you can see, we can able to change any type of gases. We can use natural gas. We can use also reformer gas, coke oven gas, syngas, and even hydrogen. Just if we are using hydrogen, a little bit the scheme, the base scheme will change because we will not have the CO2 removal system, but basically it's going to be the same. So generally speaking, in the steelmaking process, it's possible to divide it into routes. One, we have the blast furnace and the basic oxygen furnace route, and the second one is the electrical arc furnace route. The integrated BF-BOF route represents about, let's say, 73%, and compared with the 27% of the electrical arc furnace, where the 22% come from scrap recycling electrical arc furnace, 4% from the gas-based direct reduction electric arc furnace, and 1% is via coal-based direct reduction electric arc furnace. So thanks to the lower environmental impact, the higher flexibility, and lower capex, the share of the electric arc furnace is taking more and more ground with respect to the other route. So there is like a process of transition from one technology to the other. So this is also happening also like in India, as we can see from the graph. The crude steel scenario is significant for the Indian steel. More than 109 million tons have been produced in the 2018. This graph I taken from the World Steel Organization. And the prospective scenario is also that this value will continue to grow. So the EAF can be fed either with scrap, so we can see the benefits if we are using scrap inside the electrical furnace. So the scrap have so many advantages, has the higher metallic iron value and a lower GaN oxide content compared to the DRI. This results in a higher yield of liquid steel from scrap than DRI. Simply speaking, if we have 1 ton of scrap, yields more liquid steel compared to 1 ton of DRI. This will give the secondary steel producers the option of increase the proportion of scrap in their charge mix, thereby reducing the overall metallic raw material cost. But in the other hand, we have other disadvantages. So the weak points of the scrap are like the strong points of the DRI. DRI has no unwanted metallic residuals in composition. The composition is well known. The chemical analysis of DRI is provided by the suppliers. For these reasons, the steel quality can be predicted and finally toned, allowing the electrical furnace to produce the same steel grades of the big integrated factories. The quality of the DRI in terms also of metallization, carbon content can be modulated in accordance to the electrical arc furnace requirements. DRI is a commodity and must fit with the needs of, for sure, of the downstream users. So as the same, the carbon content can be modulated with the energy and technology. In fact, the carbon in the electrical furnace is required to reduce the remaining FeO in the DRI or other oxide residuals that we can have in scrap. So for this reason, when using high percentage of DRI in the metallic charge, the carbon content in the bath has to be set accordingly to the melt shop, and on the contrary, and needs to also to maximize the melt shop productivity. So at this regard, the best solution for reaching the required carbon content inside the electrical arc furnace is feeding the DRI with the desired amount of carbon in the form of combined carbon. Thus, in this way, minimizing the external carbon, the graphite, addition that we usually have in the electrical arc furnace. So this combined carbon in form of cemented is more efficient and completely used in the electric arc furnace. As a matter of fact, just for give you some idea of the numbers, we have a yield of 40% or less in if we are using graphite inside the electric arc furnace. And this is due mainly to the particle blow off and the content of ash and other materials in coal. Instead, the yield of the iron carbide gives us the yield of 100% in the electrical arc furnace. So the Energiron also has the possibility to produce high carbon DRI. Also, the high carbon DRI is more effective than the traditional DRI in terms of stability, yield, energy, efficiency in the electrical furnace. In fact, as we can see, the conversion of the cement into carbon, in iron and carbon, sorry, is an exothermic reaction, which further improves the thermal efficiency in the electrical furnace. So we can decrease the electrical power requirements by around 33 kilowatts per hour per tons of liquid steel per each percentage of carbon. So in other words, it's like we are adding chemical energy to the electrical furnace. So further advantages also are the formation of the foamy slag. We can, in this way, extend the life of the electrodes and the refractories. So in addition, the high iron carbide content contributes to form a kind of shell in the DRI, which helps also to prevent the reoxidation and provided a unique stability characteristic to this product. Further advantages and energy savings that we can have in the electrical furnace can be achieved if we have DRI that is delivered by means of the high temp system. For the ones that don't know what is the high temp system, the high temp system is a pneumatic transport that is able to deliver to the electrical furnace by the pneumatic transport the DRI. It can transport large quantity of material with a high reliability and reliability that is close near to 100%. We have never lost 1 hour of hot DRI production to the high temp system. So to date, we have more than 25 million tons of DRI that have been transported by the 4 high temp systems currently under operation. And most important thing is that thanks to the high temp system, where the hot DRI can reach the electrical furnace at the temperature above 600 degrees, as we are going to see in the next slide I will show you. This is operating data that comes from the Emirates Steel Energiron plant. By charging hot DRI in the electrical furnace, it's possible to decrease the production cost and increase the productivity of the liquid steel. Indeed, operation data from several plants using high temp system are showing that while feeding the electrical furnace with hot DRI, it's possible to save approximately 26 kilowatts hours more of tons per tons of liquid steel more if we are comparing also the high carbon DRI. So for every 100 degrees increase in the DR temperature, we have approximately 26 kilowatts hour per tons of liquid steel saving. So at the same time, the electrical furnace productivity is increased by approximately 5%, and we can reduce also the tap to tap time. So just for make just a brief conclusion, I can say that Energiron direct technologies can provide the minimum energy consumption, high flexibility on the carbon content. We can also reduce CO2 emissions, and we can use the high temperature that is a proprietary equipment for the hot DRI. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hartrich. Any questions?
Nirmala, can I ask one question?
Yes, for sure.
I have a
address you have told, and you have shown that you are using methane gas as a reducing gas.
Sorry?
In your presentation. Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm hearing, but okay, now I'm hearing you. Yes.
I wanted to check one thing.
Yes.
You have shown reaction is taking place between iron oxide and methane, producing iron carbide.
Yes.
It means in your process you don't need any reformer for converting natural gas into carbon monoxide and hydrogen.
No, we don't need it, right? Because in our zero reformer process, we have all the reformer reactions that are are inside the reactor, thanks to the catalytic effect of the metallic iron. That's why.
But in case we have this thing, syngas, and
Yes.
syngas is having carbon monoxide and hydrogen, how it will behave in your process?
It's the same, because our requirement is for reducing the iron ore is CO and hydrogen. So it's typically like if we are having the reformer. So that's why our basic scheme is always without the upstream equipment. In this case, it's going to be the syngas. So we give our requirements to the plant, to the syngas facility in this case, that we produce as the syngas, and only what we need is hydrogen and CO for the reducing gases.
Okay, Ashton, I have a question. I'd
Yes.
like to ask you that can you operate on purely on coke oven gas without without making it gas? Can you operate?
Well, yes.
The energy iron plant on 100% coke oven gas.
The answer is yes. There are some main concerns and some changes that we have to do to the heater. But if we have this exact composition of the coke oven gas, we for sure we can use also the coke oven gas. There are so many clients in this moment coming from China. They're asking us to provide some more information regarding our technology and with the uses of coke oven gas. And so the answer is yes. Yes, we can use it.
Okay, thank you. That's very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Navinji.
Mr.
So we'll move.
Shiva, do you have a question?
Can I ask a question to him?
Yes.
How do you see when the chorus gas from 100% chorus gas, when we can operate a mid-gas module or HYA module, cannot we operate a 100% model based on the coke oven gas as what Mr. Navinji has asked?
So, sorry, so I didn't hear you. So you asked me if we can. Sorry, can you repeat, please?
See, in India, we are
Yes.
making the HBI from using the 100% chorus gas.
Yes.
Why we cannot operate a vertical shaft retort by using the coke oven gas? What are the limitations?
The limitations are inside the composition, some mainly due to the sulfur and some other minor components inside the composition of the gas that can make unavailable this kind of solution. By producing HBI, you have no any problems, any regards, because as you well know, the producing HBI is just by briquetting the hot DRI. So is apart from the gas composition. So for using coke oven gas inside our plants, we have some minor requirements that we have to follow, but generally speaking, yeah, we can accept it.
Okay.
It's a case by case study, however.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you, Ashton. Now,
thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks for the interest generated in energy iron. Well, with that, let's move on to our next speaker, Ravi. Ravi, are you there?
Yes, yes.
Okay, Ravi, please take over. Mr. Ravi Singh, CEO, SUL from Bahrain.
Yeah, so it's a very interesting subject, Nirmalya, and it's a very burning subject, pelletization, DRI, the whole thing up to steel making. So this is what we do in SULB. We do about DRI 1.7. We have 1.5 module, but we run up to 1.7. We have gone up to 215 tons per hour. We run electric arc, and then we have 2 mills. And we started in 2013 with the coal DRI, mid-rex technology, vertical shaft. And we, of course, use hot conveyor. We get up to 580 degrees centigrade temperature at the electric arc furnace. We could do better if we had a little better, this temperature at the electric arc furnace is dependent not just on the conveyor, but also on the layout. So it depends on how close you are to the electric arc furnace. But coming to this specific topic of today, we run a 12 million ton pelletizing plant in our sister company. And mostly we, of course, buy from Brazil. The Middle East consumes close to some 20 million tons of pellets, anywhere between 15 to 20 million tons. In addition to whatever is consumed by Iran. Iran, of course, is self-sufficient in pellets. And as you're aware, it's a sanctioned country, so nobody works with them. At least if you have sustainability issues, if you work with them. So the whole focus of pellets really has been growing because the iron ore quality has been going down, and it is a global phenomenon. It is not just an Indian phenomenon. And in India, especially, this is one of the focus areas for the 300 million ton plant. We have to learn to use whatever fines and low-grade iron we have. We do not have such a high quality of pellets. In fact, if we go by DRI pellets, the availability globally is now quite tight. It's getting tighter by the day, which is why the premium between DRI and blast furnace pellets is also keeps on growing. It's quite significant at times. So we of course use a rotary pelletizing plant. If we go by, that's about the pellet side. It is a necessary move to go for pelletization. If you look at the basic making of steel till 1960, it was well understood that the only way to make steel was through blast furnaces. That's when the electric arc furnace, the mini steel plants started coming in, and they were really a laughing stock initially because the world believed that they'll never be successful. Their cost would be so high. How can you ever think of making steel using electric power? And today, of course, the world production is probably split very closely 50-50 between electric arc and blast furnace. At least it will start moving more and more towards electric arc furnace as we go on. And the big driver of this whole thing is the decarbonization issue, which is happening globally. And I would believe that with the COVID situation, which has hit the world, I think the mankind's feelings about having a more sustainable environment will only grow more, and there will be more stress on decarbonizing. Cement and steel obviously are the focus industries for decarbonizing. So you have a situation where we of course we can use hot metal. That's already been covered. Everything has been covered mostly. The good opportunity coming up in the world is that the scrap balance has been increasing, not so much for India. So since we are looking at 300 million tons in India, I think it's in the plan itself that the new plants would have to be more shore-based, would have to look at more imports and look at more exporting out of the product also. And you would have more of scrap-based plants in the interiors of the country, which can utilize and deliver locally. The good thing is that scrap-based plants nowadays are quite effective. While majority of it is still used for rebar production, but the movements have started towards using scrap also for HR and CR coils. May not be up till now of the auto grade quality, but somewhere in between. So this move is on. DRI is going to be the preferred route to make steel from ore, while scrap would be the preferred overall priority one way of making steel as we go along, depending on the availability of scrap. So actually the entire metallic balance seems to be turning on its head with scrap actually going forward probably would be priority 1. Number 2 would be DRI, and number 3 probably would be blast furnace. And the entire issue is going to be based on how much carbon tax you are willing to put. It was nice to hear Sharma Saab talk about a subsidy for slurry pipeline, because it reduces the burden of transportation of the ore. The world is looking at carbon tax on steel for the same reason. So if there's an alignment on that and the carbon tax moves towards, as it is expected, maybe $70 a ton, you will see a very rapid movement towards the scrap-based steel making. It's already, hello?
Yes, Ravi, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah. So that's how we see overall globally. Currently, DRI is only about 100 million tons, and the majority of it is in India and Middle East. Middle East is almost about 40 million tons out of this. But it's interesting to see that you find DRI plants coming up in Europe. And actually all over the world, you'll find small modules coming up. So the world is aware that the future is moving towards DRI. DRI versus scrap, I've handled both plants. So I can say with some degree of confidence that DRI-based steelmaking is much easier than scrap-based steelmaking. Scrap-based steelmaking is a daily challenge of sorting, segregating, shredding, and huge safety issues, a lot of space requirement. But yes, scrap gives you a better yield, uses less power, but that also gives you lower productivity, unless the plant is very well designed in terms of not slowing down for scrap charging. In terms of DRI, we have already gone through it. Syngas would be a brilliant thing in India. The Middle East is entirely gas-based. We have this place has a lot of gas, and just like we are aware that the carbon push is going to control steel making, the root of steel making, the Middle East is quite aware that this carbon pollution effect will also lead to less use of oil going forward. Maybe after 2050, we are all banking on China and India continuing to drive the oil economy of the world. Definitely Europe is going to become fuel carbon neutral, and therefore will reduce its oil dependence tremendously. So the entire push really is on a route which can reduce carbonization. And but when we look at carbonization, obviously one has to look at both the DRI and steel making together. It is easy to make DRI using, it is possible to make DRI using 100% hydrogen. That's one of the research areas today. But if you use that, you have zero carbon. And in the electric arc furnace, then you end up charging carbon and again, creating pollution at downstream. So a balance would have to be achieved in between whichever route you choose. The good thing, of course, is scrap may be 1,000 million tons or 1 billion tons by 2030 and going up to almost 1,400 million tons by 2050. And that could be a major way to reduce the pollution impact of steel. Electric arc furnace versus induction furnace. Again, I've used both. Again, if you ask me, electric arc furnace running is a dream come true. There is hardly any issues if you have a well-designed electric arc furnace. Indian companies are pretty good in induction furnaces. I think the Inductotherm is probably the leader. Number 2 would be Electro and then Mega. But induction furnaces are tough operations. They require the lining to be changed almost every day. Imagine changing a refractory lining every day. That takes a lot of focus and a lot of effort. But yes, they are very low capex. They're very low capex. It is quite surprising if you look at the capex of setting up an induction furnace. And the challenge really is it's a melting furnace. It's not a refining furnace. You can only do a little bit of secondary refining in the ladle. But of course, you can always put up a ladle furnace and do whatever steel you want to make later on. The productivity is generally low in the induction furnace. Globally, if you look at it, there's very small, other than China, which has supposed to close down most of its induction furnace capacity. There's very little induction furnace capacity globally. The largest is probably in India, and the second largest in Middle East. And the total would be hardly some 20 odd million tons. Electric arc furnace, of course, is competing head-on with blast furnaces, and they can do everything. They can produce right up to auto grade steels, and maybe in a way they are better than blast furnaces because they're much cleaner. Electrode consumptions, somebody mentioned that you can go much lower. Yes, I agree with them. We have already reached less than a kg per ton, and I'm sure there is some scope still more to improve on that. And I think the future really is going to be the induction furnace, the electric arc furnace route. People who are setting up new factories will still look at induction furnaces, but the future is going to be more on the electric arc side. Whatever capex at disadvantage you have on the electric arc furnace side, you make up a lot of it through having a much more productivity and much more control in your production processes. So that's what I think would be my comments. These are more from the Middle East point of view. Middle East is going to remain focused on the electric arc furnaces and induction furnaces. There's hardly any blast furnace in this entire region. And now there is no reason for anyone to invest in a blast furnace. Of course, 50% of steel in Middle East is made in Iran, which is a sanctioned country. The rest of the Middle East is accounting for only about 20 odd million tons. That's about it, I think. I would like to close unless there is any queries.
Okay, thank you, Ravi. I completely agree with you. Just a couple of days back on the 30th, I was addressing the Southeast Asia Iron and Steel Institute annual webinar. And there, the panelists asked me a question. Going forward, what do you see the way forward for Indian steel to achieve your 300 million odd ton? So I said, definitely in the near future, we are not going to see a lot of blast furnaces coming up in India. I don't see that happening. Coking coal will be a challenge for India. And I think as Mr. V.R. Sharma, Naveen-ji both highlighted, the way forward would be the DRI EAF route. And in fact, the three big darlings, the Nelly, SMS, and Primetals, they'll have to do some serious thinking with regard to developing technologies with low-cost induction furnace as a part of mini integrated steel plant complexes. Quite a few of Kashivaji's association members, Kashivaji will agree, are either forward or backward integrating, primarily with the objective of adding value to the end product. So I think
two comments on that. Sorry.
Ravi, I completely agree with you that the way forward. And if you look at WSA last year's statistics, you'll see IAF, EAF combined has actually exceeded the BF-BOF. Kashivaji, am I right?
Yes, it is 54% and 46%.
54% for EAF, IAF combined.
Not only that, Nirmalya, what we saw last year, and all the operations teams would agree with me, there were times when the scrap-based steel making was cheaper than the ore-based steel making. At least if you were buying iron ore at the international prices. So even the logic of blast furnace route being cheaper really got knocked off last year, and it also for part of this year. The second, I think, the important thing is the problem with induction furnace is that the module sizes are very small, and that's the nature of the technology. And when you have a small module size, it's very difficult to put in decarbonization technologies in that. That is a major problem. So it will always remain one of the small timers steel making route because of the low capex. The other, I think, one very important thing from India's perspective is we have been talking of Atmanirbhar. This 300 million ton was, of course, a plan hatched about 5 years ago. I was part of that Prime Minister's Council at that time. And the interesting thing was that is that you are not going to become Atmanirbhar by simply making lowest grade of steel and supplying to the world. You will become an Atmanirbhar only if you are the leaders in the steel making. And to be leaders in the steel making, you will not be able to use induction furnace. That's something which I think we need to put a lot of emphasis on. Because if you're going to be playing catch up, if you're going to be only looking at substitution, which is very easy in today's world, it's just a question of spending some money and you can substitute the capacity anywhere. But that will not give you leadership. That will not give you Atmanirbharta. You will have to be at the cutting edge of steel making. And even the 300 million ton plan talks a lot about the R&D expenditure, which needs to be increased, the support which needs to come from the government, the need to focus on engineering steels rather than just basic steels. That is what will drive Atmanirbharta. And the steel making route would have to be the cheapest way of making steel for achieving that goal. Because unfortunately, and I've spent a lot of time on marketing steel, this is not a product which you can brand so easily. It's ultimately, it comes down to the cost. What is the price? That is the ultimate decision point. And to that extent, the route with which you make the steel, the raw material costs, the yields, the energy cost is what really will drive your Atmanirbharta.
Completely. Yes, Kashivaji.
Yes, please.
Boliye, Kashivaji.
Mr. Ravi Singh, you have stated that entire Europe is moving towards the carbon neutralization. A thinking has already been started in my country also. What is your view in the Middle East? How the things are moving there? Have they started thinking to the use of the hydrogen-based steel making or the carbon neutralization?
It is too early. You must, first of all, we must recognize that Middle East is actually the largest oil area of the world. Obviously, this has come a little late, the realization. But the realization is very strong. You'll be surprised at the amount of projects which are now focused on solar power development in the Middle East. There are plans. There has been thinking on how to make steel using solar power, which is something which is interesting. These are things, ideas which have been floating around for about 2 years now. I would not say that there's any move as of now to convert to hydrogen-based steel making, but any Midrex or a DRI process, you can always shift from, you use about 65–70% hydrogen and about 30% carbon monoxide after the reformer. And the purpose of the carbon monoxide is really to ensure that you get carbon in the end product, in the hot DRI, which you then use as a chemical energy in the electric arc furnace. So in case we do not need to get that chemical energy in the electric arc furnace, and that will depend on how much is the carbon credit cost in the world, what is the carbon tax, then you can always inject hydrogen instead of doing reforming, which HFIL process also does. You know, they inject extra hydrogen into the process, and you can always change the process parameters to suit the environment requirements. The large steel plants in the GCC, whether it is Hadid, Sulb, Jindal Shadid, ESI, and a lot of plants in Iran are all DRI based. So it is easy for them to switch.
If the Middle East is thinking seriously about the solar energy, so solar energy can be used for electricity process or for generating the hydrogen. So because the solar energy cost, the energy cost is now lowest. In India, it is 2.32 rupees, and I think same will be in the Middle East also. So that opens an opportunity in the Middle East steel producer to explore the possibility of using the hydrogen for steel making.
Absolutely. Sorry. Yes, you are absolutely right, Kashiva ji, that there is a huge opportunity. The only problem with using solar power for steel making that we have found is having to get a huge parcel of land to set up the solar panels. And that parcel of land has to be very close to your plant. Otherwise, there's a lot of losses in the transmission of the power, which is so that becomes a bit of but it's all a question of how much the world is willing to pay for getting a carbon-free steel making technology.
Correct. Thank you.
So, Mr. Singh, we have a question for you from Mr. Shobhashachi Bandyopadhyay.
Ravi,
Yes.
once again, great to share the platform here with you. I have a question for you. You spoke about the scrap-based steelmaking going to be the priority #1. And on the same note, you also raised the concerns about the quality that's available with the scrap-based steelmaking. What's in your thoughts that this can be mitigated? What technology or what kind of solution do you think that can be brought around to revolutionize and probably cater to the higher laurels of steel applications?
See, the good thing is that, Shobhashachi, if you're using an electric arc furnace, you can always refine the steel. So you are not so much encumbered by the quality of material coming in. You will have, of course, the tramp elements, the famous 4 tramp elements, which will continue to affect. So there will be some steel which will require very high degree of cleanliness, which probably will depend on DRI. But the majority, if you look at the steel consumption basket, you will find it does not require that level of cleanliness. And a lot of that steel probably will be done cheaper through scrap. Ultimately, the industry will run on the business logic, and the business logic will run on, if the price is high enough, use the cheapest route to make it to maximize your profits. And that it's a little surprising that in this world where we are actually running a high technology industry, steel industry is pretty high tech in all respects. It has all the technologies known to mankind implemented inside the plant, and yet the price that you get for that steel is probably cheaper than the price at which you buy vegetables in the market.
So
that is the one which has to change. In the beginning, when we were talking of creative destruction, at the time when the steel makers used to make the top 10 rich men of the world, at that time steel used to sell at those kind of levels.
Yeah.
Never that the vegetables are more costly than the steel.
Yeah, look at it. You do your calculation.
Yeah. The tomato jelly are now 65 rupees, 65,000 rupees per ton. Today, tomatoes in Delhi are 65,000 rupees per ton. And the ingot is 27,000 rupees per ton. So you are absolutely right. The Saria today in northern India is around 30,000 rupees per ton, where the tomato is 65,000 rupees per ton.
The problem of steel industry has been that we have got gutted with our own success. We have been so successful in putting technology into steel making and reducing costs that now you are actually having to sell it at less than the cost of vegetables.
Yeah, Mr. Mathur, would you like to add? Mathur sir, आप कुछ add करना चाहेंगे? Would you like to add something to this? Because you have seen the best of both worlds. Can you unmute yourself, Mathur sir? Just unmute yourself. Yeah, Mathur sir. You're still not unmuted. You have to unmute yourself.
Is it okay now?
Yeah, perfect. So you have seen the best of the prices. You've seen the worst of prices. That's why I wanted your opinion. You've seen the
today's topic is related to DRI, pelletization, and scrap. Well, the industry where I have more knowledge is stainless steel, where we use scrap, not much of DRI or pelletization is not a part of that process at all. When my turn comes, I will speak there. But the question is here on the electric arc furnace route, electric steel making route we are looking at. the overall world average drops to 28% because China, which produces 53% of steel in the world today, has only 11% production coming from electric route. That is where it drops to just 28% with 72% oxygen route. The next one, India at 111 million ton, we are at 6% of the world production. There's a huge gap. Here we have a much bigger share for electric steel making, then come Japan, US, Russia, South Korea. So DRI has a great future. It's birth in India many years ago when Mr. O.P. Jindal had a vision. And I have been associated with the group since 1983. So it's 37 years. And I've seen his passion and how he set up the original plant. And with also Naveed ji in the picture at Raigad. And rest is history. It's a success story. So India will remain a country where there will be a good amount of production, a large production, one of the highest in the world as far as the secondary steel is concerned. And all these technologies, what we talk, and as we go along, I'm sure it will be a big thing for India. If you are looking at 300 million ton, it's not going to be an easy task. So it has to be a balanced approach. There has to be growth in all the segments. And I would rather talk on the steel scrap and recycling policy of the government when my turn comes. That's where I would like to contribute something.
Thank you, Mathur Saab. Once again, Mathur Saab, my relation with him goes back 25 years. And I have a lot of respect for him all these years for what he has contributed. So having said that, we may have to stand by for the minister, because my last message is he is in his car, but instead of speaking from the mobile from his car, he prefers to reach his residence and talk. So we may have to wait till he reaches home. Well, till such time, may I put Uncle Moritz? Uncle Moritz, are you there? Uncle Moritz. Where is Uncle Moritz? Yeah. Ankit, can you call your uncle, please?
Yes, no,
yeah,
I'm still here. No, it's Mr. Mokashi, I'm here. You can hear me?
Yeah, this is your turn. Now you can go ahead with your PowerPoint.
Okay, I do it again because I thought I already would have done it. Can you see it when I start here? Can you help me?
Yeah, we can, because if we need both your power and your point together.
You can see it?
No,
we can't see it yet.
No, you have to go to the share screen option, which is at the bottom of your page. Can you see the one in green? The one icon in green, which is share screen. You have to click that.
Yes.
Then if your PowerPoint presentation is open, then it will show up over there.
Yeah, you have to open the PowerPoint first. And so that's why I said use both your power and your point together. The one, the green icon, which is at the bottom of the page, 1, 2, 3, 4, fourth from the left. Fourth from the left is the one next to chat is your share screen option.
I see it, yes.
Yeah, so you have to click on share screen option. And then before that, if you open your PowerPoint, it will show up. Did you see the green icon?
I see, of course, but I have also, yes?
Yeah, you have to open the PowerPoint first, then only you can. Yeah.
Okay, I'd open.
Yeah, now share screen. After opening PowerPoint, share screen.
Yes.
Ah, here you are.
Okay.
Now now go to full screen. Now just make it full screen. That's all.
Yes, of course. Okay, then more or less so you can see it?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So gentlemen, the audience, yes, I have also to admit, so far, even I'm sitting here in the far distance Germany, I found the discussions from all the gentlemen here. I know many from them, very, very interesting, really, I have to admit. And it gives me also a good feeling that with the development of the DRI routes, EAF, DRI-EAF routes, also our company is on the right track. So let me give you very short overview also what we have achieved and contribute to the steelmaking industry in the recent past. So I would like to give you a short impression again of what Aumund is doing in the hot material transport, in direct reduction and pelletizing plants. As you all may know, I repeat this again, in the last 5 years, you can see worldwide an increase in the supply and use of also DRI and HBI in the EAF. This is, there is no doubt about. And we all know the advantages. This has been already described intensively by my pre-speaker. And the good thing also is that in integrated DRI EAF mills, this DRI can be charged directly and you can save a lot of money. So this is a very small animation showing what our company does. As I already mentioned, we are linking, let me say, all the metallurgical processes. And again, I emphasize again, the metallurgical processes are more or less running very stable and reliable. But the biggest mistake and the failure you always have and where a steel operation loses money is in the link between, in the material handling. If you have failures there, this creates downtimes, it creates headaches, it creates a burning of money. So reliable material handling equipment, even when you have to carry hot and a chemical reactive material, is a very, very critical issue when you go for. And we are busy and involved in pelletizing, agglomeration plants, sintering plants to handle this hot material. And of course, our domain is the DRI routes to link iron making unit with the melt shop. So this is the classic route where Aumund has become very known worldwide. We are already in this business since in the second decade, can show a numerous amount of references, and I also can say not only in India, also Mr. Ravi Singh from Sulp Steel, they know our system and know that it's running very reliable and contribute to the success of their operation. So also I mentioned, even if the distance of a DR plant is larger than 200 meters, we can supply solutions with our Aumund hot DRI stand close above the electric arc furnace. But then, of course, the vessels have to get transported by truck. Beside the DRI route, we also offer special design patented HBI cooling conveyors, where we create a water mist and then we create steam. This has a high enthalpy, and thus the HBI is being cooled very smooth under inert conditions, and we stabilize the the quality of the products tremendously. And we have in the recent plants which have been built, as I already mentioned, in the United States, we have fitted all the HBI production facilities with our state-of-the-art HBI cooling solutions. So this is again the principle how it works. Then the benefits, again, the operational figures. Yes, we know productivity increase can be up to 20%. Electrode savings are significant. Power savings up to 120, 150 kilowatt hour per ton. So we are here also comparable, even with a closed system like Energiron. Savings definitely are evident, up to 55 millions. This information I have got personally from Mitrex, our main cooperation partner. along with prime metals in Linz. So this is one of our first references. We have supplied at Hadid Steel in Saudi Arabia. It was a startup in 2008. It was also running very successful. And then, of course, other references followed in the Middle East, India, and so on. Finally, I show you also a principal slide where we are involved in pelletizing agglomeration processes, supplying machines to extract raw material to vertically lift. And probably the key value we add here is when the hot pellets come out of the annular cooler, in order to maintain the production stable, we can handle this hot material with our reliable system. And in case there is an extended cooling line necessary behind the traveling crate or behind the annular cooler, in case discharge temperature is still too high, then we can enable an extended cooling line. We have, I guess, 2 references in India and 1 in Brazil, and the inquiries increase also to help them, because when pelletizing plants ramp up their production, they need, let me say, smart solutions in order to cool down the pellets in an economic way. So this is more or less, let me say, my short presentation. This is one of our references for pelletizing plant in Soha, pelletizing plant Oman. And just to give you an overview about our portfolio and our role in the steelmaking industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Moritz. So do we have any questions for Mr. Matthias Moritz? Anyone from the panel?
Amit, Ankit, can I ask one question?
Yes, sure.
Moritz, just I wanted to know, because you have shown this hot vessel transport. So can we try this hot vessel transport for our rotary kiln also, so that we can avoid cooler at the end of the rotary kiln and take sponge iron directly into the hot transport vessel and transfer it to the IF or EAF?
Yes, of course. This is just a matter of logistics. Yes, you have to install a device or a mechanical solution how to feed from your rotary kiln the sponge iron you produce into the vessels, and then this is state of art available. You transport it, and then we supply these hot DRI stands, and from there you can feed it continuously with a capacity of 5 to 100 tons to 1,000 tons an hour over our charging system in the 5th hole of the electric arc furnace. Yes, this is feasible. Of course, it must be discussed. There is a solution available, I'm sure.
Oh, just so you can take the complete job starting from the rotary kiln, developing that in between system also for feeding you to your transport vessel and then transport vessel.
This is not the scope of our supply, but we can at least give you advice to how to do this. You can speak with the large contractors such as Prime Metals or SMS or Danieli. They probably will also help you. Or you have very smart engineering companies in India who will help you to find a solution. But you see what we did for the handling, directly handling, we have a solution. Yes.
Can I make an observation?
Yes.
Can I make an observation on this issue?
Yes, please, you can continue. Yeah.
2-3 units have tried to use the hot DRI in the EF or IF, but they found it is not economical viable because we are melting the jet material and our energy consumption goes up. So it is not economically feasible to use the hot DRI in the from the rotary kiln in the steelmaking.
Again, I have not this experience with rotary kiln routes. Mostly we are involved only in this DRI routes between a matrix, direct reduction shaft furnace and a link to the melt shop. But I'm from an engineering point of view sure that there is something which can be solved and where and value added can be created. But I cannot answer this question because we do not have direct experience on this in this route.
Okay.
But I can vouch that whatever Maurice said is it delivers on the ground. We have had discussions. The temperature is achieved. The savings are achieved.
But Ravi sir, we will be melting the dead material without passing it through the magnetic separator. This will increase my energy cost, and energy is very high cost in India. It will not make any economic sense.
My opinion, because that's why Maurice is saying you have to develop an internal system before taking it to the whole transport vessel. So there we have to see how we will fix it here.
Yeah, you should install a rotary valve system, yes, something like this, to protect from ambient influences. You should keep this under inert conditions. You should avoid any exotherm reactions. This is for sure. But there are devices technically available in the world market.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moritz. Thank you so much, Kashivaji. Thank you so much, Ravi. And thanks for Dr. Mukesh Kumar for your question as well. So with that, we move to our next speaker, Sabyasachi Da. May I request Mr. Sabyasachi Bandyopadhyay? Okay, now the Honorable Minister is just connected. Sabyasachi Da, can you stand by for a minute? Let me just see if the Minister has already joined.
Sure.
Can you see the Minister anywhere? Ankit, can you find the Minister?
Yeah,
got
I'm
a
checking.
Minister has already joined. It should be either his PS or it should be in Minister's name only.
Yes, I'm adding him to the panel now.
Yeah, please add him. And let us, Sabyasachi Da, let's say hello to the Minister, and then you can start and the Minister can continue.
You want me to start after?
After the Minister comes in?
Yeah, okay, absolutely.
Please stand by, because you are
Sure.
my Dada, I can request.
You can ask for anything, Nirmal.
Thank you.
As long as it is within my capability, I will absolutely do it.
No, I will never ask for something which is unreasonable.
I think he's having some connectivity issues because he joined and then the connection dropped. So I'll see. If
Let's try once again, because the message I just got was he's connected. He's reached home and connected. Let's see. Mr. Subbarao, can you hear me? Subbarao, you have to unmute. You have to just unmute yourself. Yeah. Since you are the only representative from the public sector here, so you should be the one greeting the Minister, because he is your direct boss. So I would request you to greet the Honorable Minister. Just a second, I have just a call from the PA to the Minister. Let me, please allow me to take this call. Ankit, can you mute me for a second?
Yeah.
Ankit, the Minister's video is not getting on. Can you just try?
Yeah.
And, Minister's PA is saying his video is not getting on. Oh, there we have the Minister. Can you focus on the Minister?
Yes.
Mantri ji, pranam.
हाँ जी, नमस्कार.
मंत्री जी, कुलसे जी, आपका आज बहुत तकलीफ हुआ. आपका फ्लाइट चंडीगढ़, वहां से दिल्ली, इसलिए हम जानते हैं कि आप बहुत थके हुए हैं. फिर भी हम आपके बहुत आभारी हैं कि आप इतने थके हुए हैं, फिर भी आप हमारे साथ जुड़े. आज हमें संदेश देने के लिए, आप मार्गदर्शन के लिए हमारे साथ आए हैं. आपका वक्त मैं एकदम ना लेते हुए मैं आपसे यही विनती करूंगा, आप हमें अपना जो मार्गदर्शन है वो करें और हमें एड्रेस करें.
मित्रों, DRI pelletization तथा स्क्रैप फॉर इलेक्ट्रिक आर्क फर्नेस तथा इंडक्शन फर्नेस स्टील मेकिंग, इस वेबिनार में विशेषकर हमारे करजी जी, MD सुब्बाराव जी, CMD IOCL, नवीन जिंदल जी, JSPL, श्री रंजन बंदोपाध्याय जी, PR शर्मा जी और अन्य हमारे पैनलिस्ट है। और इस वेबिनार में जिन प्रतिनिधियों का और संस्थानों का प्रतिनिधित्व हुआ है, मैं आप सब लोगों के विचार तो मैं थोड़ा सुन नहीं पाया, परंतु मैं ये जरूर कहना चाहता हूं कि इस प्रकार के वेबिनार और हमारे यहाँ खासतौर से DRI pelletization के बारे में, स्क्रैप और इलेक्ट्रिक्स के बारे में जो आप सब लोगों ने इस वेबिनार का आयोजन किया है, फ्रेश स्टील मेकिंग पर इस आयोजित संगोष्ठी में आप सबको मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं। और मुझे इस कार्यक्रम में थोड़ा व्यस्तता और विलंब भी हुआ है, इसके लिए भी मैं आप सब मित्रों को कहना चाहता हूं। परंतु मैं आज जो अनुभव मैं कर रहा हूं इस समय देश की जो परिस्थितियां हैं और विशेषकर हमारे पेलेटाइजेशन, स्क्रैप और इलेक्ट्रिक आर्क फर्नेस तथा इंडक्शन फर्नेस स्टील मेकिंग के बारे में। इलेक्ट्रिक आर्क तथा इंडक्शन फर्नेस दोनों विद्युत के द्वारा संचालित किया जाता है और इसका जो कच्चा माल है DRI तथा स्क्रैप है आयरन और ठोस अवस्था में कोल या गैस के द्वारा रिएक्शन करके DRI बनाया जाता है। और भारत में DRI का उत्पादन पिछले साल लगभग 37.14 मिलियन टन हुआ। और आज विश्व में भारत कैलेंडर वर्ष 2019 और DRI के उत्पादन में प्रथम स्थान पर रहा है। ये अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ा हमारे लिए एक अचीवमेंट है। पर गैस से लगभग 14% DRI का उत्पादन किया जाता है, जबकि कोल आधारित DRI की हिस्सेदारी 86 है। इन दोनों मेथड्स को देखें तो कोयला आधारित DRI के उत्पादन में प्रदूषण ज्यादा होता है और पर्यावरण को ज्यादा हानि होती है। और इसलिए आज कोल आधारित उत्पादन में प्रदूषण ज्यादा होता है और गैस की उपलब्धता भी एक समस्या हो सकती है। जैसा कि आपको पता है कि प्रधानमंत्री ऊर्जा गंगा योजना के तहत पूर्वी भारत में गैस पाइपलाइन डालने का काम चल रहा है और जिसमें उड़ीसा, झारखंड और पश्चिम बंगाल भी शामिल है। और इन राज्यों में आयरन और प्रचुर मात्रा में उपलब्ध है, जो कि DRI के लिए कच्चा माल है। इससे आने वाले समय में गैस आधारित DRI उत्पादन में सहायता मिलेगी। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान के तहत 18 जून 2020 को 41 से कोल ब्लॉक से कॉमर्शियल माइनिंग के नीलामी प्रक्रिया को एक लॉन्च किया है। और इससे भविष्य में कोल गैसिफिकेशन प्लांट की जो संख्या है में बढ़ोतरी होगी। साथ ही साथ हमारी सरकार भी कोल गैसिफिकेशन को प्रोत्साहित कर रही है। भविष्य में इसके अच्छे परिणाम मिलेंगे। EAF तथा IF के लिए फेरो स्क्रैप भी कच्चा माल है। फेरो स्क्रैप का क्षेत्र पहले असंगठित था। इस्पात मंत्रालय ने पिछले साल 7 नवंबर 2019 को फेरो स्क्रैप पुनर्संरचना क्रम नीति अधिसूचित किया है। और ये केवल आप लोगों के अलग अलग क्षेत्रों से जो डिमांड आती थी, लोग चाहते थे कि इसे स्क्रैप पॉलिसी, स्क्रैप्स के बारे में अलग अलग तरीके के अलग अलग लोगों के हमने सुझाव भी आमंत्रित किए थे। और इसको ध्यान में रखकर जब हमने इसको अधिसूचित किया है और यह नीति विभिन्न स्रोतों और विभिन्न प्रकार के उत्पादों से उत्पन्न फेरस स्क्रैप की वैज्ञानिक प्रसंस्करण और पुनर्संरचना के लिए भारत में स्क्रैपिंग केंद्रों की स्थापना को बढ़ावा देगा और एक ढांचा प्रदान करेगा। इस्पात मंत्रालय के अधीनस्थ उपक्रम MSTC का जो महिंद्रा के साथ पुराने जो गाड़ियों के रिसाइकलिंग के लिए नोएडा में ज्वाइंट वेंचर JV MMRPL की स्थापना और चेन्नई में भी यह यूनिट तैयार है तथा इसे जल्दी चालू होने की संभावना है। देश के अंदर स्क्रैप की उपलब्धता इस्पात की खपत पर निर्भर करता है। जहां तक के पेलेटाइजेशन की बात है तो इसमें आयरन और हाइंस को एग्लोमेरेट करके प्राकृतिक संसाधनों का एक संरक्षण करते हुए पेलेट बनाते हैं। पेलेट्स को DRI बना करके EAF या IF में स्टील मेकिंग में किया जा सकता है। भारत में आयरन ओर का अपार संभावना है और इसे DRI बनाकर एकीकृत इस्पात प्लांट के ब्लास्ट फर्नेस में या इलेक्ट्रिकल तथा इंडक्शन फर्नेस में किया जा सकता है। आज राष्ट्रीय इस्पात नीति 2017 की बात करें तो 2030-31 तक 255 मिलियन टन जो क्रूड स्टील के उत्पादन में इलेक्ट्रिक तथा इंडक्शन फर्नेस की भूमिका बहुत महत्वपूर्ण रहेगी। आज के समय में 55 से 60% इस्पात इसी रूट से बनाया जाता है। भविष्य में DRI के उत्पादन के क्षेत्र में EAF और IF रूट से स्टील मेकिंग के क्षेत्र में तथा रोलिंग मिल के क्षेत्र में बहुत सारे प्लांट्स तथा मिल्स अलग अलग या एकीकृत रूप में लगेंगे, जिससे MSMEs को बढ़ावा मिलेगा, रोजगार के अवसर मिलेंगे। और आज इसी क्षेत्र को माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी केंद्रित किया है। मैं आप सभी लोगों से भी मैं चाहता हूं कि आप सब लोग जितने भी हमारे जो एक्सपर्ट हैं, पैनलिस्ट रहे हैं, इस पूरे कार्यक्रमों में मुझे लगता है कि ये भी हमारे लिए एक बहुत अच्छा अवसर है। मैं चाहता हूं कि इसमें से जो सजेशंस आए हैं कुछ महत्वपूर्ण पहलू हैं और विशेषकर इस क्षेत्र में जो भी सुझाव आए हैं मैं कोशिश करूंगा और मैं चाहता हूं कि आयोजन कर्ताओं को भी इसके जो मुख्य जो हमारे बुलेट्स पॉइंट है उनको भी मंत्रालय तक उनको सबमिट करेंगे तो जो संभव हो सकता है मंत्रालय के माध्यम से और अगर अंतर मंत्रालयों के माध्यम से भी इस क्षेत्र को और बढ़ावा देने के लिए इसकी क्या क्या आवश्यकता है इसको भी हम ध्यान में रखते हुए आगे बढ़ेंगे ताकि प्रधानमंत्री जी की जो कल्पना है कि आत्मनिर्भर भारत और निश्चित तौर से हम इसको और कैसे हम बेहतर बना सकते हैं आसान कर सकते हैं इस दिशा में विचार करने का एक जो सुझाव आप सब लोगों ने किए हैं उनके बारे में भी हम निश्चित मंत्रालय के अंदर विचार विमर्श करके उसका एक सकारात्मक दृष्टि से भारत के परिप्रेक्ष्य में देशवासियों के लिए विशेषकर हमारे पेलेटाइजेशन तथा इसके फॉर टिक्स तथा इंडक्शन मेकिंग के बारे में हम आगे बढ़ सकते हैं। मैं आप सभी मित्रों को भी अंत में इस्पात उत्पादन के क्षेत्र में लगे उपयोग जगत में से आह्वान मैं करूंगा कि पर्यावरण को बचाने के लिए गैस आधारित DRI का उत्पादन करें और देश में ही DRI का उपयोग करें जिससे स्टील मेकिंग फर्नेस एवं रोलिंग मिल्स लगाने से निवेश बढ़ेगा और देश के युवा को प्रत्यक्ष और अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से रोजगार के अवसर खुलेगा ऐसा मैं महसूस करता हूं। और एक बार फिर आप सभी मित्रों को हमारे पैनलिस्टों को भी आयोजनकर्ताओं को भी एक बार पुनः मैं बधाई देना चाहता हूं कि बहुत अच्छा एक RI के बारे में स्क्रैप और टिक्स और फिनिश के बारे में आपने इंडक्शन स्टील मेकिंग के बारे में एक परिचर्चा एक संवाद इस वेबिनार के माध्यम से किया है। मैं बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं और आप सबको यही शुभकामनाएं देता हूं कि आप इस दिशा में आगे बढ़ेंगे तो देश आगे बढ़ेगा। प्रधानमंत्री जी की जो भावना है उसको हम सब मिलकर के पूरा कर पाएंगे। इसी अपेक्षा के साथ में मैं अपने इन्हीं शब्दों को विराम देता हूं। धन्यवाद, नमस्कार।
आभार मंत्री जी, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और हम आपका आभार प्रकट करते हैं कि आप हमारे साथ आज इतना सब कुछ होने के बाद भी आप हमारे लिए वक्त निकाले। आप सीधा एयरपोर्ट से पहुंचे हैं, थके हुए हैं, फिर भी आप हमारे लिए समय निकाले, इसके लिए आपका बहुत बहुत आभारी है हम। अभी मैं आपसे एक ही दरख्वास्त करूंगा मंत्री जी, 2-4 सवाल अगर आप सुन लेते। काशिवा जी हमारे पूरा आपके मिनिस्ट्री में ही पुराने अफसर रह चुके हैं, वो पहले मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ स्टील में थे, अभी वो स्पॉन्ज आयरन मैन्युफैक्चरर्स एसोसिएशन के एग्जीक्यूटिव डायरेक्टर हैं। तो काशिवा जी से मैं अनुरोध करूंगा, काशिवा जी आप अपना सवाल पूछें। फिर उसके बाद में भट्टागर जी जो पेलेट मैन्युफैक्चरर्स एसोसिएशन है उनसे दरख्वास्त करूंगा। पहले काशिवा जी आपका सवाल।
मंत्री जी आपको सादर प्रणाम। आपके आने से पहले जो वक्ता थे उन सबका ये कहना था कि इंडिया में नहीं तो सारे विश्व के अंदर DRI और इलेक्ट्रिक आर्क फर्नेस बेस पे ही स्टील बनेगा, ये सबका मानना था। DRI में हम विश्व में सबसे ज्यादा बनाते हैं और वो आपकी नेशनल स्टील पॉलिसी है, उस पर भी कहा गया है कि अभी जो हम 37 मिलियन टन बनाया है पिछले साल, हमको 80 मिलियन टन बनाना है। अगर हम 250 मिलियन टन स्टील बनाएंगे, मेरा आपसे अनुरोध ये है कि अभी तक जो चर्चा हुई है उसमें यही सब वक्ताओं का कहना था कि DRI और स्क्रैप के बेस पे स्टील बनेगा। यूरोप में, अमेरिका में, इवन चाइना भी उस तरफ जा रहा है। तो मेरा आपसे अनुरोध है कि स्क्रैप पॉलिसी जो अभी तक नहीं अनाउंस हुई है, उसको कृपया प्रयत्न करें कि जल्दी अनाउंस हो जाए और इसकी प्रोसेसिंग सेंटर जल्दी ही इंडिया में स्थापित हो, जिससे कि ये स्क्रैप से और DRI से स्टील बनना अधिक क्वांटिटी में बनना आरंभ हो। आपसे ये अनुरोध है हमारा।
जरूर इसके बारे में आप सबको भी ध्यान होगा कि DRI के बारे में और हमारे इसके बारे में जो हमने अभी पॉलिसी के बारे में मैंने कहा है, और ये आप लोगों की डिमांड के आधार पर देश की जो आवश्यकता है उसको ध्यान में रखकर, क्योंकि अभी तक थोड़ा इसमें एक जो मैं ये कह सकता हूं कि हमारे एक प्रकार का लोग ऐसा महसूस करते थे कि इस पे कुछ मोनोपोली चलाते हैं लोग, और उसमें बीच में कई तरह के लोगों का उसमें पार्टिसिपेशन भी होता था, और इसके कारण ये जो हमको नुकसान होता था, और जितने भी इस प्रकार के अनुभव आए उनको ध्यान में रख करके हमने इस पॉलिसी को पास करने का एक नीति हमने क्या है सूचित किया है, और उसमें जो सजेशंस आए हैं निश्चित बहुत जल्दी इसके बारे में आगे काम करना प्रारंभ होगा। इससे देश में और खासतौर से हमारे स्टील सेक्टर को हम और अच्छा, जितना हमारे पास जो मटेरियल है, फल है, उसको हम बेहतर कर पाएंगे। जो रिसाइकलिंग की जो हमारी योजना है, निश्चित तौर से इसको हम आगे बढ़ा पाएंगे, ऐसा मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं। और इसी के कारण से आप लोगों की भावना को ध्यान में रखकर के हमने इससे को आगे बढ़ाया है।
धन्यवाद मंत्री जी। मैं एक और आपका ध्यान आकर्षित करूंगा। हम आज विश्व में सबसे अधिक स्पॉन्ज आयरन बना रहे हैं, उसका सारा श्रेय इस्पात मंत्रालय को है। 1980s के अंदर, 1980 के अंदर जब स्क्रैप पे हमारी बहुत फॉरेन एक्सचेंज जा रही थी क्रूड ऑयल के अलावा, तो आपके मंत्रालय ने ही इनिशिएटिव लिया कि हमारे पास जो संसाधन है, जो कि आयरन और कोल है, उससे हम क्यों ना बनाएं। और पहला जो प्लांट था, एक टेस्टिंग प्लांट ये पनोचा के अंदर तेलंगाना में स्थापित हुआ था। वहां से स्पॉन्ज आयरन की शुरुआत हुई, और आज हम विश्व के सबसे अधिक उत्पादक हैं। उसका श्रेय आपके मंत्रालय को जाता है। धन्यवाद।
जरूर, बहुत अच्छा, धन्यवाद। इसके लिए आप सब लोगों का ये जो परिश्रम है, सजेशन से, यही हमारे लिए ज्यादा महत्व का विषय है, और इसलिए मैं चाहता हूं कि इसके लिए और हम इसको थोड़ा आगे बढ़ाएं और देश के हित में हम ला सकते हैं। ये इस प्रकार के अनुभवों से बहुत सी कुछ चीजें हमको सीखने का भी, जानने का, और मंत्रालय के अंदर क्या और अच्छा हम बेहतर कर सकते हैं, ये कोशिश हम लोग कर रहे हैं। और इसलिए इस प्रकार के अलग अलग स्तरों पे हमने कुछ चिंतन शिविर का भी आयोजन किया, कुछ अभी इस समय सेमिनार हमने कर रहे हैं, और बाकी सजेशंस के बारे में इसमें बहुत सारे विषय निकल करके आए। और आज आप लोगों ने भी इसको कहा है, जरूर इसके बारे में हम संज्ञान में लाएंगे और इसको बेहतर और अच्छा कर सकते हैं, ताकि इससे शिक्षण को थोड़ा बढ़ा पाएंगे। ऐसा मैं जरूर इसके बारे में सुझाव मंत्रालय के अंदर कुछ अंतर मंत्रालयों को भी होंगे।
मंत्री जी, मैं स्पंज आयरन के इंडस्ट्री के बिहाफ से आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं कि ये इंडस्ट्री कभी पीछे नहीं हटेगी, और हम हमेशा विश्व विजेता रहेंगे, क्योंकि हमको सहयोग जो है आपके मंत्रालय से, कोल मंत्रालय से, माइंस मिनिस्ट्री से बराबर मिलता है। हम कभी पीछे नहीं हटेंगे, और इस देश का जो ये इस्पात उत्पादन होगा, उसमें स्पंज आयरन का बहुत बड़ा योगदान आने वाला है।
इसको ध्यान में ही रखा है हमने, इसलिए स्पंज आयरन का, और जितने आप लोग हैं इसमें आगे आएंगे, ये हम लोगों के लिए भी, लोगों ने अभी जो क्लस्टर्स की भी जो कल्पना हम कर रहे हैं, मुझे लगता है इसमें बहुत सारे हमारे आयरन के सेक्टर में क्या और अच्छा कर सकते हैं, इसके बारे में हम लोगों ने चिंतन किया है, और निश्चित आने वाले समय में इसका लाभ है हमारे इंडस्ट्री सेक्टर को मिलेगा, ऐसा मैं कह सकता हूँ इस समय।
धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद मंत्री जी। अभी मैं दीपक भटनागर जी, जो हमारे सेक्रेटरी जनरल है पेलेट मैन्युफैक्चरर्स एसोसिएशन की, मैं उनसे दरख्वास्त करूंगा, आप पेलेट मैन्युफैक्चरर्स की जो सरकार से, अपना मिनिस्ट्री से जो आपका जो कुछ मांगना है मंत्री जी से मांग लें। भटनागर जी, आपको कुछ अगर सरकार ने वैसे ही ये मिनिस्ट्री ने हमको इतना कुछ दिए हैं कि हम मांगने के लिए बहुत कम रह गया है, फिर भी जो आप सोचते हैं कि आगे बढ़ने के लिए जरूरी है, बहुत कुछ तो हमें मिल चुका है, मांगने के लिए बहुत कम रह गया है। पूछिए भटनागर जी। आपका माइक अनम्यूट कर लीजिए भटनागर जी। हाँ, अभी फिर म्यूट अनम्यूट कीजिए, आप म्यूट कर लिए, उसको अनम्यूट कीजिए। अब ठीक है।
हेलो, अच्छा, नमस्कार मंत्री जी।
नमस्कार।
एक अनुरोध है आपसे। देखिए, हम प्रोबेबली इस जितने लोग यहाँ हैं, उम्र में हम सबसे बड़े हैं एज ए मेटलर्जिस्ट। 70 साल से ऊपर हमारी उम्र हो गई। मैं आपको एक छोटा सा बताना चाहता हूँ। इस देश में भगवान ने, प्रकृति ने हमको इतना आयरन ओर दिया है, 30 बिलियन टन ऑफ आयरन ओर दिया है, मगर एक छोटी सी एक कमी कर दी भगवान ने। उन्होंने क्या किया, ये सारा जो ओर है ये हेमेटाइट ओर है। 99.5% ये हेमेटाइट है। हेमेटाइट की एक खराबी क्या है, वो चूरा बड़ी जल्दी हो जाता है। आप इधर से उधर वैगन में डालिए, चूरा हो जाएगा। तो जब चूरा हो जाता है आयरन ओर, उसको आप यूज नहीं कर सकते ब्लास्ट फर्नेस में। तो अभी पिछले 30 साल से लोग लंप ओर यूज कर रहे थे, तो रिजल्ट क्या हुआ, करीब 100 मिलियन टन आयरन ओर फाइन्स इकट्ठा हो गया है। तो पेलेटाइजेशन एक टेक्नोलॉजी पिछले 20 साल में डेवलप हुई। हमें बहुत आज खुशी है कि हमारे एक वरिष्ठ, बहुत सीनियर ऑफिसर एक्सपर्ट, कुदरमुख आयरन ओर कंपनी लिमिटेड KIOCL के जो चेयरमैन साहब हैं, दैट इज द ओनली पब्लिक सेक्टर इन द होल ऑफ पेलेट इंडस्ट्री। ये गवर्नमेंट की कंपनी है। इन्होंने शुरुआत की थी इसकी आज से 20-22 साल पहले, मगर थैंक्स टू गवर्नमेंट पॉलिसी जो आपके प्रधानमंत्री जी हैं, उन्होंने इसको इतना इंकरेजमेंट दिया पेलेट को। उसका रिजल्ट क्या है, कहाँ 15 मिलियन टन बनता था और आज 90 मिलियन टन बन रहा है। मगर अब दुर्भाग्य है कि बन तो रहा है 90 मिलियन टन, यूज नहीं हो रहा है, खपत नहीं हो रही है। क्यों खपत नहीं हो रही है? क्योंकि हमारी जो डोमेस्टिक डिमांड है वो खाली 60-70 मिलियन टन है, तो 20 मिलियन टन एक्सेस कैपेसिटी है। इसके लिए दो हम लोग रिक्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया से। एक तो क्या है कि पूरा कंट्री एक्सपोर्ट चाह रहा है। हमारे जो कॉमर्स मिनिस्टर हैं, प्रधानमंत्री हैं, बोलते हैं मेड इन इंडिया, मेक इन इंडिया। पेलेट जो है ये मेक इन इंडिया प्रोडक्ट है। इसको हम एक्सपोर्ट करने में आपसे एक छोटा सा निवेदन है कि आप इसको प्रोत्साहन दीजिए थोड़ा। बीच बीच में लोग एकदम से कहते हैं कि नहीं, इसको नहीं एक्सपोर्ट करो, मगर क्या होगा, एक्सपोर्ट नहीं करेंगे तो देश में जो कैपेसिटी 60 मिलियन टन है और कम हो जाएगी। एक तो ये हम लोग चाहते हैं कि एक्सपोर्ट को प्रोत्साहन दें। एक वायदा आप लोग को हम कर चुके हैं, मंत्री साहब को भी, आपको भी कह रहे हैं कि पहले डोमेस्टिक डिमांड पूरी कर देंगे तब बेचेंगे बाहर। ये तो पहली रही। दूसरी एक छोटी सी विडंबना है, पता नहीं क्या बात है, ये अंग्रेजों के टाइम से चला आ रहा है कि आयरन ओर को और पेलेट को वो लोग एक साथ जोड़ते हैं, ये दोनों सगे भाई हैं जैसे, जबकि ये बिल्कुल विपरीत है। एक माँ के बच्चे भी नहीं है। आयरन ओर जो है वो जमीन से पैदा होता है, पेलेट जो है मैन्युफैक्चर होता है, ये प्रोड्यूस होता है। तो स्टील मंत्रालय से बहुत, आज ही मैंने सेक्रेटरी महोदय को और मैडम रसिका चौबे को एक बहुत लंबी चिट्ठी दी है ये समझाने के लिए कि मैडम ये आयरन ओर अलग चीज है, पेलेट अलग चीज है, आप एक ही पॉलिसी दोनों को मत करिए। बस ये दो निवेदन है सर आपसे कि मंत्रालय में जाके आप थोड़ा सा, सेक्रेटरी साहब नए आए हैं उनको अवगत करा दें कि देखो भाई ये बहुत जरूरी, देश के लिए जरूरी है। हम ये नहीं चाहते कि पैसा कमाने के लिए, जो हमारा आयरन ओर फाइन्स है अदरवाइज वेस्ट हो जाएगा, उसको यूज करने के लिए पेलेट इंडस्ट्री बनी है। तो ये छोटी सी दो निवेदन है सर आपसे। और अभी क्योंकि कोविड है तो आपसे मिलने नहीं आ पा रहे हम लोग, मगर हमने चिट्ठी आज ही भेजी है इसकी कही। तो ये दो चीजें जरा सा करवा दें।
जरूर इसको हम देखेंगे। और मैं आपको नगर जी में बिल्कुल श्योर करता हूं कि हमारी मंशा भी है और ये जो आपने एक्सपोर्ट के बारे में भी कहा, डोमेस्टिक मार्केट के बारे में, इसके बारे में हम लोग चिंता कर रहे हैं और निश्चित तौर से पेलेट्स के बारे में और आयरन ओर के बारे में, ये दोनों चीजों के बारे में अलग अलग दृष्टि के बारे में इसको निश्चित तौर से जो आज की जो जरूरतें हैं और इतने पुराने समय से भी हम देखते आए हैं, और ऐसा मुझे भी लगता है कि आप लोगों का एक लंबा अनुभव आयरन ओर के लिए, जितना भी जो हमारे इस सेक्टर में अभी तक काम हुए हैं और जो एक्सपोर्ट हो रहा है, हम लोगों ने भी इसको डोमेस्टिक मार्केट को थोड़ा और प्रभावी और इनको हम कैसे यहाँ की जो रिक्वायरमेंट है उसको पूरा करें और एक्सपोर्ट, तो इसके बारे में चिंता कर रहे हैं। और मैं ये कह सकता हूँ कि इसके बारे में बहुत जल्दी हमारे मंत्रालय और बाकी इनसे बातचीत करके हम इसका रास्ता निकालेंगे। मुझे संज्ञान में आया है ये विषय, और आपने कहा भी है कि ये हमने एक डिटेल, हमने एक मेमोरेंडम दिया है, पत्र भेजा है मंत्रालय को। मैं जरूर उस पत्र को देखूंगा और इसके बारे में हम बातचीत करके एक रास्ता ठीक प्रकार से निकले, ताकि दृष्टि को और हम बेहतर कैसे बढ़ा सकते हैं, डोमेस्टिक मार्केट को आगे बढ़ाएंगे, ये मैं आपको विश्वास देता हूं। और जरूरत पड़ेगी तो एक बार बैठ करके बात भी करेंगे।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, थैंक यू।
धन्यवाद भटनागर जी। अभी मैं आप ही के मंत्री जी, आप ही के मंत्रालय की जो पब्लिक सेक्टर कंपनी है कुद्रेमुख आयरन ओर कंपनी लिमिटेड KUCL, उनका जो चेयरमैन है सुब्बाराव जी से मैं दरख्वास्त करूंगा आप तो 2-4 शब्द मंत्री के कहे। few words for the minister. सुब्बाराव जी, please unmute yourself.
Namaskar, Manya Matariji. And we are honored with your presence in today's webinar, sir. And on behalf of all the participants, I would like to convey my heartiest thanks to you, sir. Even in spite of your busy schedule, you attended the conference, sir. Really, we feel we are honored, sir, with your attendance, sir. And today, sir, the steel and metallurgy, they conduct a national level conference every year, sir, to deliberate a lot of issues facing by the primary and secondary steel sector. Today, webinar is facing mostly focusing on the secondary steel sector, that is electric arc furnace and industrial furnace, followed by the sponger industry and also pellet industry, sir. Our main aim is that to produce 300 million ton steel by 2030. How to produce, what are the problems, what are the challenges, and what are the opportunities, sir. This is a global forum. This first time I saw that worldwide a lot of participants participated, sir. And they have given their inputs, how to improve technology. For example, in the case of sponge iron, some people produce through coal gas, some people through methane, some people to natural gas, like that different energies. And number two, how to reduce energy cost in making of steel. And of course, in place of sponge iron also, in pelletization also, what is the capacity of sponge iron industry? What are the requirement in the next 10 years? Similarly, what is the scrap? What is the availability of scrap in domestic industry in the coming next 10 years, sir? The main aim that how to improve this secondary steel sector, and what are the inputs required to improve the capacity. As of today, sir, 50% of steel in India produced through second steel sector, sir. Around 45 to 50 coming through primary steel sector. Our aim is to produce more through second steel sector, because sir, that investment is very low, sir, to put up a second steel plant like industrial or electric arc furnace, and time also very low, sir. With a smaller time, you can commission the steel plant itself through secondary route, sir. In the case of primary, it takes 3 to 5 years at least. In the case of secondary steel sector, sir, within a year, you can set up a plant. Definitely, secondary steel sector is going to play a major role in the coming days, sir. Under the present capacity of sponge iron also around 48 million tons, sir. It is expected to touch 115 million tons in next 10 years to meet the requirement of raw material in the coming days. Similarly, pellet industry also, as on today, around 85 to 90 million tons, sir. Capacity utilization only 75%, because of in India, pellet consumption hardly 75% what we produce, sir. So for example, in the pellet industry, out of 45 million tons is capital consumption, around 20 million tons is the merchant consumption. So balance is going to export. So pellet industry totally depend on the different factor like economy, like steel prices. So that's why PMA is requesting some more subs to the pellet industry for your survival, because the government of India reduced the import duty on the machineries are into almost 5 years back in the budget. So because of that support, lot of pellet industry came in India, sir. Today pellet capacity 85 million ton, which was hardly 20 million 10 years back, sir. So that's a pellet industry always thankful to the government for this encouragement, sir. Similarly, for the survival of pellet industry, sir, in India, pellet consumption has to increase, sir. So if you produce steel through pellets, sir, in the case of sponge iron and in the case of blast furnace, the emissions will come down, sir. Number two, we can produce more steel, sir. If you use pellets in any steel making, sir, up to 20%, we can improve the productivity. So that is the main advantage of using pellets, sir. For example, if Jindal Group like JSW, JSPL, and Tata Steel, most of the private integrated steel plants are using maximum percent of pellets, sir. But in the case of public sector, sir, like SAIL and RANL, they're yet to start using the pellets. They use earlier very small quantities, sir. The moment public sector like SAIL, RANL, if they use pellets, sir, definitely whatever we produce pellet in India will be fully consumed in India itself, sir. No need to go for export also, sir. And other one is that today we are producing only acid grade pellets, sir. Like a blast furnace require a flux grade pellet. So if they use flux grade pellet in blast furnace, that reduce other additives. And also that reduces the less slag, sir. So slag is hazardous to the atmosphere, to the environment, sir. So if in the primary effort, if they use more pellets in blast furnace, sir, that reduces the emissions, which includes solid and gaseous emissions, sir. In the case of sponge iron, sir, like Eastern India, most of the people are using pellets. For Southern India, because of logistics, sir. Why pellet is not used more in the industry? Because logistics, sir. Pellet industry is concentrated in some portion in one side 35 million ton, followed by Karnataka. But logistics very, very far away, sir. Like a KOSL, it is Mangalore, sir. For KOSL, nearby no consumer, sir. Our pellets first we offer into entire domestic countries, sir. Domestic customers, sir. Like Arcelor Metal Steel in Orissa, they are using. Otherwise, other consumers not using pellets from the KOSL. That's the reason forcefully we are exporting the pellets, sir. Similarly, pellet industry itself, whatever they produce, almost 25% has to go for export. Otherwise, this industry is going to die, sir. And the other one is that pellet industry, sir, unless pellet company run at full capacity, sir, they can reduce the conversion cost, sir. So to make that pellet company very strong in the coming days, sir, we request Minister of Steel to go further export benefits, sir. Some of the benefits like some subsidies like that we are requesting, sir. Otherwise, pellet industry and sponge industry and further steel industry thankful to the government of India for taking immediate steps and also encouraging to increase the steel capacity utilization day by day, sir. And finally, I thank you very much, sir, for attending this conference. We understood that you traveled so many states and your flight was diverted. We thought that you may not attend. Really, your attendance gives us more encouragement, sir. That gives us more strength to us also, sir. And thank you very much for attending this seminar, sir.
Thank you, Subbarao ji. Thank you so much. Aapka bhi dhanyawad, Subbarao ji, that you also joined with the minister. And in spite of such a difficult, being derouted, he joined us. So, सच में दिल से तहे दिल से आभारी हैं हम मंत्री जी का. अभी एक आध सवाल और कोई पूछना चाहे. रंजन बंदोपाध्याय जो आप ही के सहयोगी जेपीसी जॉइंट प्लांट कमेटी के जिसमें राशिका जी चेयरपर्सन है, उसी जेपीसी का रंजन बंदोपाध्याय से मैं अनुरोध करूंगा मंत्री जी से कुछ अगर पूछना हो तो. मिस्टर रंजन बंदोपाध्याय, प्लीज आस्क अ क्वेश्चन टू द ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर. ये आप ही के मंत्रालय के सहयोगी जॉइंट प्लांट कमेटी जहां से हम लोग डेटा लेते हैं.
नमस्कार मंत्री जी.
नमस्कार.
सर आप तो जानते हैं जेपीसी तो डेटा बैंक है, आप जेपीसी बीजीपी किए थे. तो सर एक चीज आप बोलता हूँ, आप डीआरआई का जो आप बोले हैं तो वो तो हम लोग काशिबा साहब भी जो बोले हम लोग नेशनल स्टील पॉलिसी के हिसाब से काम कर रहे हैं. एंड हमको लगता है ये अचीव करना भी ऐसा मुश्किल नहीं है क्योंकि यूटिलाइजेशन सर बहुत बढ़ गया है डीआरआई के लिए. हम पहले भी बोला था आपको ज्वाइन करने से पहले जो 52% से अभी 78% यूटिलाइजेशन में चल रहा है स्पॉन्ज आयरन इंडस्ट्री. अभी हम लोग का करीब 48 मिलियन है कैपेसिटी एंड 37 मिलियन है आपका प्रोडक्शन. बट नेशनल स्टील पॉलिसी में हम लोग सर मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ स्टील से जो निकाले है दैट इज 80 मिलियन प्रोडक्शन होगा.
तो 80 मिलियन के लिए अराउंड 78% यूटिलाइजेशन हम लोग चल रहा है, जो 5 साल पहले सर 52% में चल रहा था यूटिलाइजेशन में। तो सर 100 मिलियन करीब कैपेसिटी होना चाहिए स्पॉन्ज का अराउंड 2030-31। सो 52 मिलियन सर 48 से 100 मींस 52 मिलियन कैपेसिटी एडिशन होना चाहिए। एंड जो कैपेसिटी यूटिलाइजेशन आज का डेट में चल रहा है ऐसे ही चलने पड़ेगा, सो दैट हम लोग वो अचीव करेंगे। जो मंत्री जी आप बोले हैं लास्ट ईयर भी हम लोग फास्ट था, इस साल में थोड़ा सा ईरान पहले जा चुका है अप्रैल टू जनवरी टू मई का डेटा से ड्यू टू कोविड, बट हम लोग बहुत ही कम है, 0.6 मिलियन थोड़ा सा ज्यादा है ईरान का। हम लोग 1-2 महीना में वो अचीव कर लेंगे अगेन फास्ट पोजीशन, एंड हम लोग इस साल में भी खत्म करेंगे नंबर 1 पोजीशन। एंड अप्रैल टू जून का हिसाब से हम लोग आज ही सेक्रेटरी डीओ आप जानते हैं जो 5 तारीख हम लोग देते हैं मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ स्टील में, तो हम लोग करीब फॉर जून मंथ अराउंड 7 मिलियन टन का आसपास क्रूड स्टील आ चुका है प्रोडक्शन, जो जनरली एवरेज में 9 मिलियन आता है मंथली। सो आप सर बोल सकते हैं अराउंड 75 to 80% हम लोग अचीव कर रहा हूँ। एक ही चीज है, थोड़ा सा जो डाउन स्ट्रीम फिनिश स्टील कम बन रहा है क्योंकि डाउन स्ट्रीम का डिमांड कम है, थोड़ा सा ज्यादा सेमीज एक्सपोर्ट हो रहा है चाइना में, अराउंड 48-49%, 2.2 मिलियन करीब एक्सपोर्ट हो चुका है अप्रैल टू जून, सेमीज एक्सपोर्ट हुआ है। एंड फिनिश स्टील तो 3.2 मिलियन हुआ है, एंड देयर इज ए मैसिव ग्रोथ सर, 147% ग्रोथ है एक्सपोर्ट का। तो सर हम लोग एक साथ काम करके जो आप टारगेट दिए हैं वो टारगेट हम लोग फुलफिल करेंगे, आपका भरोसा में एंड आपका सजेशन में हम लोग काम करेंगे। जेपीसी को भी लेके जाना है। एंड सर आपका लास्ट टाइम जो विजिट किए थे आप जीपीसी में, एक चीज आपको हम बोल देना चाहता हूँ, क्योंकि लास्ट ईयर धर्मेंद्र प्रधान साहब भी ये सजेशन दिया था मेरे को, जो रंजन इसको ऑनलाइन करना है डेटा रिसीट। तो सर हम लोग लास्ट ईयर में जुलाई से स्टार्ट किया था, एंड हम आज तक सर 95% हम ऑनलाइन कर दिया डेटा रिसीट। एंड सर 3000 यूनिट जो कंट्री में है सबका यूजर आईडी पासवर्ड इंडिविजुअली है, हम लोग को पोर्टल में डेटा एंट्री होता है। एंड ओनली 5% हम लोग थ्रू मेल लेते हैं और ओवर टेलीफोन लेते हैं। सो कोविड का टाइम में आप लोग का सजेशन में हम लोग एक साल में बहुत सारा अचीव किया है जेपीसी में। आप जानते हैं आयरन हम लोग चिंतन शिविर में भी एक नया किताब निकाला था, आयरन एंड स्टील डेटाबेस, जो इंडियन हिस्ट्री में जेपीसी का फास्ट। हम लोग मोबाइल ऐप भी दिया है, आपके पास यूजर आईडी पासवर्ड भी है सर, मोबाइल ऐप में आप देख सकते हैं जेपीसी का। एंड डायनामिक वेबसाइट भी है यूजर आईडी पासवर्ड देके, सो दैट आप क्वेरी करके भी निकल सकते हैं। सो लास्ट 1-1.5 साल में सर आप लोग का एडवाइस में जेपीसी बहुत सामने गया है और भी जाना है, क्योंकि हम लोग ऑलवेज इंडस्ट्री के लिए काम करता हूँ। सो एंड इंडस्ट्री, जेपीसी एंड मिनिस्ट्री एक साथ लेके हम लोग को जो टारगेट है 2030 का, वो टारगेट मैं विश्वास करता हूँ आप लोग का गाइडेंस में हम लोग अचीव करेंगे। थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू।
धन्यवाद बंदोपाध्याय जी, धन्यवाद। आप जो इतने अच्छे काम कर रहे हैं, जेपीसी जो हमारे मंत्रालय को जो सारी डेटा देती है, इसके लिए आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मैं शैलेश मकाडिया जी से एक अनुरोध करूंगा, हम जो आज बात कर रहे थे शुरू से आत्मनिर्भर भारत की, ये हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो आत्मनिर्भर भारत की बात कर रहे थे, हम उनकी राह पे चल रहे थे। तो उसमें पहली बात शर्मा साहब, बिहार शर्मा जी भी परसों जो मंत्री जी लॉजिस्टिक्स के जिस कॉन्फ्रेंस में मंत्री जी थे, शर्मा जी थे, उसी में मंत्री जी में ये बताए कि 14-15% जो लॉजिस्टिक्स का खर्चा है उसको कम करना है आत्मनिर्भर भारत में। शैलेश जी आप ये बताएं, आप तो प्रधानमंत्री जी के राज्य से ही हैं, आप गुजरात से हैं, तो आप ये भी बताएं कि शैलेश जी, हम आत्मनिर्भर भारत की तरफ ये गैसिफिकेशन टेक्नोलॉजी इंडिजिनाइज अपने देश में कैसे बढ़ावा दे सकते हैं, क्योंकि हमारे ऑनरेबल फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर निर्मला जी ने भी ये वो कही थी कि स्पेशल इंसेंटिव हम जो कोल गैसिफिकेशन है उस पर देने वाली है, तो सरकार इसमें प्रतिबद्ध है। तो शैलेश जी ये बताया कि गैसिफिकेशन में हम लोग कोल गैसिफायर में कैसे आत्मनिर्भर बन सकते हैं।
Right. Thank you. Very much good question. Respected Minister जी, नवीन जी, other dignitaries, आपने बहुत अच्छा क्वेश्चन किया। हम लोग करीबन 25 साल से इस कोल गैसिफिकेशन इंडस्ट्री में है। वी आर R&D बेस्ड कंपनी, DSRI अप्रूव्ड, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट अप्रूव्ड R&D सेंटर भी है हमारा, और 25 साल से फंडामेंटली फ्यूल रिप्लेसमेंट में काम कर रहे हैं। आज हमारी इंडिया 100% इंडिजिनस टेक्नोलॉजी 4th जनरेशन में एंटर हो गई है, राइट फ्रॉम फर्स्ट जनरेशन, सेकंड जनरेशन, थर्ड जनरेशन, 4th जनरेशन। अभी क्लोज लूप ड्राई फिल्ट्रेशन टेक्नोलॉजी भी डेवलप हो गई है, जिसमें वेस्ट वाटर और पानी रूट से ही निकलता नहीं है, और वो पोल्यूशन का इश्यू भी पूरा 100% जीरो हो गया है। तो हमने काफी मतलब करीबन 700 से ज्यादा कोल गैसिफिकेशन हमने सप्लाई किया है ऑल ओवर इंडिया में, कहीं अफ्रीका में, टू रिप्लेस द लिक्विड फ्यूल। पर्टिकुलरली वी हैव फोकस्ड टू रिप्लेस द लिक्विड फ्यूल, नॉट ऑन इलेक्ट्रिसिटी। So majority we have worked in steel industries, majority in rolling mill and DRI sector and ceramic sector, mineral sector. So technology पूरी mature हो गई है, और we have a different type of gasification, different size of gasification, different coal. Suppose from 5% biomass, from 2% to 5%, 20%, 30%, up to 50% is अपना इंडियन कोल के लिए भी सेपरेट गैसिफिकेशन टेक्नोलॉजी फुल्ली मेच्योर अवेलेबल है। तो आत्मनिर्भर भारत के लिए ये सारी चीजें अवेलेबल है। कभी कभी चीजें क्या हो जाती है, सपोज अनफॉर्चुनेटली गुजरात में सिरेमिक क्लस्टर में ड्यू टू सम वेस्टेड इंटरेस्ट और सम बिजनेस राइवली एनजीटी ने पूरा बैन कर दिया है। जैसे कि नीति आयोग के सरस्वती जी जानते हैं, सारे ऊपर वाले जानते हैं कि टेक्नोलॉजी में कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। हम बाहर से लाना चाहते हैं तो बाहर से हम ये टेक्नोलॉजी बाहर भी दे रहे हैं। अभी रिसेंटली हमने वर्ल्ड का फर्स्ट, इवन अमेरिका भी ये टेक्नोलॉजी जा रही है, वर्ल्ड का फर्स्ट 100 टन पर डे वेस्ट प्लास्टिक और वेस्ट टायर पायरोसिस प्लांट डेवलप किया है, फुल्ली ऑटोमेटिक, जो यूएसए ने भी हमको जगह दी है, सिंगापुर ने भी जगह दी है, मगर यहाँ कोई सुनने वाला नहीं है। तो एक ये सोच बनी हुई है कि ये बाहर से टेक्नोलॉजी लाना है। हम यहाँ इतनी स्किल अवेलेबल है, इतने लोग डेडिकेटेडली अवेलेबल है, यहाँ कुछ भी कर रहे हैं तो कोई सुनने के लिए तैयार नहीं, कि भाई मेरिट के बेस पे भी कोई सुनने के लिए तैयार नहीं है। तो एक हमारी जो मिनिस्टर जी की भी रिक्वेस्ट है, और जो भी डिग्निटरीज है, कि यहाँ की स्किल को एटलीस्ट समझे, सुने। सिर्फ एनजीटी बोल देती है, कुछ वेस्टेड इंटरेस्ट वाले 2-4 लोग PLI फाइल कर देते हैं और कुछ भी एविडेंस खड़े कर देते हैं, और पूरे का पूरा टेक्नोलॉजी बैन हो जाता है। तो एक रिसर्च वाले जो टीम होती है, तो वो मेंटली एक फ्रस्ट्रेशन का माहौल बन जाता है। तो आज सारी टेक्नोलॉजी हिंदुस्तान में अवेलेबल है, किसी भी लेवल का आपको चाहिए, किसी भी कोल के लिए चाहिए, सारी चीज अवेलेबल है और प्रूवन है। तो इसके लिए कोई बाहर जाने की जरूरत है। हमारे मतलब ऑनरेबल मोदी जी ने जो मिशन डिक्लेयर किया है कि आत्मनिर्भर, तो इसमें लिए यहाँ सारी चीजें है। थोड़ा सा मतलब अपने को एक मेरिट और अपने टेक्नोलॉजी को रिस्पेक्ट देने से चीज कहीं तक जा सकती है। कोई बाहर से लाने, और कोस्ट वाइज देखिए तो लुर्गी का और बाहर का टेक्नोलॉजी आप लाए तो जो 100 करोड़ की चीज है यहाँ 1 करोड़ में आ जाती है। मतलब 100 टाइम कॉस्ट में फर्क है, सर्विस में, इसमें ग्लोबल कॉम्पिटिटिवनेस में भी हम सबसे आगे जा सकते हैं। और मोरबी सिरामिक क्लस्टर का यही एग्जांपल है कि जो 25 इंडस्ट्री थी, आज 700 इंडस्ट्री है। यहाँ से टाइल्स चाइना एक्सपोर्ट होने लगी थी पिछले लास्ट ईयर में ड्यू टू गैसिफिकेशन। अभी अनफॉर्चुनेटली काफी वेस्टेड इंटरेस्ट है, वो भी बंद कर दिया है, काफी एक्सपोर्ट भी बंद हो गया। देयर इज अनदर इश्यू, आई एम नॉट, मगर इसमें इतना पोटेंशियल है। अगर हमारी इंडस्ट्री ने चाइना को भी मात दे दिया, उल्टी गंगा हो गई। पूरे वर्ल्ड में सिरेमिक टाइल्स चाइना से एक्सपोर्ट होती थी, अब मोरबी इंडिया से एक्सपोर्ट होने लगी थी ड्यू टू गैसिफिकेशन। वेरी चीप फ्यूल, वेरी एफिशिएंट फ्यूल। तो इसलिए ये पूरे का पूरा पोटेंशियल है, टेक्नोलॉजी हमारे पास है, कोई डिपेंडेंसी नहीं है, और काफी कॉम्पिटिटिव रेट में भी है और रिलायबल भी है। और काफी हमारे स्टील में तो काफी मतलब मोर देन 300 क्लाइंट है जो दोस्त जैसे परिचित है हमसे, मतलब राधे के नाम से परिचित है कि भाई चाइना का एकदम सस्ता गैसिफिकेशन आता है, मगर 2 साल चलता है, और गैसिफायर 15 साल तक चलता है। तो एक रेपुटेशन और एक टेक्निकल ग्रुप के साथ हम लोग अवेलेबल है।
धन्यवाद शैलेश जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। यही बात तो समझ के सरकार ने ये, आप जानते हैं सरकार ने जो इंसेंटिव दे रहे हैं हमारे निर्मला जी ऑनरेबल फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर ने जो इंसेंटिव डिक्लेयर कर चुकी है फॉर द बेनिफिट ऑफ द इंडस्ट्री, कोल गैसिफायर को इंसेंटिव मिलेगा। इसीलिए कि हम लोग चाहते हैं कि आत्मनिर्भर भारत। देखिए, मैं इस प्लेटफॉर्म पे लुगी को भी ला सकता था, मैंने जानबूझ के आपको इनविटेशन किया क्योंकि हम लोग चाहते हैं कि बढ़ावा दे हमारे आत्मनिर्भर भारत स्कीम की तरफ। सब्यसाची दा जो यूएस में बैठे हुए हैं, अमेरिका में, दादा आप मंत्री जी से जो सवाल, सब्यसाची बंदोपाध्याय सीटीओ हैं ये अमेरिका में बिग रिवर स्टील आरकांसा से, तो मैं सब्यसाची दा को से दरख्वास्त करूंगा, आप अमेरिका से इतने सुबह सुबह उठ के बैठे हुए हैं, मंत्री जी से आपका सवाल पूछें।
मंत्री जी नमस्कार, मेरा नाम सब्यसाची बंदोपाध्याय है। मैं इनफैक्ट इंडिया में मेरा स्टील इंडस्ट्री करियर स्टार्ट किए थे तो 1990 में। उसके बाद कनाडा आए, कनाडा से यूएस, और आज से 3 साल पहले मैं जेएसपीएल में था, अंगुल प्लांट का चार्ज में था। और इनफैक्ट आपका जितने सारे पॉइंट्स पे आप टच किए, कोयला स्क्रैप पॉलिसी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है, क्योंकि अंगुल में रहते हुए हम लोग तब मेरे टाइम पे हम लोग बहुत चैलेंजेस थे हमारे सामने कोयले को लेकर के, कोयले अवेलेबिलिटी एंड रीजनेबल प्राइस। And with the new policies that government is bringing along with support from your ministry, it's going to change the culture and it is going to change the fabric altogether. तो मेरा एक सवाल है, आप जो स्टील पॉलिसी जो है 255 मिलियन टन और आज के दिन में जो 120 मिलियन टन की कैपेसिटी है, तो इस बीच में जो गैप है 130 मिलियन टन की करीब, इसमें ये जो पॉलिसी में आपका ये जो स्क्रैप पॉलिसी है, स्क्रैप प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट्स आ रहा है, तो ये 130 मिलियन टन की कोई विजन है कि किस तरीके से इस 130 मिलियन टन की दूरी को, ये ब्रिज को किया जाएगा? मतलब ये गैप को कैसे ब्रिज किया जाएगा? कि मतलब मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है कि ये EAF बेस्ड होगा, DRI बेस्ड होगा, स्क्रैप बेस्ड होगा, या आयरन ओर ब्लास्ट फर्नेस BOF बेस्ड होगा? ऐसा कोई विजन है उसमें?
देखिए, इसके लिए हम लोगों ने ये जो गैप है इसको भरने का प्रयास, इससे मुझे लगता है कि ये जो अभी हमने आत्मनिर्भर भारत की जो कल्पना प्रधानमंत्री जी ने किया है, तो इसमें से हमारी जो कोशिश है कि जितने भी हमारे अलग अलग सेक्टर्स के जो हमारे सेकेंडरी स्टील के जो सेक्टर्स है, हमारे मेजर है, छोटे छोटे जो उद्योग है, इन सबको हमने जोड़ना और इसके साथ साथ आगे बढ़ाना। ये जो गैप है इसको जितने हमारे के क्षेत्र में है, हम लोगों ने अभी बातचीत कर रहे हैं और ये इसमें से एक रास्ता निकालने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं कि ये जो गैप है और जो हमारी जो आज की डिमांड है, रिक्वायरमेंट है, उसको पूरा करना ये हमारी प्राथमिकता है और इसको ध्यान में रख करके हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। क्योंकि हमारे पास वास्तव में मटेरियल्स की, रॉ मटेरियल्स की कमी नहीं है और इसको हम और बेहतर कैसे कर सकते हैं, थोड़ा सा मॉडर्नाइजेशन के बाद थोड़ा इसको बढ़ने का जो प्रयास हुआ है और ये जो गैप है थोड़ा बीच में, और निश्चित बहुत जल्दी इसको गैप को हम भरने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं और उसमें आप लोगों का जो सहयोग होगा, आप लोग भी आगे बढ़ेंगे, तो इस प्रकार का हम लोगों ने विचार किया है और मुझे लगता है कि इसके बारे में एक नया एक सोच डेवलप हुआ है। अब लोग चाहते भी हैं कि इस क्षेत्र में अलग अलग सेक्टर से जहां पर इसकी जरूरतें हैं हम इसको ध्यान में रखेंगे और आगे बढ़ेंगे, और जहां आवश्यकता है उसके बारे में परामर्श करेंगे और जैसे भी जरूरत है इस पूरे गैप को भरने के लिए वो हम लोग करने वाले हैं। तो निश्चित तौर से एक अच्छा एक माहौल एक देश में बनने का है और इससे परिस्थिति ने तो हमको ये भी कहा है कि आज जो हमारे सामने जो चैलेंजेस आए हैं उसको भी हम देख रहे हैं और उस आधार पर हम आगे बढ़ेंगे और इसके लिए निश्चित तौर से आप लोगों का एक जो सहयोग है और हमारे सेकेंडरी इंडस्ट्री के जो सेक्टर के जो हमारे इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट हैं उनसे भी हम लोग चाहते हैं कि क्या क्या अनुभव इस संकट के समय में आए हैं, उनको भी हमने जानने का प्रयास किया और इससे ही सारी चीजें निकल करके आए हैं कि ये जो कल्पना हुई है कि आज हम अपने आप को भी ऐसा मानते हैं, तो इसके बारे में हम लोग विचार कर रहे हैं और बहुत सारे सजेशंस भी आए इसको लेकर के। ये हमने संज्ञान में लिया है और नोटिस भी किया है।
धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मंत्री जी। इनफैक्ट यहाँ बैठे हुए भी निर्माल्य के साथ टच में हूँ और उसके उनके जितने वेबिनार्स है उसके मेरे छोटे से पार्टिसिपेशन के जरिए से जो भी कंट्रीब्यूट कर सकता हूँ कर रहा हूँ और उम्मीद करता हूँ बहुत जल्दी फिजिकली इंडिया में रह करके कुछ कंट्रीब्यूट कर सकूं, उसकी उम्मीद में हूँ।
धन्यवाद सब्यसाची दादा। धन्यवाद मंत्री जी। रवि जी, और रवि जी से तो मिल चुके हैं मंत्री जी पिछले 15 तारीख का जो बारेन में सीईओ है रवि से। रवि आपका सवाल। रवि जी।
मंत्री जी नमस्कार।
नमस्कार। नमस्कार।
मेरा एक छोटा सा सवाल था, क्योंकि आजकल ये गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया काफी FTAs वगैरह रिवाइज कर रही है, तो इज देयर एनी प्लान, कुछ प्लान है कि आप ये कोरिया का FTA भी रिवाइज करेंगे? क्योंकि अब काफी कुछ जो स्टील आ रहा है इंडिया में उससे लोकल इंडस्ट्री को हानि होती है। इससे आपको एक एग्जांपल देता हूं मैं। मारुति में, जो कि इंडिया की सबसे बड़ी कार कंपनी है, 50% कार वही बनाती है, उसमें कम से कम 60 to 70% स्टील इंपोर्ट होता है। और वो स्टील टाटा स्टील भी बना सकती है और थोड़ा बहुत प्रयास करके JSW भी बना सकती है, लेकिन वो लोग कुछ ना कुछ लूप होल निकाल के इन लोग को अलाउ नहीं करते हैं। अगर FTA बंद होता है तो इन लोगों को फोर्सिबली ये लोग लोकल इंडस्ट्री को यूज करना शुरू करेंगे। और ये स्पेशलाइज स्टील्स हैं जो कि भारत के सिवा बाहर में सब गैल्वेनील स्टील से कारें बनती हैं, जबकि भारत में CR के बेसिस पे बनती हैं, तो इसलिए भारत के लिए भी अच्छा रहेगा।
जरूर।
शुक्रिया।
धन्यवाद रवि जी। थैंक यू सो मच रवि। लास्ट सवाल मैं रविचंद्र जी से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा, दरख्वास्त करूंगा। रविचंद्र जी निर्देशक हैं मोनेट इस्पात एंड एनर्जी, जो अभी JSW ने खरीद लिया है। JSW जॉइंट वेंचर है, तो इससे पहले वो JSW में ही थे बहुत साल। JSW से अभी मोनेट इस्पात के चार्ज में है, मोनेट इस्पात देख रहे हैं अभी, तो होल टाइम डायरेक्टर हैं मोनेट इस्पात एंड एनर्जी। रविचंद्र जी, योर क्वेश्चन टू द ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर, आपका सवाल।
मंत्री जी नमस्कार।
नमस्कार। नमस्कार।
हम तो मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम JSW में बड़ा प्लांट भी बना रहे थे, अभी तो ये भी छोटा प्लांट में आया, इसको प्लस माइनस वगैरह हम देख रहे थे। हम ये जो सब्जेक्ट में इसलिए इंटरेस्ट हुए कि इंडक्शन फर्नेस स्टील्स में है, आपको ये बहुत एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप को भी प्रमोट करता है, एम्प्लॉयमेंट भी रिलेटिवली एम्प्लॉयमेंट को भी प्रमोट करता है। अभी तो इसको ऑलरेडी इंडक्शन फर्नेस तो टोटल देश का प्रोडक्शन में 25% का शेयर तो ले चुका है, एंड ग्रोथ में और ज्यादा करने के लिए वो कोशिश कर रहे हैं। तो दोबारा इफ यू आर्क फर्नेस भी देखें, छोटा आर्क फर्नेसेस वाला मिला के तो 50% के ऊपर ही हो जाता है। स्मॉल इंडस्ट्री से क्या है, मैं अगेन वंस अगेन आर्क फर्नेस हो, इंडक्शन फर्नेस हो, तो एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप के भी प्रमोट करता है कि एम्प्लॉयमेंट की प्रमोट करता है। इसलिए जो भी एडवांटेजेस इनको वो तो मिलना चाहिए गवर्नमेंट के तरफ से, वो जो हेल्प मिलने के लिए तो उसको स्पेशली पूरी कोशिश करना चाहिए। वही तो हमारा रिक्वेस्ट है ये इन लोगों के लिए। सर बड़े कंपनीज का अपनी चिंता अलग हो जाती है, ऐसा नहीं कि वो लोग भी बहुत ज्यादा पैलेट बनाते हैं आजकल। जैसे पैलेट के ऊपर एक चर्चा हुई, पैलेट को आयरन ओर का इक्विवेलेंट समझ रहे हैं करके, तो पैलेट में हम लोगों ने बहुत ही एडवांटेज देखा। स्टील मेकिंग में भी सेंटर से पैलेट बनाने के टाइम पे आधा एनर्जी खर्चा होता है, वो पैलेट का यूज करने का टाइम पे 5% फ्यूल बचता है, 5% लो कॉस्ट कोल इंजेक्शन करते हैं इन ब्लास्ट फर्नेसेस पे। और DRI में भी पैलेट यूज करने से 8% यील्ड इंप्रूव होता है, 8% फ्यूल सेविंग होता है। ये इसको जो बोल रहे हैं कहते हैं कि इसको आयरन ओर की इक्विवेलेंट ना समझें इसको, तो एक्चुअली इट इज अ प्रोडक्ट स्टेटस, अच्छी तरह से इसको हेल्प करना चाहिए। ये मेरा रिक्वेस्ट है।
इसमें एक चीज है रविचंद्र जी, ये इसको आप थोड़ा सा हमको एक नोट भिजवाइए। ये जो आपने कहा है कि इसको आज हमको किस क्षेत्र में, क्योंकि हमको कुछ राज्यों से भी इस विषय में बातचीत करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि उनका भी एक इंटरेस्ट उससे जुड़ा है। कई बार इंडस्ट्री सेक्टर में कि क्या हमारा इस सेक्टर को हम बढ़ना चाहते हैं, परंतु राज्यों के जो हित है और उसमें से हमारा इंडस्ट्री सेक्टर को हम क्या रिलैक्सेशन दे सकते हैं, ये थोड़ा सा बातचीत करना पड़ेगा। तो उसका एक मुझे लगता है कि आप एक नोट है बढ़िया इसको बना करके भिजवाइए, ताकि हम राज्यों से भी बातचीत करेंगे। हमको समस्या यही आती है कि हम चाहते हैं कि इंडस्ट्री बढ़े, परंतु जब ये विषय आता है, मैंने बहुत जगह अभी बातचीत किया है कि इससे संकट के समय में लगभग मैंने 20 स्टेट्स के अंदर मैंने इंडस्ट्री मिनिस्टरों से बातचीत किया, सेक्रेटरी से बातचीत किया, तो एक कॉमन इशू निकल करके उसमें से आए हैं, परंतु उसके बारे में एक कोई सर्वमान्य कोई नीति ऐसा बने और उसको एक कॉमन पॉलिसी के तौर पर हम आगे ले जाएंगे, तो मुझे लगता है कि इस सेक्टर को हम थोड़ा आगे बढ़ा पाएंगे और इसके बारे में हमको इस लेवल पे भी बातचीत करना पड़ेगा।
हाँ जी, धन्यवाद जी, जरूर करेंगे।
धन्यवाद मंत्री जी, आपका जलाहार भी हम लोग इतने अत्याचारी हो गए हैं, अभी आपका जल आहार का भी समय आपको नहीं दे रहे हैं। आप आराम से अभी बस सुनते रहिए, बने रहिए। मैं और सवाल आपसे नहीं, किसी को सवाल पूछने नहीं दूंगा। आगे बढ़ते हैं, आगे चलते हुए अंकित, आर यू देयर?
Yeah, I'm here.
अच्छा बेटा, अभी तुम मैं भी थोड़ा चाय पी के आ जाऊं, तब तक तुम आगे बढ़ो।
Absolutely. So our next speaker for today is Mr. Shobhashaji Bandyopadhyay. He is the CTO of Big River Steel USA. So Mr. Bandyopadhyay is someone who regularly attends our webinars and has also attended our physical conferences as well before. And it's always a pleasure to hear him speak. So Mr. Bandyopadhyay, would you like to take it off for me?
Thank you, Ankit. Again, good evening, Minister Ji, and good evening to all the eminent panelists. I see a lot of faces that I know, and some of them we are getting to know each other. And Andrin, you are sitting in Europe, so good afternoon to you. So I think, for the most part, the discussion that has come up so far today, I see that from my understanding of my stay in India about 2 years back, the coal availability, which is a major issue, and Atmanirbharta that can drive the gasification process from coal. So management of coal and availability of coal with government policies and overall scrap management certainly are of prime attention in India. The minister also focused on the point about the unorganized sector nature of scrap overall, and the scrap policy, I think, would probably address that. I have drafted my today's presentation mostly around scrap because there were a lot of points that came out from Anrin and then Ravi about scrap. No doubt is a commodity that is probably better utilized in steelmaking. Sometimes even it's cheaper, but still it poses challenges. So I'll share my screen quickly, and I'll walk you through a presentation that I have drafted here. Hopefully you can see my screen.
Yeah, we can see.
Thank you. So I'm going to pick up from where we left in the last webinar on June 5th, 2020. So there were certain themes that we touched upon. EAF steelmaking leads but lags. Solution to pollution is dilution. Concerns remain. So basically saying you know, as an introduction, I am in United States. The company that I am with, it's about $1.3 billion investment, 1.65 million tons of steel. We are going through a second phase expansion with $700 million to add capacity of another 1.65. So in total, 3.3 million tons of capacity. United States overall has a major share in terms of EAF steelmaking, about 700 million, 70% of the total capacity. Obviously, less carbon footprint is a plus, but challenges stay with surface critical application, as Ravi was pointing out, for auto exposed applications. One of the things that is there are tramp elements that Ravi again referred to. So the scrap base gets richer and richer with residuals as time progresses. And the second part is the knowledge about the whole scrap, which is uncertain, unknown. So scrap doesn't come with any certification. It is collected from various sources, and then it is considered to be a dirty material. So most of the steel makers, the EAF steel makers, they mix virgin iron units. So in our case, where I am working right now, we have about 70% scrap, 30% virgin iron in the form of either pig iron or HBI. And so our claim to recycling is somewhat tainted. And so we pose the question that what is the new normal? What can we do? So in Big River Steel, we are doing few things. And the 3 bullet points here where I have left it: the use of data science, closed loop system, and demand certification. So I will take some specific examples of what we are doing and go into a little bit of deep root on the data science portion with the scrap itself. So our approach is, since we are not getting a scrap certification like we certify our steel, we are doing a scrap characterization. So this is something that we are really working on. The goal is very simple: to have a real-time visibility into the metallics cost. And we are targeting one of the tramp elements, copper, to be determined by each commodity, by each pile, and by each vendor. The approach is very simple: to have a real-time copper estimation, a real-time yield estimation by commodity, by heat, and then use the predicted copper content to fine-tune the targeted scrap weights for any of the heats that are coming up. This is kind of our model design. So we are looking at historical heats. We are looking at the heat weight for all the historical heats. And we are looking at the different scrap types, the commodities that are used, the weight of those, the pile IDs and all that, into training the model. And once we have trained the model, so then that gives us a copper level estimation by each commodity, by each pile. Then we execute the model for the upcoming heats. So upcoming heats, they have got certain recipes, meaning they've got certain grades, certain restrictions, certain demands, some expectations. We know what kind of copper level we have to hit in those heats. And then we also, since we are an electric arc furnace, we carry what's called heel. So about out of the about 325 ton of total steel that's liquid in the furnace, we keep about 150 odd ton in the furnace, and the rest is stacked. So with the information from the model, trained model, we actually execute the model for all the upcoming heat. And thereby we estimate by each heat the copper level of the heat. And we also have a cost estimate with descriptive information by each vendor, scrap type and pile ID and pile location, etc. So it is essentially a very, very integrated data-based modeling. I'm not a data scientist, but the concept is very simple. It's to have a dynamic assessment, an understanding of the scrap, which is considered to be an unknown in our process, and we are so much dependent. So instead of having a result after the fact in the liquid stage when we are testing in LF, we better have an understanding of the scrap ahead of time so that we can charge it properly, we can optimize it properly. And so what we are talking about, we have a value in use modeling from the time we started operation, but this was primarily static with assumptions. The landed cost of material is always available, so we do not have to worry about that. But we did not have a way to predict the energy consumption. So that first model has been developed. We did not have an understanding of predicting the melting time of the blend. That has been done. So two of the big items in terms of data science modeling, they have been accomplished. We are currently working on metallic yield prediction by each commodity, prediction of refractory wear pattern, because, you know, again, it is better to know before we fail, so that we can get rid of unscheduled downtime. And finally, this is also very important, the electrode consumption prediction, that is also in progress. So we are working on few of the modelings right now and have accomplished a couple of those. I'm going a little bit detailed into the energy prediction model, how we are doing it. Very simply saying, there are certain times that are very important, including the loading time, the overall melting time, and then the tap time. We also are trying to predict energy per heat. And with this energy time profile within a heat, we are in fact predicting the total energy and the duration of the heat. And we combine those results so that we can predict the energy usage per hour of the day. And this is very important because we trade energy on a trading platform. So whatever is our energy maximum demand, out of that, we calculate a baseline per hour, and any available energy that's there for us to trade, we trade that energy into that trading platform. And it's a very interesting process. It's a very model-driven process. Even though there are some human interruptions, human interventions, we still are looking forward to making it very automated, data-driven process, again, with the implementation of AI and ML. When we look at this model, this energy prediction model, this is very interesting that, you know, we also looked at the model features, and you can see, you know, many of you who are associated with the steelmaking, you can pretty much relate to it. But what I'm showing here, that it actually defines that our understanding, our anecdotal understanding, is in fact demonstrated by the data science itself. And so when we have this closed loop process, we are better equipped, we are better reactive, and we have a better control. A couple of things that in fact stood out, like if you look at the list of items, one of the things that stood out, if you look at my cursor, that's on the day of the month or the seasonality. So this was very interesting, because there are heterogeneous factors that are also taken into account. In United States, there is a lot of snow during the winter, and you know, that causes a different heat flux requirement, and so the energy consumption or the overall heat balance actually gets changed. The last point on this slide is about mean absolute percentage error. So in order for the training model and the execution model, we look for accuracy of the model, and lower the mean absolute percentage error, the lower it is, the better, because the model accuracy goes closer to 100% in that case. So we do a charge mix optimization that we are trying to do in a different way than, and probably in a similar way than with many others in the industry. So making it charge mix as a function of the inventory that we carry. And we are looking at the replacement cost consideration, and these are coming into the optimization model. This is not part of the actual data science model even though this is a data analytics, it's not part of the data science model that I just talked about in the charge, in the copper estimate and the yield estimate. Here, these are more optimization models, and we are looking at function of productivity where we are looking at throughput. So instead of tons per hour, we are looking at dollars per hour, how we can maximize the throughput through the process. And then certainly integration with the sales forecast. And Andrin talked about exploring alternate sources of metallics. And I'm so glad that there are people of similar thinking across the globe. And we have similar initiatives that are in process where we are looking at commodities that are extremely less attractive, and sometimes even people are selling them as like B scrap, as it is called in the United States. Almost the last slide here is the procurement efficiency. What we are demanding, or we are taking very strong initiatives, is about that. Well, our steel users, the customers, they have defined knowledge of the chemistry. So we want them to segregate the scrap. We want them to give us the scrap back with the knowledge that they have received from the steel that they have bought. The second point is we are very much insisting upon tying up with relationships with our customers, with our users on scrap buyback or scrap for steel program. So give us your scrap, we will give you a steel for a conversion cost. And thirdly, but not the least, is a supplier scorecard. This is extremely rare in the steel industry, where the steel scrap vendors have a relationship with a supplier scorecard. The steel industry is very well aware of supplier scorecard when we are supplying steel to our customers, like the automotive industry. They have maintained supplier scorecard for many number of years, and they have clear objectives on the deliverables that they expect from the steel suppliers, including quality, price, service, and delivery. So similar kind of metrics is being worked on. We have started working on those, and certainly in the last, that I would say that the initiatives that are being taken under the Ministry of Steel in India with the scrap policy and the scrap processing units, that's a very bright end of the tunnel, where I think the bridge to the 255 million ton, as many of the speakers said, that the focus would be on coal-based DRI with gas-based DRI from coal, and then scrap-based electric arc furnace. Energy cost must be cheap. It is cheap in the US. We in fact operating at about less than 3 rupees per kilowatt hour. So that's a benefit for us. I will open myself for questions at this point, and please feel free to ask me questions.
So do we have any questions for Mr. Bandyopadhyay from the panel?
May I have a small question?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Bandyopadhyay, thanks a lot for the presentation. Very brilliant topics. And as we see that we share kind of the same mindset related to alternative scraps, I'd rather say in this way. Just one question I'd like to be curious about: what type of scrap yard management technology you are right now using in Big Rivers?
So when you say scrap unit management technology, are you talking about scrapyard? Okay, so our scrapyard is managed through. We have an optimization software that actually is driving the entire pile management. So we have graphics on that, and then we have scales which are connected to our level 2. So each weight is tracked by commodity. We have the entire scrapyard is on Wi-Fi. So we have radiation detectors on each of our different scales. when it comes to the furnace, when it comes into the yard, and when it is unloaded from the barge. We have barge. We are right on Mississippi River. So we have barge, we have rail track all the way BNSF connectivity on into our yard, and we are open to the freeway, the interstate freeway. So what we are currently working on the specific management is how to assess the tramp elements within each commodity. That means whether it's busheling, because the common names are busheling, bundle, shred, PNS. This is a very common name. We are not talking about, so it's like mild steel. But within mild steel, there are various grades of steel, whether it's an HSLA, whether it's an advanced high strength steel, whether it's an HSLA 45, HSLA 50, or HSLA 55. So every scrap must be distinguished like that. When I was working in ASP, we had scraps which were distinguished very categorically, because we were dependent so much on scrap. But even in the United States, where there is a high level of scrap dependence, I don't think there is a lot of scrap science. So that's where we are focusing on the scrap management, so to say, Andrin, which is lacking, so that we can govern how to procure, when to procure, whom to procure, how much to procure. So in a nutshell, answer to it, there is modernization in that place. There is no camera yet place. I mean, there are cameras, but camera related tracking.
Yes.
So there are technologies. In fact, Tenova has technology, Danieli has technology, Primetals has technology, but we are trying to develop our own. We have adopted drones. We actually measure our inventory of piles by drones. So we run drones and we do that. So it's growing, it's evolving, and we are trying to build our own technology, so to say, even though there are a lot of technologies available there that we are using at this present moment.
Thank you, because this is something very interesting what I have learned from voestalpine Böhler. They are much smaller in size than your plant, but they kind of follow this scrap mapping and monitoring very religiously, because they are producing very special steels, and everything that they do, they separate. I mean, in very, very small amounts based on a very short range of chemical composition. This is very interesting that they do, but they can manage it because they have very lower quantity. For bigger quantity, what happens? That's also another question.
Yeah, but Andrin, if you think about it, I mean, we also produce special steels. We produce steels which are for API grade, which are for auto grade, and they contain microalloys. So if you think about the alloys like chromium, the chromium is about $20 a pound. If you think about molybdenum, you think about nickel, they are costly. So we should substitute, we should not put raw elemental form those kind of alloys. We rather should look for where scrap is having those kind of alloys and identify those scrap, segregate those scrap, use this scrap in preference for those kind of heats.
Exactly. Perfect.
Thank you. So these are the kind of management practices that we are trying to develop within ourselves and with implementation of data science.
Great. Thanks for this very good explanation.
Do we have any more questions from the panel?
Just an appreciation. Excellent job. And you could very well see level 1, level 2, level 3 automation have been all merged together.
Yeah, so Ravi, just to thank you very much for your comments. It's always I take it to my heart. I mean, your comments are extremely valuable to me. So we have actually, in fact, gone beyond the level 1, level 2, level 3 systems, so to say. We have a level 4 systems and also a financial system. So now what we have done, we talk it as an enterprise artificial intelligence platform. So we have covered every single data, including level 0. So we are drawing data, live data, into that single platform, and once you have that platform of data, you need supercomputing to process that data and churn out real-time closed loop feedback so that the actions can be taken before the event takes place. So if that makes sense. So it's not that we are doing it by ourselves. We have partners in this process, and they are helping us to get there. The basic concept, as far as the steel industry is concerned, we have a lot of knowledgeable people, a lot of experienced people. It's our understanding, our logic, that can be put together in a very data science format, because it's logic, nothing else.
Absolutely. But it is great to hear from you, Sabyasachi, because you are at the cutting edge of the usage of scrap and steel making.
And we have to be, because otherwise, it's very difficult if you think about the amount of investment, 1.3 billion, and our cost of labor, which is extremely high in this part of the world. For us to be in competition and survive, we have to be one of the lowest cost producers, and the only way we can do it is blocking the wastes and waste to wealth. So first of all, stop the drains, make sure that whatever is getting wasted is turned into wealth. So like yield loss, if I can save 1% of my yield, I mean, that's a lot of money. If I can maximize my copper, so if I have a 0.15 copper max, like you were talking about, that the EAF steel makers are still not high quality. I have the same feeling, not because I feel that we are not. I feel that way because people are at the perception is that way. So naturally, we have to change the perception, and I call copper is a myth. So I targeted copper in my presentation, but there are other tramp elements, as you said, Ravi, that are also equally important.
Right. Thank you. Nice.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sabyasachi. Thank you, Ravi. Thanks to both of you. Well, I have a special request for Mr. Prema of Abul Khair, because he has to leave. So may I request Mr. Prema to please complete his presentation. Mr. Prema, are you there? Can you find him?
Yeah,
Ankit,
I've requested him to start his video.
Mathur Saab is there, but I can't see. I can't see him. Can you see him?
Yeah.
He's there?
Yeah.
Okay. There he is. Mr. Prem Shankar, are you audible? Can you hear me, Prem Shankar ji? Mr. Prem Shankar? Can I take his place? Yeah. Can you put on your video, please?
It has been blocked.
No.
It has been blocked by the host. It is saying it has been blocked by the host.
Ankit, can you unblock his video?
I don't see any. I can give another start video request. Did you get a request?
No. It says it has been blocked by the host.
That is strange. I did not make any changes. I don't understand.
See, you cannot start your.
You have to switch on your. It's not by default. Everyone's video is on.
Yeah. By default, everyone's video should be working.
So I found from the list Mr. S. Prasad, Mr. Aston, Mr. Bhavesh. These are blocked. The list says these have been blocked.
No. You are visible now. You are visible. You are visible. Please go ahead. We can see you. Please go ahead.
Can I go ahead?
Yes.
Yeah.
Anyway, Mr. Mukherjee, thank you very much for giving.
Hello.
Hello.
Mr. Prem Shankar.
Yes, please. Yes, I can hear you now. Because the net is very weak, so video is not running.
Something is wrong.
Yeah.
In the meanwhile, can I speak for 2-3 minutes?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yes, no problem.
Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee, for giving me an opportunity to put forth my views. As a matter of fact, so much has been already spoken about the sponge iron DRI. Not much has been left for me. But I found there are so many new faces among the panelists or the participants. Let me, for their benefit, let me introduce my organization. I represent the Sponge Iron Manufacturers Association, which is an all India apex industry body to promote and protect the interest of DRI and DRI based industry in India. Almost all major steel producers, DRI and steel producers like Tata Steel, ANS, JSPL, JSW, Monet, etc. are our members. Now coming back to the subject, DRI, I started want to start where we are, where we should go. But Ranjan Bandyopadhyay has already given an outline. But for the sake of not repeating, I will just give an outline. We have produced last year 37 million tons. And as per JPC, 80% of that comes from the coal-based sponge iron, which means out of 37, around 32 million tons was based from the coal-based route. And only 14% production comes from the gas-based routes. This is not a healthy situation. In the early 90s, the ratio was 30 and 70. 30 means 30 coal-based and 70 gas-based. I personally feel being associated from the sponge iron industry right from its inception in 1980s, I feel the share of the gas-based DRI should increase in the country. In view of the fact which Ravi has already highlighted, the advantage of the gas-based DRI or HBI, I will not like to repeat them, but I wish the share of the gas-based sponge iron in the country should increase. And I see a light about this. I feel strongly the share of the gas-based DRI in future will increase. Why I am saying like this? Because someone has referred the Eastern gas grid, which is a gas pipeline, is being laid down at a cost of 13,000 crore rupees from Jagdishpur to Haldia, which will cover the major steel producer in the country and the states, all the major public sector, private sector steel plant in Jharkhand, Odisha, and West Bengal. For example, it will cover the Bokaro steel plant. I am talking for the public sector steel plant, Bokaro steel plant, Rourkela steel plant, and DSP Durgapur. It will also cover the Tata Steel Jamshedpur, Tata Steel in Odisha. It will cover the JSPL Angul. It will cover the major pellet and DRI plants in the Odisha. So this is going to be a game changer. Only two hindrances are there. If those hindrances, impediments are removed, I can say very confidently the concept of steel making in India will change drastically in a time within a span of 1 or 2 years. What are those two impediments? Those two impediments are assurance of a regular supply of the natural gas. We have a very bad experience in the early 90s when the 3 gas-based DRI plants were set up on the shore of the Maharashtra and Gujarat with the government firm assurance that gas will be supplied. After some time, the gas was switched off. And the government came with the explanation, our priority has changed. Our priority is now fertilizer. Then second change came, now our priority is the power plant and the transportation. In this condition, no one is going to invest the money because the capex is very high. Second impediment is the cost of the gas. QJ, the gas prices are lowest. Is there an assurance that the gas will remain at the price? If the investor is assured that the gas is being made available at $3 or $3 at the prevailing price, definitely people will jump over it. I am happy to say the government of India, under the leadership of Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan, have signed so many long-term MOU, whether it is a Qatar, whether it is a USA, whether it is a Russia. So there is a assurance. Now the gas will be supplied continuously. To promote the gas-based production, my association had a very high-level workshop with the GAIL on the suggestion of Honorable Dharmendra Pradhan, Central Minister of State, and we involved all the stakeholders, and we came to know in that meeting, in that workshop, the stakeholder said if the gas is supplied to us at $16 per MMBTU, people will jump on it. Whereas GAIL and the stance of ONGC was that $6 delivered at the gate. Whereas the GAIL was of the opinion, in spite of signing the long-term agreement, it is very difficult for us to supply at $8 to $9 delivered at gate. So that is a big impediment. When H Energy, when Reliance Gas can sign an agreement with the AMSN at a dollar of $5.5, or H Energy with the GSW Dolby plant that delivered at gate at $3.5, why GAIL and ONGC cannot assure the investor or the producer to supply the gas at gate at $6? These are the two impediments. If these two impediments are resolved, the steel making or steel map in India will change drastically. That is all I wanted to say. I wanted to talk about the prospect of the hydrogen, which Ravi Singh and Mr. Mukesh has already covered, so I will not like to repeat. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kashivaji. Thank you so much. You have always taken the industry forward right from your days in the ministry to your present status as the head of the Sponge Iron Association in India. You have always taken the industry forward, and I'm sure in the days ahead, the DRI industry will achieve many more milestones to come. Having said that, thank you, Kashivaji. Thank you once again. So, having said that, we will move to Mr. Prem Shankar, because he has been waiting for a very long time. So, Mr. Prem Shankar, just you could just briefly highlight the DRI situation in Bangladesh, and how much of DRI do you import, and what is the scrap scenario?
You see, Abul Khair Steel has got 2 electric arc furnaces, a plate caster, 6 strand, and a rolling mill in the steel melting unit. So we are producing at around 1.4 million tons of steel, and our charge mix is around 60 to 65% scrap, and around 25 to 30% is HBI, and around 10% is the pig iron. Now the total DI what we are importing is nearly 6 to 7 lakh tons at the moment. But we are planning to set up a gas-based DRI plant in our complex. And the discussions are going on with the different suppliers. I hope very soon that will be finalized, and we will have our own DRI plant. So we will be putting around a 2.5 million ton capacity, most probably the Mitrex process. That is the advanced stage of discussion. Yes, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Prem Shankar ji. Thank you for giving a brief outline of the situation in Abul Khair. I have only one question. How does
Yeah.
Abul Khair compare to BSRM? Are you of the same capacity, more or less?
You see, we have got two units. One is the melting unit, which I explained you just now, around 1.5 million ton we are producing. And we have another cold rolling complex that is producing 1 million tons of cold roll sheets, galvanized and color coated sheets. So total capacity is 2.5 million ton at the moment. I think we are much ahead of the BSR.
Oh, so you are the largest producer in Bangladesh so far.
Yes, yes. At the moment, we are the largest.
Now, thank you so much, Mr. Prem Shankar ji.
Just one small curiosity to Mr. Prem Shankar. How
Yes,
you are
please.
gonna secure the cheap gas for Matrix?
To see that detail, I have no idea, but we got a sanction of the gas for the production of DRI.
Okay, so the financial things they look up feasible instead of using gas.
Yes, because the gas availability in Bangladesh is easier. There is no coal mine. So we cannot go to the coal-based DRI system. Gas is always good and gas availability is better.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
I think you are muted.
Okay. Mr. Pradeep Patra has a question. Can you see Mr. Pradeep Patra? Can you just put him on? Can you see Mr. Pradeep Patra? He has raised his hand.
No, I can't see him.
Yeah,
Mr. Pradeep.
Yeah, I've allowed him to talk. Yeah.
Mr. Pradeep Patra, please ask your question.
Good evening to all. So my question is for Sabbosachi. So I am really happy to connect Sabbo. So just we were remembering we worked together at Alloy Steel Plant Durgapur. So my question that the scrap is being very heterogeneous in nature. So, and your heap wise, some chemistry you talked about that on that basis you have developed some model. So, but how correctly you are able to get the composition, heap wise composition, scrap being very heterogeneous?
Thank you, Pradipda. I call him Pradipda because he is elder to me, and that's the culture in Bangla, in Bengali. So that's exactly the data science that we are working on, because there are certain tricks to this. Obviously, if we mix too many different vendors into one pile, it becomes more variable. So reducing the number of variables is one key component. If you think about it, scrap comes from different consuming sources. So when we talk about different consuming sources, that means there are different types of grades, different types of chemistries that are involved. So if we can segregate consuming industries, if we can segregate vendor supplies, if you think about the industry segregation, concentration, and if you can distinguish between the zones where the scrap is coming from, and if you so this is all about pile management. Once you have focused on and zeroed down into that, then you start applying data science, and that's what I was showing, that it is called that there is a training model and then there is an execution model. That the actual tested forecasted value and to the actual, we measure the error. And once we get mean error value, mean absolute percentage error as low as possible, then we know that our model is accurate. Again, I'm not a data scientist. I cannot tell you exactly in all details about what kind of methodologies, whether it's written in Python or what language, but I can tell you the concept is very simple, is to have better understanding of the scrap sourcing where the steel grades that have been involved in generating the scrap, and then where the concentration or the industry or the zone that it is coming from. Let me give you an example. So let's say if you think about the pipelines that are being replaced in United States, which were put in back in 1950, 1960, they were probably all from blast furnace BOF process. So we know by simple definition that they are in nature, they are low in residuals. Now you can run some testing on those, but also you have to remember that in those days people were adding elements like nickel, moly, vanadium, columbium to upgrade the material to reach to those physical property levels. So again, I mean, it's a combination of a lot of different things, but it is primarily pile management and data science building model into those piles to predict the copper level. So it is heterogeneous in nature, no doubt. Absolutely.
I must appreciate Sabbo that you are really doing a great job, because in for making automobile steel grades we used to restrict quantity of scrap, but you are making automobile grade using 100% scrap, so that's really great. So
So
thank
we are
you,
not there
Sabbo.
yet. No, we are not there yet. So the challenge is posed by the automakers to us. Can we make 100% scrap-based steel for them? So if you listen to Mr. Prem Shankar, he said 65% scrap, about 25 to 30% HBI, and about 10% pig iron. We are in a similar stage. Flat rolled, if you listen to Ravi also said that flat rolled steel is challenged in the EAF best to meet the highest quality. Those are perceptions, but those can be changed. Now, the fact that we do not have control on our scrap, the lack of knowledge is not giving us the wisdom. So we have to get to that point of wisdom with knowledge. How can we get the knowledge unless our scrap suppliers participate in such a program where we can demand for certification? Till that point, we have to develop our own tools, our own data science to maximize scrap usage.
But I think scrap supplier is also there in the panel.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, I think she can also respond.
Yes. Namrata, can you respond? Namrata, did you understand what the question was? Mr. Patro, if you can just repeat the question once again.
Hi, Namrata. Myself, I think she's still on. Okay. Hi, Namrata. Myself, Pradeep Patro. I'm just retired from JSW Steel. But myself and Sabbosachi worked together in Alloy Steel Plant Durgapur, and where we melted a lot of scrap. And now he's also, using a lot of scrap. But he's doing a lot of scrap management, where he needs to know the source of scrap from the scrap supplier. So how actually the source of scrap, how those information you are maintaining when you are selling a scrap, how in details the source of scrap you are sharing with your buyer, and what is the improvement you are doing in that direction?
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Patra, for asking these questions. Actually, in Dubai market, the way we work is not as advanced as how Mr. Sabyasachi is working now, because we are taking the scrap from the local market. That's how the Dubai market is working. And we try to support our buyers, because when it comes to the price competency, we need to see what the other markets are doing. So in Dubai, we are trying to see how, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so in Dubai market, we are trying to segregate the purity of scrap, because to get the scrap from a different market, it's very easy, but to get the purity of the scrap and the quality scrap, it's like a biggest challenge. So we always try to maintain the quality as of now. And I hope that we will reach a stage where we can satisfy our buyers in terms of how Mr. Sabyasachi is going with a higher level of technology. And I'm really impressed by the way he is managing the scrap.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
I have a question for Mr. Sabyasachi.
Yes.
Yeah, you buy this scrap, you get a lot of copper And gas cylinders sometimes, those who, if you charge directly in the furnace, they may blast. So how do you sort out all these copper, explosive materials, cylinders? Because I have seen in our plant, a lot of cylinders and coppers are also coming, and we have to put people manually, we are sorting out. That is a very tedious job. But how you are doing that, I want to know.
Well, first of all, you know, I think our suppliers do a better job in not passing on gas cylinders to us. That's a no-no. We generally have cameras when the scrap trucks cross our scale or the rail cars come to the site. We do have governance with the cameras. When the cranes unload, we have cameras on site. So we do make checks. We have very close conformity control systems. But you are right. I mean, you know, there is no way I can stop a supplier from sending a gas cylinder. But if that happens, that vendor is out of my book. They will never come back. So it's not that there is any point, and I don't think they can compromise with that. So we have not had any incident with gas cylinders. Now, in terms of the copper, so copper comes in various forms, right? So we buy a lot of shredded scrap, and naturally cars, they have copper balls. We call them copper balls. So they come in those forms. Now they do a lot of copper picking, and they have got technologies based on eddy current in their shredders to segregate the copper. There are also other technologies Andrin may know about. There is a company called Sycon who has also developed technologies to segregate copper from in the shredded scrap and also from HMS. But I think overall copper is a natural substance in steel scrap, primarily shred. When copper is involved in dissolved form, we cannot segregate it. So we deal with the issue of copper in shredded scrap. You can create what is called, there is a technology called gamma analyzer. If you're ever interested, you can get my contact from Nirmal. You can get in touch with me. I can set in touch with that company. They actually have processes whereby they can predict copper in the scrap, because you have to run that scrap through the belt through that gamma analyzer, and it will give you a prediction of copper level in the scrap pile that you are running.
Thank you, Subhashajita. There is one question from Mr. Malay Bhattacharya to all panelists. My question is for all panelists. In the process of discussing DRI scrap management in steelmaking, I was expecting some talk on reusing the enormous waste in the form of mill scale, sludges, dust, etc., piled up in almost every integrated steel plant in India. We do have environmental concerns as well, and with every million-ton production increase, these wastes are also increasing. Some of them have rich Fe content too. Shall request a brief addressing on this issue, please.
May I start with, if possible?
Yeah. Okay, you start, and then Subhashajita can complement.
Okay, so this is, I remember discussing with Mr. Bhattacharya during last week in Düsseldorf, and then we were discussing and things got complicated due to the virus crisis in the meanwhile. And this is something that we started our company based on. So whatever you have iron and carbon inside it, let it be mill scale, let it be blast furnace sludge, let it be converter sludge, let it be sinter fines, coke oven, coke breeze, everything that has iron and carbon inside it, we patented a technology to make DRI out of it, and with an extra benefit of getting zinc and power as the byproduct. And the same thing that holds true for tailings, because in Indian context, hematite tailings have more than 50% iron in it. So then that means if you have a tailing pile of 10 million ton, you get maybe 5 to 6 million tons of iron ore for free. So this is something would be very interesting for us to get in the Indian context, because when you're, if you are trying to beneficiate hematite, the tailing ends up iron rich in certain cases. The same goes for actually red mud from the alumina industry. So people think red mud is something from the alumina byproduct, but even if you look at it, it is more than 50% iron inside it. So why not make DRI out of it? Not alone it, that's the beauty of the technology, what we tried to. But these are the things we would be really happy to discuss with who have these waste problems, because what we see, if you throw it away, that means you're throwing away iron and carbon and valuable material into the environment instead of using it. And if you think people who are living near a tailing dam, a thing like Brumadinho could happen in India, things are not going to turn up very well, is it? So that's from my side.
Nirmala, can I just add something?
Yes.
Yeah, please be brief because
yeah, just 1 minute. I will take 2 minutes. Only just I wanted to tell that time has gone when the lot of waste was there in the integrated steel plant. Now the plant has changed. People have adopted the philosophy of zero discharge, zero waste, and zero harm. If you go to JSW plant, you will not see even a single gram of waste lying in any plant. If you go to Tata Steel plant, you will not find even a single gram of waste lying there. Yes, I agree, still in SAIL plant and RINL plant, that philosophy is yet to be started. And ministry, we are taking strong this thing, because all the BOF sludge we are using as in the form of briquette as a coolant material in BOF converter. Similarly, the blast furnace sludge is there. We are trying to recover carbon also and iron also, and now we are making briquette of that thing. Different technologies have come for the briquettes. So slowly and slowly, maybe another 2 to 3 years, you will see that most of the plant will have the total concept of zero discharge, zero waste, and zero harm. Not even a single drop of waste will be there. And all these areas will get cleared up in next few years.
Very good to know. I mean, of course, JSW Tata, they are doing it, but there's a still untouched domain with the plants who don't do it, as you mentioned. So that's a big place of work to be done.
No, that also has been started. And some of the plant, like in Chandrapur Ferroalloys plant, millions of tons of gas sludge was lying there. Now that has been briquetted by a vacuum method, and again it has been put into the furnace. Similarly, in the blast furnace also, because that vacuum briquetting has come as a new technology, and this helps in making the porosity in the briquettes itself, instead of compressing this thing. So different technologies have come, and now SAIL also has taken initiative. They are going on a BOO basis, and every plant, that all the waste has to be recycled and put it back into the system. So next, maybe another maximum 4 to 5 years. Yes, last 70 years, nobody has taken that type of pain, but now things have started moving in a different direction.
Good to know.
Thank you, Dr. Mukesh Kumar. Thank you, Andre. With that, may I request Mr. Deepak Bhatnagar to start off, because he's been waiting for a long time. I'm sure he's hungry also, because, for right since evening, he did not touch anything. So he must be really hungry for dinner. So please go ahead, Bhatnagar ji. आप भी जल्दी खत्म कर लीजिए, then others can finish.
हम 2 मिनट में खत्म, because I realize, see, और कोई बात नहीं है. I have attended about more than 100 conferences. See, these discussions, Dr. Anrin and Dr. Sabyasachi, they can have offline, because you are waste so much time of so many people. We are just listening. So I'm sorry to intervene like that, but it is almost 9 o'clock and there are 8 speakers more. So I really don't want to really bother you guys. But the fact is, if we come to the crux, instead of going into deep technology, so I'll be very quick. I've already told in front of the minister, pellets is basically a boon for India because of the Indian iron ore. No one has said anything about the high alumina content in Indian iron ore. That is the biggest problem. Except for China, nobody buys our iron ore. So sintering technology is only suitable for low alumina ores, less than 1%. My esteemed friend, Mr. D. Ravichandar. So I'm just responding. Of course, I will write separately with the help of Mr. Ravichandar and Mr. Subbarao. They are all seniors. One important thing which we have to remember is that India, because of the encouragement given by the government of India, we set up a capacity of around 90 million tons of pellet. The tragedy is the existing capacity, domestic demand is never more than about 60 million tons. So what do? and around 50 million tons is coming up. Is domestic demand. How do we do that? You'll be surprised. All the private sector steel plants are using pellet. Not a single ton is used by Steel Authority of India and RINL. There's a lot of debate on that. I don't want. One thing is they already have invested crores in sinter. So one thing the government needs to do is encourage pelletization by not building any more new sintering plant, number one, asking existing sale plants to use pellet. We have an excess capacity. We don't want to earn money just. So these are very logical questions, which I feel is this seminar, Mr. Nirmalya, we request that we raise these issues to the government. The other important point is that there's a kind of a table. Many people are not aware the difference between sinter and pellet. I was baptized in steel industry in Bhilai steel plant, which is all sintering plant. But now last 20 years, pelletization has come up. Pelletization can use microfines, number one. Pellets can be moved over long distances. Sinter you cannot move. The biggest advantage is between sinter and pellet. There's a World Environment Protection Agency study which shows that the sulfur dioxide content is lowered by 85% if you use pellets. Nitrous oxide by almost 20% and SOx by about 85%. Coke rate, all other benefits are much higher when you use, are made better when you use pellets. You'll be surprised that in Europe, most of the steel plants, blast furnaces use 100% pellets. So these are some of the facts somebody has to study. And my humble request is that we need to give up very strong recommendations to the government. And I won't take many more time. I'm really sorry. I see 2 or 3 very senior colleagues of pellet industry sitting in front of me. And I would love to hear Mr. Ravi Chandar or Mr. Prasad, who's from ArcelorMittal. Thank you. And I'm sorry if I have said something that's this thing, because the discussion can go on. But the problem is in any seminar, you have to cap some timings. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhattacharjee. Fully appreciate your points, with regard to the shortfall we had with the extension of timing. But this is something which at times you cannot stop everyone who speaks. So that's being impolite as well. So having said that, I'll move to Mr. Ravi Chandar, followed by Mr. A.S. Prasad, and then the great old man of the industry, Mr. N.C. Mathur, is also waiting. And I feel bad at this age if he has to wait for such a long time. I know him for more than 25 years. So at this age, I don't want to keep the old man waiting. He's young at heart, but still he has to finish his dinner on time. Mathur Sahab, I'll go to you after Ravi Chandar ji and A.S. Prasad. Mr. A.S. Prasad has been in a lot of my conferences. He has been addressing my conferences in Vizag. We had long chats. So he's someone I know from very long time. And he has addressed quite a lot of my conferences. So I can take the liberty of holding for another 5-10 minutes. And still he is younger than Mathur Sahab. So between Mr. Prasad and Mr. Ravi Chandar, I'll squeeze Mr. Mathur through. So Mr. Ravi Chandar first, followed by Mathur Sahab, and then we'll go to Mr. A.S. Prasad. If that's okay for all of you.
Yeah. Can I start?
Yeah, please. The floor is yours.
Yeah. Thank you very much, sir. And it was a very nice evening with a lot of learnings from everyone. I'd like to make it as brief as possible. There is one point which talked about the pellet situation, as it has been told that pellet is considered as equal to ore. That's a lot of complications have come, and today, for the last 1 week, the pellet exporting plants of Chhattisgarh are put a standstill by railways asking for a clearance from the mining department. That unless they give the clearance, they cannot move the rakes, they cannot allocate the rakes for export movement. And mining department is replying that mines has nothing to do with pellets. It's a product which is having attracting GST, so we can't do anything. And these things are going on because of which there is no progress happening. It has been raised to the highest level. This is the situation there in pellet. Okay, there have been last year also we have seen 13 million tons of pellet being exported. Naturally, when the war movement has stopped, export of pellets do happen. As it is, with reference to some queries which has been raised, at Monet we are using 25% of pellet along with the 75% sinter. Yes, pellet had its own advantages. Yes, with 82 million ton installed capacity, 60 million ton operation at 73% is not bad, because everybody is operated around 75% range. And whether it's arc furnaces or induction furnaces or steel plants, overall somewhere around 75-78% only is the level of operation which do happens. But at the same time, when we talk about telling that DRI, pellet DRI and this induction furnace route taking overall preferences, anyway, we do have certain limitations, mainly because of the quality of the ore. Because we have been facing regularly the issue, which wherever we get the ore from nearby areas, so the Fe drops, then you cannot make it. The phosphorus goes up, then you cannot make it. So the ore has wide range, and wherever the ores are of the quality which is not acceptable, the next possibility of using it is in the integrated route. You make sinter, we have a blast furnace and sinter plant. Whenever we get such ores, we are diverting it to sinter plant and then to blast furnace. So I think these are units which have to coexist. So we have 62-63% IF and EAF, plus we have 37% of large integrated plants. I had an opportunity to work in all ranges under the leadership of Sri Sajan Jindal, because I have started in the JSW group more than 32 years before, and Mr. Sajan Jindal was owning a coal rolling mill of 30,000 tons per year, and now it has spread into an empire of 18 million tons, very soon going to become 23 million tons. In the process of the journey, we had arc furnaces, we had the most modern technology introduced by Mr. Sajan Jindal, Corex. Then in Dolvi, we had the other technology. We have Conarcs and continuous casting and rolling together, thin slab castings. So we had seen a wide range. I have erected 1 million ton modules. I have erected 3 million ton modules. And now the Dolvi is erecting 5 million ton module. It's closer to commissioning. It's all the larger sizes. That coming into the other route, which talk about pellet DRI route, Monet has a 2 million ton plant. So we had opportunity to look into it and see that we can increase it with a marginal investment to 2.5 million. These are certain information when I talk about expansions, forward integration, backward integration. That's one of the things which I had taken over. So any plant which has this marginal capacity available with a little investment, and then it reduces your cost. Today, everybody is working on how to reduce the cost all the time, mainly because the fluctuating prices put us into a lot of trouble. A normal seasonal fall, you just get into Q2, and half of Q3, you get into problem. And then steel cycle falls, you get into problem. In one addition, economic variations, and especially COVID related economy fall, the steel demand has come down to nearly 50%. With all these things, then every time we look at is the cost control. So when you look at the cost, most of the times, then naturally you see that your IF route, mainly the IF has got a investment cost advantage, huge. Yeah, even I was just thinking, where if all people will be having an integrated route in IF, I came to know that there are, after nearly 999 induction furnace units, we have around 15 such units are fully integrated, by like having pellet plant, DRI, and induction furnace, that type of an integration. And it appears to be a good proposition. People have one of these can look into forward integration or a backward integration. When you talk about these integrations, yes, there are certain low-hanging fruits. What we have been seeing is that, between the MS cast and the MS rolled prices, the spread is quite high. And of which, if you set up a rolling mill and then you start making the rolled products, then possibly the payback is likely to be less than 3 years, provided we are not luxurious in our equipment selections. Nowadays, even for small capacities, Indian steel equipment manufacturers are building quite good amount of rolling mills. So with their qualities, I have seen they're able to make a good quality. So that provides us an advantage for the downstream expansion for the people who are making cast products and selling. As it is, we are talking of a wide range, even though most of the people are today in steel concentrating on TMT. I understand that India is the first country to start steel melting, commodity steel melting in IF, in induction furnaces. So this particular aspect, what we can look at is that, yes, this product, why not we move more product ranges? Why it's only mostly TMT and very few people are working on structurals, and maybe there was a start on narrow width rolling mills. Somehow it could not move up beyond that. Possibly the problems can be looked at, and then if we solve that, yes, this IF route can pick up a range of products and volumes. So that will be a point of interest for the plant. And as it is, if you see item by item, pellet, the margins available in the pellet, long-term margins. If you look at those margins and start thinking of a pellet plant, a DRI makers, it is likely to have a payback of 3 to 4 years. And we have the technology in India also. And earlier, Chinese was applying one of the cheapest, any module, any size module. Now, we have to look at those possibilities also. And looking at the DRI, we have wonderful sizes within India, 50 tons to 600 tons. And of late, we were discussing with someone whether that 600 can be modified to 650 tons capacity type. So these are the things which are the potentials, I feel, that forward backward integration, it has a big advantage that when the fluctuations are there in the prices, if you are partially integrated, it makes you at least partial immunity against these huge fluctuations. That is what I just wanted to give a small note on these aspects. And if you try to look at large, when you are India expanding from 142 million tons installed capacity today, maybe we have produced 118 million tons only, went to 300 million ton installed capacity. We're looking at induction furnaces taking 25% of the share, arc furnaces taking 25 to 30% of the share. Over and blast furnaces and other routes. More predominant nowadays is the 1 million ton module in multiple modules, EAF plus blast furnace combinations. They are finding it very handy, that were a particular combination. You have multiple modules of 1 million. If you look at IFs, 5 lakh ton plus or minus 1 or 2 lakh tons can be the best bet. But there also we can try at an integration, 3 lakh ton rolling mills and 5 lakh ton what is the DRI plant, and an 8 lakh ton pellet plant can make a 5 lakh tons integrated route for induction furnace route. As I said, arc furnaces 1 million ton plus or minus 3-4 lakh tons, even up to modules of 1 million ton, I said, could any extent. I built 3 million ton plant with 4,019 cubic meter 2 blast furnaces in Bellary. And now Dolvi is building 5,400 cubic meters, 5 million ton modules. I think these are the modules which can be left for large players, and bigger size has certain advantages and certain limitations. Has an advantage of fuel energy consumption compared to smaller ones. And then the manpower cost, per ton cost, outsourcing cost, every cost comes down when you're bigger module, but they need enormous raw material disciplines. So the bigger modules of integrated blast furnaces beyond 3 million and up to 1 to 3 should be in the arc furnace, and below 1 million can be in the IF route. but everybody having a share, and that should not make a big difference. I always considered the smaller sizes that as a very good contributor to the country, mainly because it builds many entrepreneurs. It gives a lot of employments. So there has to be a part, because they can serve the rural public with the less cost product, because you have investment cost in induction furnace route is around 70 to 75% of the integrated route cost. Arc furnace will have another 5 to 10% extra. Operating cost, as you all know, that's the biggest advantage in the IF route. Possibly we should not cut short on quality aspects. Induction furnaces doesn't mean that you should not provide LRF and make a more better quality steel. So these are some of the thoughts I thought I can share with you. If you have any questions on this, please.
Thank you, Mr. Ravichandar. We'll take up the questions after we finish with a few present, because we are racing against time now. And I can see Subbarao ji is still in office. I'm sure Madam will give you a good thrashing today, because you are going home after 10 o'clock, staying in office till 10 o'clock during lockdown, half lockdown. And in Karnataka, especially in Bangalore, situation is not very good. So, I'm feeling bad that I have kept you in office so long. And Mr. Ravichandar is also in office. So, the next time I write to Sajanji, I will tell him that a special award, JSW should award to Ravichandar ji for going beyond his office hours to stay back in office. So having said that, I'll just move to Mathur Saab. Mr. Mathur, he's the independent director of Jindal Stainless right now. He was with Steel Furnace Association of India. He was chief executive of Jindal Stainless, and then he was also with ISDA for a very long time. Having said that, his specialization is stainless steel. So he will touch upon scrap as an input in stainless steel. Mathur.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. You're absolutely audible, Mathur sir.
All right. Good evening, friends. It's been a long session. And as our host said, I would talk only about stainless steel. Let me say first in opening that stainless steel, also all the action is in Asia, like in steel, because of China's emergence in the last 20 years. The interesting part about stainless steel is its annual growth has been higher than aluminum and other steel. Stainless steel growth has been around more than 5%, steel around 3%, aluminum around 3.86%, if you look at 30 years data. Now, I remember only 20 years back, in the year 2000, India produced 1 million ton of stainless steel. And how much China produced? Less than 1 million tons, 760,000 tons. Where are we today? 2019 production of stainless steel, 53.2 million tons. And China's share is more than 57%. Like in steel, stainless steel also, India is at number 2 position, but occupying only 7% of the volume around the world. We have just gone ahead of Japan in the last 2 years at 5. Japan is 5.5, Korea 4.2. Indonesia has emerged only in the last 2 years with a 4.5% market share. Big investment from a Chinese enterprise, and Taiwan. So I would say today 80% of action in production and use probably is in Asia. And 20 years back, it was the other way around. Asia was 25%. What we call the Western world was 75%. So EU has dropped from a higher level to just 12.8%, US 4.7%, South Africa and others 1% each. Now, also it is interesting to note that although globally, if you take 53.2% million ton last year of stainless steel against 1,867 million tons of steel, it accounts for only 2.8% by world by percentage within the steel family, the stainless steel globally. But in India, we are fortunate that we are at least in one way better because our share within the steel industry of India is 3.5%, whereas world average is, as I said, 2.8%. So although it's a small percentage of 2 or 3%, but it contributes to 12 to 15% in terms of the revenue. So it's a highly value-added product, and therefore whatever inputs we need are crucial. So what I'm trying to say is this: I'm going to talk predominantly on scrap, and since we do not have any source of nickel in the country, which is why we have to rely on imported scrap as an alternative for the nickel values due to limited availability of scrap itself in domestic market. I can say on an average, India is importing around 100,000 tons per month of stainless steel scrap in the financial year 2019-20 in the form of various stainless steel grades. Generally, stainless steel tend to be more cost-effective option in comparison with producing stainless steel with a combination of ferroalloys and mild steel scrap. Through this dimensional change over time basis the demand and supply factors of prevailing market, these ratios keep changing. Globally, the 300 series stainless steel scrap availability is limited to only 10.5 million tons. And therefore, there is always a hunger for more and more scrap availability is required in India. Now, with the steel scrap recycling policy coming in play, Indian market has seen a rise in this, has to see the rise in systematic scrap segregation and proper processing, grade-wise separation, and all those kind of things will come. So I think this policy, we are keenly waiting that this initiative of the Ministry of Steel to develop globally competitive steel industry by adopting state-of-the-art, environment-friendly technologies, ferrous scrap being the primary raw material for EAF or induction furnace-based production. The policy requires the framework to promote an establishment of metal scrapping centers in India. This will ensure scientific processing and recycling of ferrous scrap generated from various sources and variety of products. The policy framework shall provide standard guidelines for collection, dismantling, shredding against an organized activities in an organized, safe and environment-friendly manner. So I think what we are looking forward to is this policy for the, as our minister mentioned about joint venture between MSTC and Mahindra. So I think going forward, we have a good amount of MS scrap and stainless steel scrap available. But the issue is that we don't have a systematic scenario, and this has to be recognized as an industry. And I'm sure going forward, as stainless steel production on an average has been growing at in India in last 10 years at 8 to 9%. Maybe there will be some dip in one particular year, but and still we are only at about little over 2.5 kg per capita consumption. World average is more than 6. There are countries, most of them developed economies, and China also more than 10, 15 kgs per person. Taiwan had reached 35 kg. So there's a long way to go. And we are looking forward to the market growth, not only into kitchen segment, which has been the bread and butter in volume terms. And we are grateful to our housewives that we find stainless steel in our kitchen for storage dabbas, to cooking, to serving, to washing area. So that's great. Hats off to our housewives for their love for stainless steel. But today we are looking at our automotive, railways, transport sector. We are looking at architecture, building, construction. We are looking at, of course, the industrial use in oil and gas, food processing, name any of those things. So we have a long way to go. And another big factor, in my opinion, is our young population. We have 65% people in our country below the age of 35. So their aspirations, their movement from rural to, areas to urban sectors, the purchasing power going up. So I think there is a good future for stainless steel, and we are not happy with producing close to 4 million ton. But as I said, we are better than the world average of stainless steel within the steel family. At least there is something we have scored. We are again, like steel, we are at number 2 position. So I think it's the scrap availability is crucial. We don't have any nickel, so we want those nickel values. And technically, we can use 90% scrap in our charge of stainless steel scrap. That's possibility there. So with the blessing of all and a joint work to develop the market, I see a bright future for stainless steel, like our steel industry. And thank you very much for inviting me for this webinar, which I have learned a lot. And my friend, Mr. Bhatnagar, said he's a old man at the age of 70. I'm at 76, and I never think about age as other than a number. So thank you very much, Nirmala, and the organizer for inviting me. And all the best. Thank you very much.
Can you hear me, Madhu sir?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Let me, before I thank you personally, let me just put in one more word. At 76, you are still going strong, and I'm sure, touch wood, 15 years from now, I'll see you the same, because you have always been a spirited man, and that spirit within you will keep you strong for years to come. Having said that, we also need you for another 20 years.
Well, as I said, age is a number. My elder brother celebrated his 90th birthday 2 weeks back. So who knows?
Yeah,
so I'm
sure.
more interested in living today. I'm not looking at future or tomorrow. And during this webinar, my daughter visited. I spent some time with her. I had my dinner. I did many other things in and out because the subjects being talked were a little hi-fi for me into DRI, pellets, and carbon steel is not my cup of tea. 45 years association with stainless steel when India was producing 18,000 tons for the whole year. I've been tracking stainless steel when nobody in the private sector other than Jindal or Bihar Alloys of Birla Group started it way back in 1975, 76. So stainless steel has a great future for sure.
And not only that, during the days when Ramesh Gopal was the Secretary General of ISDA, and you were actively involved in the functioning of day-to-day ISDA affairs. Those days, I still remember whether it was your task of taking up stainless steel gas cylinders, stainless steel bus shelters, which was something which you were working very hard on. The bus shelter concept was, I think, brought in India by you, noticing somewhere in Thailand, I think. Those days in Thailand, you had seen some of the stainless steel bus shelters and you wanted to have them implemented here. So these were...
You can see in our coastal line, India is a huge coastline. We need to use the right material for right application. We don't want to push unnecessary something. Let's say in Bhubaneswar, we had a huge cyclone 2 years back. A lot of damage was done, but the newly built stainless steel bus shelter in the city of Bhubaneswar remained intact without any damage whatsoever. So just a message that for our coastline, for construction, for our bridges, some of the bridges of the railways built more than 100 years ago, there is a need to use maybe stainless steel rebar, maybe stainless steel structure. Yeah, we can't afford to rebuild our coastline again and again. So anyway, thanks a lot. Once I want to just give one last message for anybody to understand a VAP plan. We have heard of VIPs in our country, but VAP means V stands for vision, A stands for action. If you have a clear vision and good ideas, but if you don't have an action plan to follow it, it's just daydreaming. And if you just go into an action plan without a vision, it's nightmare. So if you have vision followed with an action plan, and if you add the third dimension, which is passion, I think if you fall in love with what you do, you have a vision, action, and passion. So my dear friend, Nirmala, you have got all the three qualities of vision, action, and passion. God bless you.
Thank you so much. Really, really grateful, Mathur sir, for your blessings. Mr. Sabyasachi Bandyopadhyay would like to ask you a question, and I hope you give him the liberty to do so.
Sure, yeah.
Mr. Mathur, thank you very much. Good evening. I'm sitting here in US. In fact, just wanted to mention that my career started in a alloy steels plant with stainless steel making. I was born into the electric arc furnace steel making as a melter, and stainless steel was one of the first things that I learned. And I did that for 13 years with AOD, VOD technology, all kinds of stainless steel. In fact, in alloy steels plant, we were one of the first to produce austenitic stainless steel by replacement of nickel with manganese, nitrogen, and so we replaced the nickel with lower variety of alloys like copper, nitrogen, and nickel, manganese. And my MTech thesis is on stainless steel, electric arc furnace, chromium recovery in stainless steel in electric arc furnace.
You know, when I said 18,000 ton India's production in 1975, around that period, we were importing 50,000 tons of cold rolled, mostly cold rolled sheet and coils, canalized to MMTC with a 200% custom duty. So we have seen all that. And ASP material was in the form of plate or round bars. And do you know what people used to do with those plates? They would cut into a narrow strip, roll into what we call patta patti, a very crude way, and still make a useful product like utensils. So we've seen stainless steel growing from strength to strength. And ASP and VISL Bhadravati were the only two public sector plant. When in Birlas, we made stainless steel in Patra 2 in Bihar at that time, now Jharkhand.
Yes.
We got a show cause notice from Steel Ministry. How do you produce stainless steel? Your industrial license says alloy tool and special steel. So I had to fight a battle. They had to withdraw that show cause. I said, what's wrong? How are we doing? Stainless steel is also an alloy. We have spent huge amount of money in setting up a modern plant. So I have gone through all that story, and also I have represented India in around 30 countries in various conferences for last 25 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me just add that the ISSF, as you see today, the International Stainless Steel Forum, it is earlier avatar. Mathur Saab was an active member in the forum. I mean, the entire Stainless Steel Association, Global Stainless Steel Association, Mathur Saab was one of the leaders in that forum. So having said that, once again, my sincere thanks from the bottom of my heart, and thanks for all the blessings that you got from you.
I will take your leave. I have some other agenda at home, so you will excuse me, and I will probably get the video recording of your webinar.
Sure. I will send you the entire YouTube link.
Thank you very much, and God bless you. Bye.
Good night, Mathur Saab. Take care. So before I move to Mr. A.S. Prasad from ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India, I have to give, the people who give my bread and butter, my sponsors. Mr. Bhavesh Bavaria is waiting for a long time, and he is one of our sponsors for today. So I can't keep pushing him one after another. So Mr. Bhavesh Bavaria, please go ahead. Please go ahead. You are my bread and butter. So please go ahead.
Yeah, right. Thank you for that.
Yeah. So please go ahead. And after that, I'll move to Mr. A.S. Prasad, one of your customers, because he runs all the pellet plants for ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's my customer.
So before Mr. Aditya Mittal takes a decision, it is going to be A.S. Prasad who will actually do it. Aditya is the chairman. Aditya is the chairman. Dilip is the CEO. But Mr. Prasad is the man who will take the decision in the pellet plant.
Yeah,
He's
it's
the
the end user. It's the end
yeah,
user. He's 100%
yeah.
using the product.
So whatever you want to sell it to him right now.
Sure. So because what happened, I'm sitting in office and my home is far away from my office. So
Yeah.
that
So,
I'm
yeah. So do the
no
selling
problem.
now and give him the chance to reply so before he gets upset. He's a
Okay.
good friend, so he won't mind.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah. Just I'm sharing my screen.
Yeah. Please.
I just. Yeah. Good evening, everybody. Yeah, just today we lot of discuss about the pelletization and DRI and all things. So I'm not related to this DRI and pelletization. I'm the supplying the rolls, supplying the screen roll and DRS roll with the live enhancement coating for pelletizations. We supply the rolls, many type of rolls to the DRS roll, different size. ATS, we manufacturing the lot of rolls. Our company started 1992, so we have 28 years wide experience in manufacturing and surface coatings. We have ISO 9000 2015 certified company. We have a technical collaboration with Tokalo Company Limited, Japan. This collaboration for Tokalo with 100% technical collaborations. All the coating materials which we using our product come from the Tokalo. Tokalo is foremost leader company in the coating field and roll manufacturing. We have a full-fledged roll manufacturing facility from 50 mm diameter to 1.5 meter into 7 meter longs. We are making the different type of rolls. We're making the hollow rolls, solid rolls. We have in-house roll manufacturing, repair, refurbishment, chrome plating, and coating facilities. We have in-house testing lab. We supplying our products, our rolls to Tata Steel, JSW, SR, Bhushan Steel, Uttam Steel, Jaiswal Neko, Sri Jagannath Steel, and many more. Also, we directly supply to rolls steel OEM like CMI, SMS, SMAC, and Steel Plantec. We have this quality in-house quality control. We have all procured the raw material, tested with the chemical, mechanical by NABL labs. We have a UT checks. We have on HTM3 quality inspector. We have qualified LPT level engineers. We have a roll profile measuring instrument for checking the roll profile and flatness, because roll flatness is very critical for the each and every rolls. We have a material hardness measuring hardness instrument, coating bond stress measuring equipment. We have digital coating thickness measurement and surface roughness checking. These all are the quality parameters we check. We have two units, one unit for the totally 100% for the roll manufacturing up to 50 mm to 1.5 meter. Unit 2 is the 100% roll grinding and coating up to 50 mm to 2 meter into 9 meter long. This is robotic coating facility, which we are doing the coatings. This is 100% robotic coating, so we get the uniform roughness, uniform thickness, uniform hardness, and the uniform bond strength. This is 100% robotic with the JP 5000 HPHPO coating systems, texture making USA. Also, we have roll grinder machine, is white mag, size 2 meter into 10 meter long. Is the CNC based machine with the online dimension measurement device. Like we check online dimension, SC that. Also online runout, the cylinder city, all we check in the online, so we get the good quality of the grinding. Also, we have CNC based machines, so we manufacturing the rolls and also we turning the rolls by CNC. We have CNC induction hardening machines for the hardening of the rolls up to the 500 mm into 5 meter long. So we do the induction hardening. Some roll have required the induction hardening, so we get the hardening up to 65 HRC. So another unit for the hard chrome platings is the size is 30 mm to 1.3 meters. There are different type rolls have required the hard chrome plating. So we have hard chrome plating facility. We have this collaboration with the Tokalo. In these collaborations, we signed 2006 ATS agreement with the Tokalo for technology transfer to thermal spray coating on rolls. The agreement covered roll coating application in steel industry. More than 70% of the steel plant worldwide are using Tokalo coating technology. This coating using in the pelletization, in the CRM complex rolls, in the HSM complex rolls. So there are different applications, different coatings. Tocal has technical license in USA, China, Europe, and Asia. Total have own R&D labs have developed more than 1,000 metal alloy for thermal spraying. So depending on the application, there are the many materials. Also in our agreement cover our technicians go in Japan for the tech trainings, as well as Total engineers come in India, give us on-job trainings to our technicians, audit of our vendors machinery by Total engineer, training in equipment operation, coating systems, on-job training, supply of proprietary materials, and transfer of coating process know-how. This is two-way training sessions. Local team come in India and give us training to our technician, as well. Our technician went to Japan and total training. We supplying the rolls to for 3 in CRM. There are the many type of rolls: hollow roll, solid rolls like ECBR roll, backup roll, brighter roll, burst butter roll. Same HSM line, TSCR lines, ROT roll, looper rolls, pelletization lines, screen roll, and DDRS roll with a special coating. WRM line, there are the side looper roll, table roll, pinch roll. So many we are supplying the rolls to all industry. Also, we supply the 167 number roll to SMS India for the special coating of Tocalo coating. This is HSM line coating. Also, yeah, this coming point is the pelletization. The process of pelletization enable converting iron ore fine into uniform size iron ore pellet that can be charged into the blast furnace or for production of the DRI. Also, pellets are uniform size with purity of 63 to 65% contribution to faster reduction and the high metallizing rate. Pellet with their high uniform mechanical strength and high abrasion strength increase production of sponge iron by 25 to 30% with same amount of fuel. There are the two type of slime. One of the SDRS, second is the DRS. We supply both type of the rolls. Solutions. Nowadays, the steel manufacturer in India realize how important it to be able to produce pellet with a constant diameter, because this is the main motto of the pellet plant. ATS has developed a solution for this in the form of their Abracode coating process. We developed this Abracode coating process for pelletization plant. The challenge required which must be met when it comes to wear, tear, and non-stick are important reason for choosing Abracode, because this process we get the wear resistant, tear resistant, as well as non-stick property after coating of after Abracode coatings. Regapping is no longer necessary and is very substantial extension of the roll life is achieved. So continue gapping is there. Generally, the principle of the thermal spray, there are the thermal spray technology to form coating by depositing melted material to substrate at high speed. If see, there are the many type of materials there, like metal form, alloy form, ceramic, and ceramic. And one side we give the heat source by this coating system by high pressure. The melted particle accelerate and make layer by layer is called coating. There the make layer by layer form. This is our substrate. Many layer is there, and this layer is called the coating. Its characteristic of Abracode. ATS launch. We launched Abracode technology in January 2019. This technology is excellent replacement technology of hard chrome platings. Abracode gives 3 times higher life than the hard chrome plating. It's very dense coating with high bond strength, more than 12,000 psi, which is more than the double of the hard chrome platings. It's the high density with low porosity, hence improve corrosion barrier. It's environmental friendly alternate to electrolytic hard chrome plating, 100% environmental friendly. Zero oxide content into the coating, so not any type of this oxide content in the coating, so we not get any corrosion over there. Due to high hardness, high surface hardness, improve wear resistant property. If see we done the one test is salt spray for the corrosion, because in pellet plant there are the corrosive media is there in the corrosive media. So we done the corrosive test. We just give the thickness of 15 micron, only 15 micron on the sample, and we put the sample in the salt. And after 1008 hours, when nearby the 40 to 45 days, the found that the salt is not penetrate with the coating. This is the coating layer. This is salt layer. So whatever the salt is above the coating is not penetrate in the coating to 100% give the corrosion barrier. Also, after the coatings, we done the wear resistant test, because in the pelletization, the rolls facing the wear resistant. So we done the wear resistant test. In there, we choose different sample with a different coating, like chrome plating, our Abracode, this chrome carbide ceramic, nickel based coating, oxide ceramic, and SS304. I think most of pelletization rolls is SS304. We done the test. After the result, we found that its chrome plating is 28 mg wear resist, means loss of the material. In Abracot, only 5 mg material loss. Chrome carbide segment 47 mg, nickel base 79, oxide segment is 24, and the normal without coating SS304 samples got 168 mg material losses. After that, we check the this micro hardness comparison. If say the Abracot is the hardness 14-15 HV is nearby the 72 to 75 HRC compared to hardcore plating is gives approx 900 HV. In hardcore plating there are not any bonding layer. So and also chrome plating have multiples, there are cracks. But in this Abracot there are not any cracks. It's a dense with a very high dense coating which penetrate with the first layer penetrate with the base material. So get the high bond strength with the micro hardening. After coatings, this is our general coating phenomena for the fabric manufacturing the screen DDRS roll. In rolls, we generally using the SS304 tube. Porosity in base material is negligible. Coating process using Abracot. Coating material we use this tungsten base, tungsten carbide base. This CS18, this material developed with the help of our Japanese collaborator. Coating thickness generally we given 50 to 60 micron. Surface finish less than 1.6 micron. Final hardness 72 to 75 HRC. Bond strength is more than 12,000 psi. So it's a very high bond strength. So not a material peel off from the rolls. Protect to abrasion is very high. Protect to corrosion excellent. Protection of the stickiness is very good. So not any material, not any our pellet material stick in the roll surface. We accepted life of more than the 2 years, on an average 2 years life after installation of our coated rolls. Because generally the life getting the without coating maybe 8 to 9 months, but after the coating it will get double than the life. Advantage of screen roll with CS18 coating is excellent wear resistant. Non-stick property and constant gap continuously, because there are the gap increased in the pellet or this green pellet is wasted. Saving extra feeding material, so not charge the extra material because the gap constant as it is. 100% corrosion resistant, more constant pellet size for longer period of time, longer life resulting in less downtime and higher output. Also, we save the roll maintenance cost. We also save our maintenance cost, our capital cost, because every year we procure the rolls, but after the coating, this roll running the 2 years life, so we save 1 year's capital cost of the buy the roll. This is our general process. We procure the raw material, then the machining, our CNC machine, ID machining, this shaft inserting by the string fitting, this grinding, this coating. I want video. The coating is 100% robotic coating, so we get the good wear resistant property, good hardness, even surface roughness, even thickness. See, this is the robotic coating. So after coated rolls and after coated rolls, the inspection, the finishing, because there are different type of surface roughness requirement. Generally, we suggest below the 1.6 micron, but some pellet plant have a roughness of grinding finish. So depending on that, we supply the rolls. This is finished rolls. This generally our customer reference. This we supply the Tata Steel, the Rasi Steel, the Deswal Neco, Sri Bajrang, JSW Steel Bellary, Sri Jagannath Steel, JSW Neco again, Sri Jagannath Steel, Tata Long Product, JSW Dolby. So we supply this roll with the coating to different and A grade company. Thank you. Thank you.
थोड़ा ही है ना, उससे खा लो थोड़ा परवल और थोड़ा सा दाल चावल भी जो खाने।
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, any questions? So Bhavesh, thank you so much for an excellent presentation.
Sure, thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah. With that, we'll move to Ashton Hartrish. Ashton, are you there? Ashton, are you there? I can't find Ashton. Ashton, are you there? Can you hear me? Okay, since Ashton, we seem to have lost Ashton. Okay, Ashton has already given his presentation though. So we have only one presentation by Mr. Dr. Makar. Shaileshji. Shaileshji, are you there? Okay, so we'll move to A.S. Prasad. Mr. Prasad. I wanted Mr. Prasad to come earlier, but I could not, push him through upwards in the panel. So, Mr. Prasad, I have kept you on hold for a long time. That's because you are a good friend, and with a friend you can always take the liberty. But Mr. Prasad is the Deputy Executive Director of ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel, who heads the entire, the entire pelletization operations of ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India. So request Mr. Prasad to take over.
Yeah. Good evening, all the panelists and Nirma Mukherjee. It's nice to listen to all the electric steel manufacturing and then pelletization and the scrap use of scrap in electric steel making. So basically, I started my career with the first HBA module at Hazira. I was the first few engineers who made the gas-based sponge iron. Now, coming to the topic, it is pelletization, DRI, scrap for EAF and IF steel making. I'll put the other way around. Electric steel making has taken all the required changes, process innovations to bring down the cost of production, to handle multiple dimensions of scrap or DRI quality. Then the DRI modules. Also, we started with the basic modules using just 30% lumps, and then the pellets. And those days, the pellets were available only from three sources. One was CVRD, and second was LKB, and third was Samarco. And these people were giving, one was giving from the natural mine, the second was giving from a beneficiated magnesite ore, and third was giving from a different ore which can be beneficiated to low levels of silica and alumina. After the DRI industry took the involvement in the Asian countries, there was a big demand for DRI grade pellets. So the specification was what originally framed by all over the users, European, American, North American, and even the Gulf, Middle East producers, sponge iron producers. They wanted minimum Fe content of 67%. So looking at that grade, in Indian ores, it is extremely difficult to have a natural ore which is 67% in Fe content, and also low in gangue like silica and alumina plus silica plus alumina lower than 3%. It was not naturally available anywhere in any of the parts of our states. So the Kudramukh started with pellets for magnetite ore, but still they could not achieve the DRI grade anytime in their manufacturing process. Then we started our own Vizag plant to use Belladilla ore, and we could make hardly 1.5 million tons before we decided that having 67 grade pellets is not economical. Let us drop down to 66. So then we started selling in the market that 66% Fe is also a good grade DR grade pellets in the market. So, but the silica and alumina levels remained still higher as compared to the world benchmark. Then came the use of pellets from 60-70% to 100% in all the modules all over. So when you go to 70% feed as the pellets, they were requiring a higher CCS. So the coupled with the low grade in chemistry and poor in CCS was becoming a big issue for making DR grade pellets. Then we had to increase slowly the percentage of Indian made these so-called pellets, which are for use in DRI making instead of DR grade pellets. Slowly everybody started practicing it and then made use of those pellets. They were comparable with the other pellets only in terms of the metallurgical properties like reducibility. Reducibility of the Indian ores is still at par with any other international pellets. So that made them a comfortable parameter as compared to other chemistry and the CCS to make use of these pellets in DRI. So with that, people started using pellets for DRI making, then induction furnace, steel making, all that. And with the amount of gang in the Indian pellets, people were restricting to 30-40% of pellets and balance was scrap. So there was a demand for, there was a scarcity of scrap and a lot of safety incidents started taking place all over the world. So people have started experimenting, how do we go to 100% DRI? So then they came with the requirement of a high carbon DRI to substitute the entire scrap in that. So when these changes have taken place, along with charging hard DRI to bring down the electric energy requirements and all, we find that the Indian pellets made out of either Orissa region or Karnataka or Balladila, they had a very good potential to pick up the carbon. So with that, their losses in the steel making have come down and everybody was comfortable in using pellets from Indian origin. That is one. Second is then we tried how do we beneficiate these iron ore finds, because in the eastern part of play, we have 3 grades of iron ore finds available. One is less than 60, second is 60 to 62 grade, and the other is 63.5, which is high grade, which is getting exported in a large quantities. So getting from 60 to 67, it is not, there's no technology today available to take it to 67. And similarly, from 60 to 62 grade also to 67, it is next to this grade 60 and all. But only there is a possibility of 63.5 to 66, 66.5. The technology is available today and can be made of. But to that, the challenges are tailings disposal. Where do we dispose? The technology to dispose the tailings. These tailings can be transported to anywhere like slurry transportation, like concentrate. But the land availability is a big question mark. Land footprint is not there. Land availability is a question mark. And the design codes for tailing dams, we are still not accustomed in India. So this is another challenge for pellet manufacturers to design the tailing dams and dispose the tailings in what form and technology, acceptable technology. And there is no natural iron ore available to make DR quality pellets. So the beneficiation and tailing handling both are essential to make pellets required for DRI making. As the eastern grid is coming for natural gas, it will be followed by a DRI technology, gas-based technology. And this requires a quality of pellets to the extent of physical properties and the chemistry for techno-economics of the process. The quality of ore, the quality of ore is also a major concern to make DR grade pellets. Otherwise, all these pellets will go only for the blast furnace use. Even for blast furnace, the alumina is becoming posing a problem beyond 2.5, 2.6%. So there also we are required to do a beneficiation to bring down the alumina level. So some part of this tailing disposal challenges are still existing with any type of pellets we make in India. Then coming to the whether at all Indian ores are suitable for DRI grade pellets in respect to quality, physical properties and all. A lot of test works are on, and it has proved that the pellets can be made to the CCS levels what are desired for DRI making, in the range of 260, 270, with a compromise in some kind of the capacity utilization. That is still possible. Then another question was there by one of you, that whether we can use mill scale. So recently, what we find is that addition of mill scale to the low grade fines or 63 high grade fines, what is available today, one has got a very high goethite content which bursts and forms cracks and all. Add this mill scale to that, and it improves the pellet properties. So everybody started looking at addition of some amount of mill scale in the pellet feed mix and make good quality pellets. China and all are even they are accepting our pellets to a larger extent. Then coming to the manufacturing of pellets and all, there was a lot of confusion on this, whether pellets are a manufacturing product or a natural something similar to iron ore. In the year 2005, when we started our first concentrate production at Kirandul, there were a lot of debates whether it's a value-added product, it's a taxable product or a accessible product or not and all. Then we have given a lot of examples on that. The iron ore is only 0 to time is a size product. It doesn't have, it remains more or less chemistry by change. Then we said concentrate is a value-added product because it has a change in size, it's a change in chemistry because you are beneficiating. So it's a value-added product. So that particular point of time, it was accepted as a different product from iron ore and considered for various advantages. And then the pellets, when you are talking from concentrate to pellets, it is again a change in size, a change in chemistry, a change in shape, and the environment-friendly product, material which you can transport in all seasons, whereas the other product you cannot handle in all the seasons. So it's a natural raw material. So these are the three products should be classified as one is the natural ore, second is the value-added product, and pellet also is another value-added product supporting the argument of Mr. Bhatnagar on this subject. These are few points I wanted to just share with you. India is capable of making pellets for DRI use. It's not the DRI quality, but capable of using DRI grade. Even some of our pellets we have tested in Iran, somewhere in Saudi. The reducibility properties have compensated the extra gang content, whatever we are not able to beneficiate to that levels of either LKAB or Samarco. So this is one plus point we have. They are really good in reducibility in operations. And the pellet capacity is underutilized today. The moment we have the technology of tailing disposal, availability of high grade fines for beneficiation, the plants are used for, from 63.5 to 66.5. The same DR pellets can be exported to all the Middle East, and there will be better revenues as compared to blast furnace grade pellets. This is one more point I would like to make. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Any questions, sir?
Mr. Prasad, this side, Dr. Mukesh.
Yeah. Any questions?
Yeah, Mr. Mukherjee, can I ask one question?
Yeah, please, Dr. Boliye, Dr. Gupta, Mukesh Kumar ji. Yeah, Dr. Mukesh Kumar, please.
Prasad sir, just only one thing I just wanted to know that recently we are setting up some of the plants where we are even in a position to increase the concentration from say 55-56% to around 63-64%. So recently we have commissioned one plant at Bhilai steel plant also, where we are trying to take the slimes from the tailing pond, which are having around 54-55 and gone to around 63-64. Because the type of the new technologies are available, like mills are available, jigs are available. So I think in today's time, going from say 59, 62 or 64, 65 or 62 to 66, 67 should not be a problem in today's time. That's what
Yes,
I was thinking.
Sir, correct, sir. Now from 58 to 60 always, we can go up to 63.5.
Yeah,
but 63.5 cannot be used in DRI, as we cannot sell it as a DR grade pellets. So that 54%, 54% tailings and all, the technology is coming, but from 58 to 60 going to 65, 66 is still not established, sir. Now, unless they go to 65.5 plus, their yields are very less than 80%, and their cost of production is shooting up, in all respect. So that's why any DR electric arc furnace people, they are looking at minimum of 66. They were at 67. They have come down to 66.5 in the last couple of years. 66, and today because of scarcity and tailing dam not available, they are practicing to use 65.5. This is the status, sir, today's status.
And even tailing pond also nowadays, I think environmental ministry is also coming forward after this Brazil incident. So they
Yes,
are not
sir.
allowing any tailing dam, because everybody now is shifting towards the press filter. And through that press filter, they are going for the stacking of the tailings and not as a tailing pond. So that problem, I think, also will be, unless you face some problem. So that is the issue.
Sir, all the three technologies earlier, what is the natural discharge of tailings, nearby areas, it was causing a problem. Now we know slurry pumping, slurry transportation is as good as concentrate, and also paste thickening has come into the system very well. You are very well aware of and also that technology we should make use, and so that land can be retrieved back. A lot of advantages are in a long range. We should advocate that, and retrieval of land for vegetation, everything is possible with the tailing dam. So that we can.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Prasad. Thank you, Mukesh Kumar ji. Now, we are coming to almost end of the session with a couple of speakers left. So I'll just put Mr. Reinhard Redl. Reinhard, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
So Reinhard, please go ahead with circular pelletizing technology after, the pellet head of ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel. I think you come naturally in the sequence. So please get into circular pelletizing and explain the advantage of going for circular pelletizing. And with that, after that, we'll move to two other speakers, Mr. Subrata Mitra and Dr. Mukesh Kumar, and finally finish off with the youngest lady, who's Namrata, young entrepreneur. So we'll finish with in sequence. They say ladies come first. We have put the lady at last. But again, you're like a daughter to me, so I have taken that leverage. So having said that, let's move on to Reinhard. Reinhard, are you ready to go?
Yes, I'm ready to go, but actually...
How many pellet plants are you putting up in India?
Still the first one, but it's going to reference. Actually, in my presentation, I was not supposed to present the circular pelletizing technology today. I made in the short introduction a statement that we are now on the verge to commission this plant, which is only postponed due to the COVID crisis. But as long as this plant is not commissioned, I'm not really have the plan to present it. Actually, what I wanted to present very quickly, and I don't know if you can see my screen, I will show it very briefly. Is a type of calculation model which Primetals developed over the last years, and which should be actually very interesting for you. Can you see the screen?
Yes.
Yes, we can see.
This is a holistic calculation model which can combine all the plants in the steel works and also can compare the different routes. And this has certain advantages, a little bit comparable with calculation models. I think the mathematic model is a little bit comparable with what Mr. Sabyasachi Bhattacharya explained to us. But this is actually something which we are now ready to marketing, where we have already a few reference plants in operation. And I will go through this presentation very quickly. I show the.
Reinhard, can you put this on
Yeah.
put this on full screen mode? If you can
Yeah.
just put it on full screen mode, please. Yeah, that's fine.
In principle, the tool has the target to combine all plants of a steelworks or of the whole process chain from the mine, you can say, because it also includes beneficiation downstream to the liquid steel product. And the advantage of this model is that you can calculate the whole process chain from the iron ore back from the iron ore to the steel grade, as well as backwards. Yeah, this means you can also want to have a certain iron and steel grade, and you can make a selection of the optimum raw materials which you can get on the market. The tool, in principle, is underlying an engineering platform which is designed for process modeling. We have considered in this tool around 250 models of thermochemical calculation of steelworks, of melt shop, of blast furnace, of sinter plants, pelletizing plants, and so on, EAF for sure also. And the target group who can use this model is people management who makes strategic planning or controlling departments, but also you can use this model in technology departments for answering certain questions which may arise during operation chain. Yeah? Here on this slide, you can see what can be inputs to this model and what is the output. So as already mentioned, all raw material data or raw material physical properties, as well as costs, as well as capex costs can be put into this model. And the outcome are the product quality, the product quantity. The emissions is a very important factor which you can also calculate. Or for example, trace elements you can trace from the beneficiation plant actually back to downstream to the melt shop. And you can also calculate the production cost. So the program allows fully forward and backward calculation. If the product is defined, the required input raw material data can be calculated and vice versa. Yep. This is how we built up this engineering model, this tool. You can see that we combine all the plants we have under each individual plant. We have a thermochemical and thermodynamical calculation model. So this is the models which we get from our own experience, from our own plants, but also from partner plants like for coke oven batteries and so on. So we combine the full number of plants which are required to produce steel in this model, or we can combine it. And one of the principal results can be, for example, the calculation or the optimization of operation costs by, for example, selecting of the right raw materials or making another raw material mix and having advantages in order to achieve a better performance or to have a lower cost for the input value, input material, and so on. So I already come to the end of this presentation. I reduced the length of the presentation during the conference very much because of the advanced time. How can it be used? It can be used for strategic planning application, like for example production planning, without having these operational tests. Yeah, very often this is necessary to make some operational tests in order to find out what is the result, what is the outcome of these tests. So this model gives you the possibility to make it on a theoretical basis based on the data which is already available from the process and from the plant, and you can make a calculation without having to make a lot of tests. You can make a material balance controlling of integrated steel plants. This means, as already mentioned, we start at the beneficiation plant where we took the raw materials as a basis, and we end up with the liquid steel on each route which is available on the market. So we can also use, for example, the induction furnace as a basis for this route, and also can compare this route. This is also very important for companies who want to invest in new routes, in different routes, and they want to compare different routes in terms of costs, in terms of productivity, and so on. Cost and KPI upfront, simulation optimization case studies, as already mentioned. You can compare the different routes. Product cost optimization by variation of raw material plans and modified distribution of internal byproducts. This is also one of the topics which has been mentioned in the previous discussion, which is very important. You can also trace and follow all waste materials. You can also decide if you either put it in this vessel or if you process it, upgrade it, and then put it in another process chain, so in another process step. So also this is a big advantage what you can make on a theoretical basis, calculate on a theoretical basis with this simulation tool. And what is also very important and is now very often requested by customers, to trace the environmental footprint of the plant. Yeah, because with our model we can compare different routes, like for example DRI production with natural gas based on natural gas, or with DRI production based on hydrogen, for example. But there are also technological applications which can be used with this tool, like trace material simulations. You can trace the material and follow it from the beneficiation downstream to the steel melt shops. You can apply new recycles. You can see what does it mean, as already mentioned, when you insert a material here, and what is the outcome of the production and the consequences of the material flow, the consequences of the operation costs, and so on. You can, for example, implement new equipments in this systematic, and you can make case studies. And I have just here two examples at the end, what you can, for example, calculate, which is the effect of change of raw materials and slag quality and quantity in the which is the effect when you change the raw material in the melt shop in terms of quality and quantity. Or you can, for example, calculate the effect of limestone addition. What does it mean when you add more limestone in the pelletizing plant on the power consumption in the EAF? So you see this tool, which is now available on license basis and is offered by Primetals, offers a huge number of options where we can use it. And I just wanted to introduce it to you in this presentation because it's an overlapping discussion starting from pelletization, DRI to EAF. And this may also applicable or interesting for some of the participants in this presentation, in this webinar. So that's all from my side. Thank you for giving me attention. If you have any questions, I'm pleased to answer them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Redl. So do we have any questions from the panel?
Subrata, do you have a question? You have to unmute, Subrata. You have to unmute. You are still not unmuted.
Yeah. No, I thought I will just after this, if I speak, I can put some questions.
Okay. Then please go ahead. After Mr. Subrata Mitra, Mukesh Kumarji, please take over. I am taking a 10 minutes break. I'll be back in 10 minutes. Till such time, I'll request my son Ankit to take it forward. Ankit, are you there to take it forward?
Yes, sure.
I'll be back in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Yes, Subrata, please take over.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Reinhardt. If I am wrong, I'm sorry. First thing, India, we are handicapped with magnetite, which is ideal for pelletization because one step, metallurgical step is not required when we beneficiate magnetite for pellet making. Anyway, it's for very sensitive region. The magnetite ores are not there, but we are doing well. The earlier speaker spoke a good thing that we may not be making ideal DRI, ideal pellets for DRI, but we are making workable pellets for DRI. And that's why our DRI production is maximum in the world in line with Iran. Anyway, so I will talk on the steel making part a little bit. Now, we had a lot of discussions before this. Steel making, the power cost in India is killing. So DRI, say a gas-based DRI, say we go to Middle East, Qatar Steel or any plant, they go up to 95% gas-based DRI because the power cost is low and they make 28, 29, 30 heats per day. But if we maximize DRI use in arc furnace, the power cost will be enormous and nobody can sustain. And that is the reason why so many plants have been closed in the country. And that is the reason why hot metal mixing with DRI, coal-based DRI has started in the country. Either hot metal, because hot metal mixing DRI may be 50-50, little bit of scrap mixing because government is taking initiative in scrap management within some steps are being taken and one or two big private companies, Tatas are also going ahead with scrap, preparing scrap hub. Mixing of scrap, coal-based DRI, and if required, hot metal that only can bring down the cost of steel. As Mr. V. Sharma has rightly said, if the power cost is rationalized all over the country, then there's nothing like it. This secondary metallurgy is going to stay because primary bigger players investment is not going to come. And the gestation period of steel increase through BF route is so high that we cannot afford it. So the electric furnace route, be it induction, be it arc furnace, can be spread all over the country. People will get employment. 1 million ton, 1.5 million ton, 750,000 ton plant can easily be made all over the country, which can easily supplement the steel shortage that we are facing. And that is the 30 million ton steel route, more production than many countries in the world. It is more than production, which is lying with a huge amount of iron ore. So secondary steel sector is contributing so much. So the electric steel route can only be sustainable if the power cost is reasonable. Immediately power cost reasonable, I don't find it's happening. It takes time because a lot of legislations and coal-based power, maybe unless nuclear power is there. So mixing of scrap, mixing of coal-based DRI and mini blast furnace route, and that lowers down the carbon emission also. If we have half capacity blast furnace, mini blast furnaces, the carbon emission is reduced. Coke can be purchased for 1 million. Coke and small coke. And the carbon emission, we can reduce the power. If when we met 100% scrap, we have seen the power consumption is nearly 400 kilowatt hour per ton. Now the scrap preheating concept has come in. The shaft furnaces are there, furnaces. Bangladesh has installed one on a continuous furnace, preheats the scrap, and it is a continuous feeding of scrap inside the furnace. Shaft furnace, where preheating is there, the preheating goes to 600, 650 degrees centigrade. That substantially reduces the consumption. Hello. We have seen its power consumption comes down to 325 kilowatt hour per ton. Now, when we mix with hot metal, the power consumption comes down to 290, 280 kilowatt hour per ton. That's a great saving. Plain DRI melting in arc furnace is not sustainable in our country, like Middle East. Now, natural gas, if it is made available through the grid that is being talked about, that will help a lot in certain sectors in Eastern India, but not throughout the country. Now, we keep on hearing, others can highlight this, in Middle East and even in Saudi Arabia, natural gas priority is not steel making. I don't know how far it is true, but even countries like Qatar, Saudi Arabia, the natural gas is not given a priority for steel making. So if that be the case,
in such countries, also there is a problem in steel making. So with this, I will not take much time. And I think I have covered the balance part because a lot of discussions were on the pellet making. And this with this, thank you. Thank you, Nirmalo. Thank you, Ankit.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Subrata Mitra. So I would now request Dr. Mukesh Kumar to carry it forward from here.
Thank you, Ankit.
Yeah.
And I think most of the things have already been discussed by various panelists, and all the issues have been addressed. But some of the things I just wanted to touch upon, because today in various panelists have put various wish lists. Like one wish list has come that gas should be available, but gas should be available at a price of $3 to $3.50. Whether it is possible, because in India we know that we are having an imported gas, and there is a cost of LNG and re-LNG. And if we consider the cost of LNG and re-LNG only, that itself comes to around $4.5 to $5. Then basic cost comes about the natural gas. So in case we just aim that we should get a gas of around $3.54 or $5, I think this industry we cannot think. If we have to change our thinking there. The second question comes about the coal, because nowadays we are talking about the coal gasification. But today, if you see in the coal market also, we have a 14% royalty. Then we have a 30% district mineral fund. Then we have a green tax of around 400 rupees. So if we put all those things and then we want to convert into the coal gasification, that itself is becoming a difficult task. Recently, we made some study why we are saying that in place of natural gas, coal gasification may take the lead. That was mainly because because when we made an analysis between the gas and the coal, we find that even if after considering these things, we can produce coal gas at a price of around $4 to $4.5. So if we can produce syngas at $4.5, and most of our plants are located on the eastern side, then these things can become a viable option. So today, where we are about our iron ore, we have told you that we have around 30 billion ton of iron ore. But 30 billion ton is my resources, not the reserve. If we see the hematite ore we have around 20 billion ton of resources. But the reserve is less than $8 billion, 8 billion tons. Then coming to magnetite ore we are having around 10 to 11 billion tons. But what is the reserves? Reserves is less than 1 billion tons. So lot of exploration need to be done, because the focus what it is coming today now on exploration, whether it is hematite or whether it is magnetite, things are changing. And when things are changing, magnetite also, like in one plant is being proposed in Andhra Pradesh. And when we are proposing in Andhra Pradesh, they are looking for that magnetite type only. They are looking for gas base, because gas is available, natural gas is available in the nearby area. So once we are talking about our DRI and pelletization and this thing, now that time has gone when my iron ore which was available, it was of 62 grade or 63 grade. Now most of the mines grade has deteriorated like anything. Every plant may require after 2 years, 3 years beneficiation. Mr. Deepak Bhatnagar ji is here, and he knows that we have beneficiation plant which is to the capacity of around 116 million ton capacity we have. We have put up the pelletization plant to the tune of around 88 million ton. So that we may have to think, should we go with the new plant, or where we have to put some ban for the time being till 100% capacity utilization in existing beneficiation plant and pelletization plant is achieved there. Because if you go on putting this thing, there will not be any end to it. Somewhere people have gone with the beneficiation without thinking what we will do with the beneficiation. Like in Bhilai steel plant, we have put up a plant to beneficiate from 54-55% to 64%. And we are achieving 64%. Because new IBM rule have come, and new IBM rule says you cannot dump anything which is having iron above up to 45%. It means 45% is the cutoff. So today we have to think for the new technologies. we have to think for the new directions in it. That's why what this government is planning, that 3,345 kilometer long, Jagdishpur to Haldia to Bijapur to Calcutta to the Dhamra port and to Guwahati. When we are bringing here, because today if our see energy mix, 86% is based on the coal, 6% is only we are having gas. The government is having a plan that we should go to a gas mix of around 15%. So going from 6% to 15% requires big jump. And that's why most of the eastern area where industries were there. But if we start looking at what subsidy fertilizer industry is getting, the same facilities we should also get, I think that will be a very, very unfair or not realistic requirement what we are asking from the governments. So we have to optimize our processes. We have to optimize our technologies, because because right now most of our DRI plants are a small capacity plants, and when we start increasing their capacity to a level where a minimum economical level reached there, then I think with the current prices also, say around $6, $7 gas price, or $4, $5 coke oven gas price, coal gas price in gas prices, there will be a change definitely in the mind of the people also. Why not to shift from the coal base to the gas base? Because today, coal base, you know that how many problems are there. You have dollar char, you have to cool it, you have to do it. But some discipline has to be brought in. Like today, I asked one question also: can we charge hot DRI from rotary kiln directly to EAF? Because why we should wait that energy of around 600 degrees temperature or 700 degree temperature? If we have to do a separation, like you want to remove a non-magnetic particles from the magnetic particles, that can be done. So many solutions are there, but we have to set our mind. One day was there when even Midrex also, even in energy, HYL technology also, this thing was not there, road transportation. But today, this thing has come there. So in time to come, because there is a competition, there is a compulsion that prices has to be reduced. We have to optimize cost everywhere. So I think the only solution is that we may have to shift from our coal base towards the gas base side, and then when we are shifting towards gas base side, we should see both syngas as first priority and natural gas as the second priority. Second thing, immediately we have to start thinking that beneficiation you cannot avoid. You cannot have wet beneficiation plant. Tailing pond no more will be allowed. We have to go for dry stackings. So those type of things, I think time is coming when DRI plants, pelletization plants, they are going to face more challenges, because they are wherever pelletization is there, beneficiation plant is there. So there also we have to see what intervention in the technology we can bring it there. Other issues have already been discussed by all the panelists. I don't want to repeat those those things again. And thank you very much, Ankit, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mukesh Kumar. And once again, I would like to thank all the panelists who are still here with us right now. Thank you all for staying this late. Now, I would request Dr. Shaumin Sinha to take it over from here, followed by Ms. Namrata Lodhia. And what I suggest is we can take questions together at the end of the session. Is that okay with everyone? So we'll have the two speakers one after the other, and then we'll take questions at the end of the session. So Dr. Shaumin Sinha, Director of QA/QC and NPD, Calderis India Refractories. Could you please take it over from here?
Yeah, good evening. I want to share my screen. So I have to go. Okay.
So you can do it from the share screen option at the bottom of your.
Yeah. I think my screen is visible now. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Can you just make it full?
Yeah. So good evening, and thanks to organizer for providing this opportunity. So we'll be discussing, we'll be taking very small time, maybe 5 to 6 minutes, or maybe at the most 8 minutes, to cover some topic which is till now we have not discussed. Till now we have learned about different challenges in the DRI and the pellet plant operation. We'll be talking about refractories. So which is also we work together with the different pellet and DRI plant to provide solution to arrive at the respective performance. So initially what we'll do, who are we, means what is our company background. So it is basically we are Imiris group of companies, which is basically a mineral specialty mineral system. They are working on specialty minerals, and minerals are being used in sanitary ware, in batteries, in paints and refractory. And for that matter, we'll be talking about refractory. And we also use some of Imiris raw material there, and we are in different industries. And so Calories basically is a part and parcel of Imiris, is a sister organization, is a Imiris is a parent organization. So we are a monolithic leader. Monolithic means, as you know, is a castable, short-kitting, gunning, all operations together. So we are a monolithic leader, and we are in industry for more than 100 years. And we have solid global network and expertise, complete product portfolio with and then services in all sectors, meaning we are in cement, we are in iron and steel, we are in power, we are in petrochemicals, all sectors where the lining solution is required, we are there. And we are managing several local and the global projects. So if you see the evaluation of the company, Calories, so basically Lafarge and Pelletisation International, they merged, and then this Calories it forms, and then Calories in 2007, it took over ACC refractories, ACE refractories, which was earlier ACC refractories for that matter. And then it has already, it has grown inorganically by taking over so many units. Last it took over SPAR in US and NG Johnson in UK. These are all refractory companies. So this is the evaluation. And if you see the globally, the company position, we are 19 plants in the 16 countries, and around 16,000 workmen or the employees are there. And then we are with customer base around 15,000 customers are there globally. And we are a company of around 4.4 billion euro company. So this is our Calories. And if we specifically talk about Calories India, so we have manufacturing locations at 4 plants. One is center of India, this Katni, we have in Nagpur, and then we have in Bankaner, and we have in Durgapur also, 4 manufacturing locations. So basically we are a solution providing company. So we are starting with material, so raw material. Basically this is a refractory, it's basically a material based industry. So a lot of things depend upon the input raw material. So we are Imiris group of companies already we have mentioned, who are basically are in minerals. So we also use a lot of Imiris raw material, as well as we have good amount of information of the raw materials which is globally available. And for that matter, how we can make some synthetic material, also looking at this Atmanirbhar Bharat and this concept, we are also working in that respect. And we have a strong R&D backup, our central R&D in Austria. We have good our engineering and design setup, and manufacturing locations already have mentioned, logistics support. We have project and management team also for the installation, because a monolithic 50 to 60% value addition are there in the site and the different application sites. So there we need to have a strong project and application wing to have the ultimate customer delight. So looking at that, we work in that concept. So we have a good installation and supervision activity, followed by dry out and then technical support also. So we believe in continuous improvement. So our main pillars are performance, innovation, and reliability. So we have refractory bricks, monolithic solutions, castables, monolithic gunning material, short-kitting material, ready safes, picker safes, mortar, grout, and more or less all the gamuts of the refractories we cover for the different industries. Coming specifically to iron makers, so we, based on global expertise, we basically work for the win-to-win proposition solution for the iron makers, from pellet or the DRI unit to iron runner. Even we are in the SMS, that is the steel melting shops also. And then for DRI, you have monolithic solution as well as ready-made ready shapes. There is a picker shape solution. For blast furnace, we have gunning, shotcreting. There is a mechanized application and a robotic application also, castable, staffle clay. So our key services is pro rata contract. Basically, we work for the as we have mentioned, there's a win-to-win proposition. So based on we assure better performance and we give improved solution, and we do provide all kinds of solutions, refractory material, and also we do the refractory assessments. So then coming to the DRI, specifically DRI. So here if you see that we are in the pioneer in the introducing monolithic solution way back in 1995, and JSPL was the plant which took the initiative, and then we converted the brick kiln to monolithic solution. And since then it became a solution for all DRI industries, and we have provided solution to almost all the DRI customers, 50 TPD to 600 TPD. So with the help of our supply chain, with the help of our design and execution capability. And then now, since we have developed some mechanized solution, and then this mechanized solution that is the shotcreting to reduce manpower intervention during installation. So this is the state of art technology. And then if you see, these are our design strength. We have our design strength. We are 3D printing this designs of, and then this is the installation activity in DRI. And here also people are discussing on the there's some troubleshooting for cell temperature, and then we'll discuss subsequently also. We do thermography and all this kind of stuff. So we do a total solution. We do provide total solution for the plant. And so this, if you see, we have a dedicated service centers, 4 service centers all over India. And then we have strong distribution network to service our customer, to reach our customer faster. And with digital era, and to have we have introduced thermography and thermal profile analysis, remote inspection, that is the VR technology. So we support our customer for predictive maintenance, kiln health checkup, and refractory audit, etc. So these are the things we have introduced to provide customer delight. And this is our customer base. So already Jindal Steel, and then we are there in mostly all the DRI sectors, SAM Group, Resmi, all these sectors we are there, to name a few. Specialty solutions for calories. So if you see that this basically we have a if you see today's DRI scenario, we have increased thermomechanical wear, there is a load, and then less accretion because use of some imported coal, so which is having lesser amount of ash, and we have higher campaign life, and then we have thermal and chemical spalling. So those are the challenges. And then calorie solution here is we do provide customized solution with advanced technology with mechanized installation. So this case-to-case basis, we do analyze the data and the actual operating parameters, and based on that we arrive the solution and then to provide a solution, because throughout the kiln the challenges are different, and throughout even the DRI or the pellet plant also different locations are experiencing different kind of challenges. So accordingly we need to work out different specific solution looking at the application. And for pellet plant, we have pioneered in providing refractory solution for both the straight gate type or for gate clean pellet technology. And we have monolithic or PCPA manufacturing capability at our manufacturing locations like Katni and Nagpur. And then we are capable of carrying out contactless dismantling. That is considering this COVID scenario also, this has become more important to reduce human intervention. And then this contactless dismantling we can do through Broke machine or in KT Grant. We have the hardwares also, and we do use this kind of hardware to dismantle the refractory lining faster and with a safe way. And similarly, we have a mechanized installation, that is shotcreting, gunning with reduction of downtime and So lesser amount of manpower, and then also improved safety norms. So if you see, these are some of the precast complicated shapes which we do manufacture for this iron and steel industry. These are the this is basically state grade pellet plant only. So precast shapes, it is line. So this is all from us, and then thank you. In today's scenario, today's presentation, we could learn the new challenges which are going to come in for this DRI and then pellet sector. So thanks for providing this opportunity, and thanks for your patience in hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Sinha. Thank you for that informative presentation. And last but not the least, we have Ms. Namrata Lodhia, who is Managing Director of 10X General Trading Dubai, who has been waiting very patiently throughout a very, very long and informative session. And I would now request Ms. Lodhia to please give her address.
All right, thank you so much once again for this opportunity. I would like to share my screen.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Can you see the screen?
Yes, we can see.
Okay, thank you so much. It's really a pleasure to listen the opinion of all the experts over here. And I will start with a tagline that now scrap ka safar steel ke saath. And the purification of scrap metal is one of the major trends being witnessed in the global scrap market. The usage of scrap is now expanding, and the usage of steel in real life industry, that will the building and construction industry, that takes around 62% of the total scrap utilization. And the road connectivity program through Bharatmala, the port connectivity program from Sagarmala programs. In oil and gas sector, the government is planning for Urja Ganga project of 15,000 kilometer. Development of urban cities, this all is going to give the boost of steel industry and demand. Development of railway, we have seen the railway contributes around 3% development, and we are planning to have 100% electrification of 16,540 track. So definitely it will also give a boost to our steel industry. In automobile sector, Indian automobile is the fourth largest in the world, contributes 9% of steel demand. Automobile sector expected to grow around 250 billion by 2026. So again, this is also a good sign for the steel sector. The issue, but apart from this, all the issue that we're going to face in order to achieve the target of 300 metric tons is finance. In India, the cost of production compared to China, Japan, Korea is quite high. Even after the revise of the repo rate by 135 points, we are still facing the problem of production. Transportation is again being a challenge. And I believe that India, we have around 7,000 coastal coast, and if government will take some step in order to minimize the transport cost, there will be again a chance by saving the energy cost. And we have seen that 1 ton of steel production required roughly 3 ton of raw material. So definitely the cost of transportation is quite higher in terms of production of the steel. Challenges at present, what all the industries is facing in terms of production, that there is a price gone up. The demand is there in the market, where the prices is up at the moment by around 1,000 of the finished product in the local market. If the government will revise the interest rate, that will give the boost of real estate industry and the demand will go up. If we see China, utilization of plant has gone back to pre-COVID period iron oil. 7-month high international price of bullet high. This all indicates provide the boost to and support to the Indian government. I will take a market share. The finished steel consumption grew at the CAGR of 7.5% during financial year 18 and 19. This is demand in scrap. We have seen the demand of scrap market, that is from 25, the figures in millions. So 25 to 16, we're expecting that the demand will go to 48 to 50 by 2020. If we see the road ahead, the National Steel Policy 2017 to reach around 300 metric ton of production capacity by 2030-31. The capacity to consumption of steel has increased by 576 kg to 741 kg during last 5 years. As per ISA, steel production to grow by 2021. The current and future market scenario: to reach the target of 300 million metric ton, we will need around 80 to 70. So we are very optimistic in terms of scrap demand in the market. And I believe that 10x will definitely be 10 times supportive to the Indian government in order to achieve the 300 metric ton of steel production. I will just give a short and the last information about the import. The India is being dependent on the import of majorly on 3 countries, that is UAE, USA, and United Kingdom. But my question will be, I would like to know, because this is also in my mind, I would like to know from the experts that if, let's say, the UAE government has banned the ferrous product export, what if the other countries will ban? How will India survive in this situation? So I would like to know from the expert if someone can help me to get the answer of this one.
Anyone from the panel who would like to take that question?
Ankit, can I get the question one more time to be clear that I am answering, because I may not have at this point all the numbers at my fingertips for Indian context, but related to scrap, I may be able to answer. So can Namrata repeat the question, please, for one more time?
Yeah, sure. I have a question that the India is importing 65% of scrap. It means it is dependent on the import. Like the UAE government has banned the scrap export. The UAE was one of the major exporter to the Indian economy. So if UAE and the other countries who is exporting the scrap to the Indian market, if they will ban the scrap, then what will be the situation of India in terms of achieving 300 million metric ton of target of government?
Yeah, so this was exactly kind of my question, Namrata, if you recall earlier when I was asking Minister Ji, that what's the vision in bridging the gap from today's 110 million tons or to the 255 or let's say 300 million tons. It's a big gap, and in order to bridge that, in my opinion, this is strictly my opinion, first of all, I think that the scrap policy would be extremely important. The scrap processing entirely is extremely unorganized, so I think that has been taken into consideration. The minister did reflect on that. The third thing I think that is that because of this unorganized sector, there is not enough scrap collection that's happening within India. The life cycle of steel overall in India is still considerably longer than probably rest of the world. The consumption, the per capita consumption hasn't gone to that level where even the world average is, not living alone the Chinese or the Korean consumption or even United States consumption. So so let's say we are standing at, I think from the numbers, I'm not so good with every research numbers, but probably at 70 kg, where the world average is about 225 kgs. So that's 1/3. So once the consumption comes up, the life cycle or the usage of each steel has the life cycle comes down. The infrastructure, India needs a lot of investment in infrastructure. So once that infrastructure comes up or the old infrastructure is replaced by new, then I think steel scrap would come into the recycle format. And it has to put that focus. No doubt the focus has to be on the local coal, gasification of that coal, using that in the DRI, but also scrap needs to get tremendous focus, because that's where the bridge can happen. There are other countries who have shown that way. So there are things that can be learned from the Western world, primarily United States and the Europe, in terms of scrap generation and scrap collection and overall scrap cycle. So I think those can certainly help India in bridging those gaps. How they're going to react when other countries are putting bans on their exports, I think it's a very difficult question. I really don't know how to answer that, but that's where I think this policy, the processing units within the country, the life cycle, maybe create life cycle bans. I think there was a ban on automobiles of 15 years of life in India. Or 20 years of life. The emission standards, they were enhancing the emission standards. So some of those things will certainly come into play, and it would help in the overall process.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we have seen that there was a scrap deficit of around 7 million metric ton in the year 2016. And if you see the figure in 2018, there were around 8.7 million of ELV, around 15 years old, that would have given the scrap of around 7.83 million. And the same we are expecting in the year 2025, that it will be around 21 million. So we believe that there will be a reverse of the India will start importing 35% and will have the scrap of around 65%. That is what the expectation we are looking forward.
And not to forget that the induction furnaces really depend on the scrap purity, because there is no refining. It's just a melting pot. One of the panelists did reflect upon that. So naturally, that way, the more the scrap segregation process, the scrap identification process, overall scrap processing needs enhancements within India. I didn't see that even in the 2 years, 2015 to 2017, I was in India. Whereas contrary to that, if you look at US or Europe, there is actually established scrap processing capabilities.
Okay, Sabasachita, now that Ravi is back, I would request Namrata to ask the question to Ravi. Ravi will be the right person to give a exact reply to the question. You can ask your question once again, Namrata.
No, I heard that question. She was asking what is the implication for export ban of scrap on India's 300 million ton plan. Is that right?
Yes.
To tell you frankly, there is no impact. The 300 million ton plan does not look at scrap as one of the routes to reach 300 million tons. Subsequently, of course, this 300 million ton plan was made in the Congress era. It is Dr. Manmohan Singh's period when this 300 million plan was initially proposed, and the plan was to reach this number by 2025. So now, since the progress has been slow, it has got extended to 2030, and probably it will get extended further. At the point when it was proposed, it was understood by the steel plants. The general understanding was that it would vary anywhere between 180 million tons to about 240 million tons. And that should be more or less enough for the country to achieve self-sufficiency. And the plan was not so much in terms of scrap. The plan was more in terms of setting up, other than brownfield expansions in the existing steel authority plants and the plants of the ISPs, where if you actually study the land needed per million tons of production of steel has actually reduced over the years. And therefore, if the existing plots of land are more usefully used, you can actually produce much more. You can produce probably, if I remember correctly, it's about 150 million tons from existing steel plant sites themselves. And for the greenfield plants, which are required to reach 300 million tons, the plan was to set up 10 million ton sized plants along the coasts of India, not inside the country. Because as in one of the previous webinars, one of the gentlemen showed, there's actually lack of ore availability in the country. When we talk of 24 billion tons, out of that 10 billion tons is stuck up in the Western Ghats. You cannot start mining them. Supreme Court has put a hold on it. You actually only have about 14 billion tons 7 billion tons out of that is with Steel Authority, 4 or 5 billion tons is stuck up with Tata Steel, and 1 billion tons is with JSPL. So there's hardly any ore available inside the country. That is up to 50 meters depth. So scrap is not really the game changer for India. Scrap is not available. You are right. The scrap cycle runs out about 40 years period. So the availability in the country would hardly be about 10-15 million tons, which is what was the production in 1980s. In addition to that, we are a big ship scrapping country. So that gives you about 5-6 million tons. That's the level at which that operates. That's what you are in. But this will not drive your 300 million ton plan.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ravi.
So,
Ravi, thank you so much for your insightful comments. I took a lot of notes there. So
yeah, Subrata, would you like to add to that?
No, as Mr. Ravi said, I agree with him. The immediate priority is not scrap, but for immediate progress, some amount of scrap is required. So the government is trying, some scrap policy is coming. Some other plants are also trying, because DRI alone cannot boost because the power consumption is very, very high. Mix DRI with scrap, and some amount of scrap is required. I agree with Mr. Ravi that it is not going to take us to 300 million ton, but some amount of scrap has to be coming through autos, through as the country is progressing, the scrap generation increases. So there is a big organization, I don't know, that is metal recycling. The other day we had a meeting with Minister Nitin Gadkari. Metal recycling does a good job. People do not know, but they need to be structured. They collect scrap from everywhere and they bundle it and process it. If you remember, the Soviets had a scrap processing system, Bokaro, Bhilai, Visakhapatnam, all had a scrap processing unit where the scrap segregation, shredding is done, the integrated steel plants. And their scrap consumption with respect to hot metal was much more as per DPRs, but ultimately that didn't sustain. So scrap generation will increase, but I agree that's not going to take us to that level. It will take little time. Thank you.
Thank you, Subrata. Yeah, Ravi, please. Yeah, Ravi.
It has been a focused area in the country. For the last 10 years, it has been understood that scrap is going to be a major driver for steel making. Yes. So I remember around 8 years ago, SR Steel was trying to get into a joint venture with the MMTC, Metals and Mining Trading Corporation, with for scrap and subsequently Mahindra has already done it. Mahindra is into scrap processing now. So it is coming up. Organized scrap segregation and
yes.
And in fact, if you look at the scrap policy, the recent scrap policy, which is introduced by 3 ministries, one is from the Ministry of Steel, the other is from Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, and the third is from Ministry of Forest. So these 3 ministries have set up these scrap policies which are in place. Now, as far as Ministry of Steel is concerned, Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan mentioned also very clearly that the idea is to set up the scrap processing centers, where the government will not actually put them up, but the government will facilitate setting up of these scrap policies. Maybe Ranjan could add to it. Ranjan, if you could add.
Just I want to add one line, because actually when we made this scrap policy, because I was involved in making the scrap policy in Ministry of Steel. Because before that we received a policy from Central Pollution Control Board, and that is end of life vehicle policy, because they gave some this thing. But there was a lot of objection on this end of life vehicle policy, and because in Delhi there was a Mayapuri industrial area where all the scrapping was going on. So then when we had a discussion with them, then it was becoming very, very difficult how to move about vehicles and other things. When nothing was coming out, that's why we thought let Ministry of Steel take an initiative and issue some scrap policy, and that will, whenever vehicle scrapping policy will come, that will become a part of this. But why we have taken out this scrap policy is just to have a scientific processing of the scrap. Like just today we have discussed about Mahindra also. In Mahindra also we are not looking at what Mahindra has done, because only one this thing, we want complete things should be automatic and everything should go. It should handle even plastic also, it should handle even hazardous waste also, it should handle non-ferrous metal also, and it should handle steel also in a different grades, so that a segregation of the scrap is available. Because today we don't have any scrap standard in our country, and when we don't have any scrap standard in our country, so only thing is when we are having such type of scrapping center where not only end of life vehicle but all white goods also need to come there. So when we talk about Ministry of Steel policy, it is about white goods, it is about end of life vehicle, even structures, beams and other things, except the ship breaking industry. Because ship breaking, they already have a different policy available with them. So that's why we told different ship breaking will not be available. Now when Ministry of Road Transport Highway is coming, so they have come out with a mainly end of life vehicle policy. And end of life vehicle policy, because the debate is going on fixing the life of the vehicle. Because people knows when medium class people are there or a low class people are there, they don't run vehicle that much. And even 15 years, they generally cover 60,000 kilometers and 70,000 kilometers. And asking them at 60,000, 70,000 kilometers that you scrap the vehicle, where the question is coming. So that's why a lot of debate is going on. It is more of a political come technical decision. And when it is going to come, so that's only that I can say. This is the thing.
This was Dr. Mukesh Kumar. This was perhaps the psyche of every Indian. When my father bought his first premier Padmini, which is the old Fiat, he kept it till I was in class 8 or 9. That was the time I had to force him literally to sell that car off and buy a Maruti 800 instead.
Yes.
So that was a time when Maruti had got it, and my father was in a public sector, so he got an allotment of a Maruti 800. That too, I had to force him to. So yeah,
they believe old is gold.
Exactly.
That is
so Ranjan, would you like to add to this? Ranjan, you have to unmute yourself. You're not. You're muted. You have to unmute.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I agree with Dr. Mukesh Kumar. That is the new policy which have already in play, starting this functioning. But the main thing is that government should come up with some of the new idea. What the steel, or already the Mantriji has decided the processing unit will be there, and the policy for the auto and other vehicles, it should come up. Otherwise, the generation of scrap will be definitely, there will be a long-term problem. As far as domestic generation concerned, we are now more or less generating 23 to 24 million at present. But it should be in an organized form, and import is almost 6 to 6.5 million. So around 30 million is available, and I think there are more than generation availability is there, but there should be some processing unit. What Dharmendra told, that processing unit and that trading, these two things will come up, and there will be definitely generation of more than what we are available at present now. So right now, long term, this policy will definitely come. Like scrapping of vehicles and other things, it should be as Dr. Mukesh Kumar told, that it is this is a policy have to come. Otherwise, long-term sustenance is a problem. Let's see. We are hope for the best that this policy, every developed country has that type of policy, and we have to going in that way only. So that is submission from this policy sides. Okay.
And Mukherjee, one thing is there in time to come. Availability of the scrap from import is going to be reduced, because China is shifting towards the scrap. Most of the countries are shifting towards the scrap. And what we have estimated is, if vehicle scrapping policy comes, we will be generating additional 20 million ton of scrap from there. So
exactly,
by 2030, we may be getting around 50 million ton of scrap, and
exactly.
that time, maybe in a position to support our EAF industry there.
Definitely. And sir, shipbreaking is also one of the major area, because already we are now generating more than 3.5 to 3.8 million around. So as you rightly said, it should be around 50 million in the year of 2030-35, 31.
Thank you, Rajan. Thank you, Dr. Mukesh Kumar. Now, Ravi, I have one question for you. Since you were the CEO when Sandeep Anda was CEO, you were the COO of Tata Rehearsal. So, as a CEO of Tata Rehearsal and later as the CEO of Steel Service Center in SR, was there any thought behind in terms of adding Steel Service Center, Scrap Processing Center as an extension of your Steel Service Center? Was it ever even thought of?
Not in Tata Ryerson, but yes, in SR, I have actually done the entire plant layout for setting up a car processing and white goods scrap processing plant at Pune, in that land that we have over there, of approximately 30 acres of land. It's not a very difficult process if you use a lot of manual labor, but yes, you need some conveyorized, a lot of conveyors and specialized understanding of the vehicle. And I can say one thing, that it's a very profitable venture.
Oh,
it's a very profitable venture. It's dirty but profitable. One thing I've learned from one of our attempts at acquiring this chain of companies in US, I forget what was that name now, which we tried in 2011, was that there's a lot of money in the scrap market. We simply don't realize that.
So let me put that to Sabos Hachida. When Sabos Hachida is planning to become an entrepreneur in a few years' time, I think one of the things he should be looking at is starting the scrap business.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. In fact, you know, what I would be looking at if I'm looking from my end is to provide a unique solution, because I think today scrap because if you look at my presentations for the last 3 times, I have talked about unknowns and unknowns and unknowns, how those can be resolved through data science. So organization, organized structure, and then providing solutions. That's what would identify and isolate someone to be successful. I fully agree with Ravi. Scrap is raw money, absolutely raw money. People in the scrap business, they are out of risk. I talked about this indices-based scrap sourcing and scrap selling. So they buy the scrap of an index and sell the scrap of different index. And so they make a lot of money in that process. And obviously there is a dearth of scrap worldwide versus US. US is a net exporter of scrap. Sometimes that market takes a hit, like cases of COVID or other market sluggishness in the Middle East or in Turkey, primarily Turkey. Turkey is one of the biggest consumer of US scrap. But I fully agree with Ravi. There is a lot of money there. And the steel companies, in fact, in US primarily, who are major consumers of scrap, are not at really on a positive side when it comes to scrap versus their steel price margin. So we have to look at how to reduce our cost.
Thank you.
Mr. Bhatnagar.
Bhatnagar ji, boliye.
Yeah, I just I heard Mr. Ranjan Bandyopadhyay, and since he's there and Dr. Mukesh is there, you know, JPC has done a fantastic job of, you know, collecting all the information about the pellet plants in India. And Ranjan Saab, he had asked us to contribute 2 articles. So my humble, I don't think it has yet been released. If it has not yet been released, I was thinking that a lot of very important technical issues have been raised, particularly Dr. Mukesh Kumar in the few minutes back raised about the beneficiation and beneficiation. If your volume on pellets is not yet released, because you're planning, may I request you to kindly consider adding a few technological chapters, and we could help you along with Mukesh ji, because this is something which would be a very valuable document.
Sir, one thing I want to submit to you that or that soft copy version is already released, but we are going to again relook on this same because we are doing the survey on a round robin basis. This year we are doing for this induction furnace and sponge iron. Next year we are going to take this pellet again. So because every 2-3 years the industry is so dynamic, every 2-3 years the industry gets changes. So next year we will again do this pellet survey. So last year it has been already done, and the soft copy has already given to all stakeholders. So next year definitely, sir, do.
So where do we get the soft copy? I've been requesting.
I will send you. I will send you. I have that soft copy with me because we have not printed due to COVID and like that. Because now the hard copy version is not preferable. That's why the soft copy. So I will send you definitely. No problem.
Yeah, thank you. But this is a very good document because I wanted to mention.
And you have contributed also. You have contributed also. You know that.
Yeah. We have contributed 2 chapters.
Exactly. And next year we will do again. Definitely.
Okay. So thoda sa wo bhejiyega. I was actually keenly looking forward that when you release it and give it to the minister, we would have had.
Actually, the time could not permit. As you know, last year Chintan Shivir we have released iron and steel database. That is the steel directory. Steel directory first time in India because nobody has that type of steel directory. It's more than 550 pages. So and some new books has come like Millennium Decades, that is from 92 to as of now. At a glance, you can take the pocket book like WSA release. This kind of yearly books is just like a pocket notebook type. So everything we have, that book is also released in the last year. And end-use study, as you know, in the Purvodaya, we have released that end-use study demand, the segment-wise demand study that has been done by CRISIL also. We are monitoring because there is a big core committee where Sushim Banerjee is also the member.
Yeah, I remember. I've attended those meetings, unfortunately.
Yeah.
As a last point, I thought since Dr. Mukesh has patiently waited so long, if with his help, we can put some technological inputs into
definitely,
that. We can have an addendum to that report.
No problem, sir. We can do because every year we are doing a lot of survey, at least 3 to 4 segments we are doing. So it will come in the next year definitely, and we will incorporate. No problem.
Dr. Mukesh, please help in this because you are such a good supporter of pellets and technology, and we look forward to. And now he's also. Both of us are members of the National CII National Steel Committee. So we are both looking forward.
Actually, Bhatnagar Sahab, the good time has come for you. Now you have to reach that place within 10 years. So good time has already started for you.
Yes. अच्छे दिन आ रहे हैं ना?
Definitely. For pellet के लिए तो अच्छा दिन आ रहा है definitely.
Okay, thank you, Nirmalya ji. Good.
Thank you, Bhatnagar ji. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ranjan. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ravi. Thank you, Subroto da. I request my son Ankit to propose a vote of thanks.
Yeah. So I would like to keep it.
Kumar ji, special thanks to you because you're always there for whenever I invite you. Same goes for Ravi and Sabyasachi da.
It is my pleasure.
And as well as Subroto da. These are, I consider Subroto da, Ravi, Sabyasachi da, Mukesh Kumar ji a part of my family. I mean, that's why, I sort of pressurized Ravi, Sabyasachi da to get up at 4:30 in the morning and had recess at 5 o'clock in the morning. So this is because of the relationship I share with you. And I want you to be there And I want Ranjan to also support us as he has been doing. And I told Ranjan one thing, that henceforth every webinar, JPC should be our partner. For every webinar.
Definitely. No problem.
Yeah. So Ankit, please propose a vote of thanks.
Yeah. So firstly, I would like to thank the Honorable Minister and all the panelists for being here today, and for all those who stayed here till the end and those who could not. Thank you for taking out the time to create such a wonderful panel discussion. And I would like to thank once again our sponsors, Recycron and Almond, and our co-sponsors ETS for their support. I would also like to thank Sponge Iron Manufacturers Association and Joint Plant Committee for co-organizing this webinar, and Pellet Manufacturers Association of India for their support. Last but not the least, I would like to thank Amitech India for their technical support and everyone in the Steel and Metallurgy team, without whom this event would not be possible. So with that, I would like to conclude today's meeting. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for staying this late. And we hope to see many of you again in our upcoming webinars. Thank you.
Ankit, this was a full day's event. We started, it was more than 7 hours. So it was a full day.
Yeah.
It's a full day event.
Definitely.
Okay.
Thank you, Ravi. Thanks.
Okay.
Subhadra, thanks. Bye.
Yeah.
Bye, Nirmala.
Thank you.
Bye,
Bye.
Ankit.
Good night.
Bye.
Yeah, good
Bye. Good night.
Good
Good
night.
night.